Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 8 of What If I Was Reborn in Naruto as an evil prodigy Uchiha with the inheritance system. Let the tale begin.
Chapter 301, Despaired Eyes. Do! Yakushi no shouted softly. However, it seemed like Hataki Do could not hear her at all. The hand holding the scalpel trembled slightly as it slowly cut towards Nono, who was lying on the operating table. What are you doing? Don't! Nono felt a strong sense of fear in her heart. She did not know why. She was clearly standing on the side, but the one lying on the bed was not her. But it seemed to be an instinct warning her. She immediately stretched out his hand, intending to stop Do. However, something shocking happened. Her hand seemed to have passed through Hataki Do. What the hell is going on? As the scalpel fell, Nono suddenly felt that her body had become much lighter, as if she had been freed from her restraints. The next moment, the forgotten memories appeared and she watched from the perspective of a third person. She turned into an orange cat and sneaked into the orphanage. Then she entered the underground laboratory. However, the moment she stepped into the laboratory, her pupils lost focus. Like a walking corpse, she walked towards the depths of the laboratory, which was the wall of the operating room. She opened the mechanism, walked into the operating room, and laid on the operating table. Then, Hataki Do pushed Uchiha Tunan, who was sitting on the wheelchair, in from the outside. Uchiha Tunan pointed to herself, who was lying on the operating table. Hataki Do expressionlessly put on a mask and began to use various instruments to check her physical data. Meanwhile, Uchiha Tunan pushed the wheelchair out of the operating room and put down the wall. It seems that I am already dead. Nono stood quietly by the operating table. He just watched as Hataki Do cut her own body. Do was completely expressionless and moved like a machine. His technique was very familiar, but Nono saw that his hands were constantly trembling. She immediately said in a low voice, "I know that you are a kind child. You must have been forced. I don't blame you." Do paused for a moment, closed his eyes, took a breath, and continued to dissect. Nono shouted, hoping that Do could hear her words. "You must escape the control of that demon. You can't continue to be wrong. Is human emotions really a burden?" Do's eyes were lifeless. He seemed to be in a state of confusion as he muttered, "To have everything, you must sever your emotions. We have clearly only seen two sides, but why do I feel pain? Is it because you planted my mother's image in my subconscious? What is real and what is fake? Who said it was right and who was wrong?" Do frowned and retracted his hand. He stood there in a daze, his pupils quickly trembling. Clang! The scalpel fell to the ground with a thud. The black pupils in Do's eyes quickly expanded, as if it wanted to devour the eyeballs. The black pupils just happened to cover the eyeballs, and in the next moment, they quickly shrank back. But where the pupils passed, the original whites of the eyes had turned scarlet. There were also two slowly rotating magatama left behind. Nono was slightly stunned when she saw this, and she said in disbelief, "Sharingan. So you are the descendant of Uchiha who was left outside." Do also noticed his own change and turned to look at the glass apparatus on the side. On the glass apparatus, there was a pair of scarlet and strange magatama eyes. Do narrowed his eyes and slowly raised his hand to touch his eyes. He said in a daze, Is this power that Master has bestowed upon me? Has it awakened? Only by severing emotions and breaking through the mortal world can one possess such power. Was it worth it? For most people, it is worth it." Nono was shocked and turned her head with difficulty. Creak! The sound of gears turning rang out. The wall slowly rose, revealing Uchiha Tunan, who was wrapped in bandages. The corners of Uchiha Tunan's mouth curled up slightly, and he pushed the wheelchair into the operating room. Nono had lost her sense of fear since entering the operating room just now, but now she was looking at Uchiha Tunan, who was coming towards her. For some reason, her heart was filled with fear, and she subconsciously retreated frantically. Her body passed through the operating table like an illusion, and she also passed through the body of Do. She came to the wall and trembled. Hatake Do put down his knife and said calmly, "Sir." Uchiha Tunan nodded and smiled gently at Do. "You may leave. Let me finish the last part." "Yes." Do responded faintly and walked out of the operating room. "Do!" Uchiha Tunan suddenly called out to him, only to see him turn to the side and ask, "Do you have any other orders?" With his back facing Do, Uchiha Tunan said leisurely, "I have always been a person who does not recognize things. Because people's hearts are fickle and the most deceptive. Sometimes, people's hearts can even deceive themselves. I won't care what you think in your heart. After all, you are not me. I also don't want to waste my energy to deceive you, because you still have to help me do a lot of things. I hope that you are rational enough to not do anything wrong and take the wrong path. Otherwise, I really can't bear to part with you." Hatake Do nodded silently and left the operating room. Crack! The sound of gears turning rang again, and the wall slowly fell. In the operating room, Nono, who was leaning on the wall, was shaking all over. From her previous behavior, she already knew that she was dead. Right now, she was only in a soul state. But what made her uneasy was that Uchiha Tunan, whose eyes were bandaged, seemed to be able to see it. That gentle face was facing her. And under the snow-white bandage, there seemed to be something very terrifying. "Don't be afraid. As a spy, are you not prepared to die?" Nono trembled all over and said in horror, You really can see me. Is this an illusion or real? Am I really dead?" Uchiha Tunan pushed the wheelchair to a nearby instrument and tested the data, confirming that it was real. "Yes, I am studying an experiment called Inyan Escape. This experiment needs to collect the data of the body and the soul respectively to find their common point. But the soul and body of a person are affecting each other at any time, making the experiment unable to control the variable. So I asked Do to inject you with a medicine that I specifically studied to make a person's soul separate and become a vegetable. However, your soul and body are complete, so the flesh will guide your soul back. So I cast an illusion on your soul. As long as the soul is in extreme emotions, it can offset the traction." Speaking of this, Uchiha Tunan had already finished reading the data. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "The experiment was done well. Do was a talent, even if he was in a state of uncertainty. He could also control himself to do what he did not want to do." Nono forcefully suppressed the fear in her heart. She glared at Uchiha Tunan and said, "I can understand why you killed me. After all, I am a spy who wants to steal your information. But Do was innocent. He is only a child. Why are you so cruel to him?" Hearing this, Uchiha Tunan made a thoughtful expression and muttered, "Is it the reason? Perhaps it was because I stayed behind. Even if his parents died in front of him. But in his heart, he still had a good hope for the people and things of this world. Especially with your appearance, the good intentions buried deep in his heart are showing signs of strengthening. Perhaps this is the arrangement of fate. But he is now a tool that belongs to me. His fate is also decided by me. He can awaken the Sharingan not because he has a good impression of you. More than that, he personally cut off the beautiful vision in his heart. And because of this, he felt despair, and felt that he could not control himself. Maybe not just that. I can tell that he still has a bit of fear. But I really don't understand what he is afraid of. Is he afraid of me? No, I won't harm him. Everything I did was for his own good. He should be moved." Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan seemed to have thought of something. He clapped his hands and said, "Yes, I know what he is afraid of. He was afraid that this matter would repeat itself on his brother." This child was really a very accurate guess. I really thought about it just now. Nene's teeth were trembling. It was unknown whether she was afraid or angry. She said fiercely, "You are a demon. You will die a horrible death. Uchiha Tunan shrugged indifferently and spread out his hands. No, for an individual, I may be a demon. But for this world, I should be an angel who comes to save the world. It won't be long before the life of this world will forever live in a happy and equal environment. From ignorant wild creatures to happy livestock. This situation was also in line with the wishes of most people. They did not close their homes at night and did not pick up a single place. Everyone ate their fill and wore warm clothes, striving for their dreams. After saying this, Uchiha Tunan clasped his hands together and crossed his index finger. He smiled gently at Nono and said, "Thank you for your sacrifice to this world. Therefore, you are qualified to enter my paradise realm." As soon as he finished speaking, Nono felt a terrifying suction surrounding her, dragging her towards Uchiha Tunan bit by bit. However, no matter how she struggled, it seemed to be of no use. This feeling was like jumping down from the sky. A person without wings would never be able to fly. "What are you doing?" "Don't." "You will know in a moment. You will be grateful to me." As Nono got closer and closer to Uchiha Tunan, she found that she had already floated up, and the Uchiha Tunan in front of her was getting bigger and bigger. It was not that he had grown bigger, but that I had become smaller. Gradually, Nono was sucked to the left side of Uchiha Tunan. Through the bandage, Nono saw the flashing scarlet light under the bandage. She immediately cried out in shock, "You are not blind. You have deceived everyone." As soon as she finished speaking, Nono was sucked into the swallowing space through the bandage. After a long time, Uchiha Tunan's deep voice sounded in the operating room. "How can I let him unlock the Mangekyo?" Chapter 302, Not a Trash. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Every day, Uchiha Tunan was holed up in the orphanage. During the day, he was an amiable director who accompanied the children to play. At night, he transformed into a scientist and used the body of volunteer to conduct research. As the saying goes, the death of a person is like the extinguishing of a lamp. No one seemed to notice that Nono had disappeared from the world for so long. Even those children only mentioned it occasionally. As time passed, they seemed to gradually forget about Nono's existence. After that incident, the temper of Hataki-do personally became colder and colder, just like a robot. Only when he accompanied the Hataki would a warm smile appear on his face. After numerous experiments, although Uchiha Tunan still did not have any clue about the Inyang release. However, he had already figured out the method of refining chakra with vibration. When breathing, use ninjutsu to control the gas vibration that entered the lungs and then transmit it to every corner of the body. Make every cell in the body resonate and release a lot of physical energy. But physical energy alone is not enough. This practice is simply to strengthen the physical quality. Chakra is produced by the combination of spiritual energy and physical energy. In order to obtain spiritual energy, one needed to shock one's soul. Generally speaking, the spiritual energy of an ordinary ninja would naturally spread out after a day of thinking. This was also why geniuses were born. This was because those geniuses loved to use their brains and did not lack spiritual energy. In order to shake the ethereal but real soul, Uchiha Tunan used the visualization technique. He turned his visualization into a golden bell and used his mind to turn it into a bell, constantly hitting the golden bell. The more detailed the visualization of the golden bell, the more realistic it became. The stronger the immersion sense, the better the effect would be. Uchiha Tunan called it the golden bell lifting technique. In the laboratory, the volunteer that Uchiha Tunan had personally captured was sitting cross-legged on the operating table with a serious expression on his face. There was a special imprint on his hands, and his body emitted a buzzing sound. Next to him, Do stood in front of the apparatus and recorded the data. Everything about his body is normal. Chakra is quickly being generated, and the efficiency is about 3 times that of ordinary refining methods. Uchiha Tunan, who was sitting on the wheelchair, slightly raised his eyebrows. Only 3 times? It seems that trash is trash after all, even if it is cheating. This kind of comprehensive cultivation method was many times more advanced than the current chakra refining method. However, when placed on this trash Chunin, the effect was mediocre. Uchiha Tunan's eyes under the bandage gradually focused as he observed the volunteer's facial expression. There was excitement, joy, and lust. This fellow was actually still distracted at this juncture. It really wasn't a qualified material. Uchiha Tunan let out a long sigh and said slowly, "I finally succeeded. With this thing, the threshold of a ninja is basically broken." As soon as he finished speaking, the ninja on the operating table opened his eyes and gasped for breath. He patted his chest and said, "I can't take it anymore. If this continues, I feel like I'm going to vomit." Uchiha Tunan pushed the wheelchair to the operating table and praised, "Congratulations, you have become the first ninja to successfully cultivate the Golden Bell training method. Your future is limitless." The ninja clenched his fists and said gratefully, "Thank you, Lord Tunan. I originally thought that my talent was limited. I would never be Jounin in my life. However, after learning this method, I feel that I will definitely be able to do it in at most 3 years. No, Jounin is not the limit. I can still do it." Seeing that this guy was starting to fantasize again, Uchiha Tunan hurriedly interrupted him. All right. Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Lie down first." This cultivation method was actually created at the beginning. I still need to check the data to see if there are any hidden dangers. The ninja scratched his head in embarrassment, then obediently lay down and said, "I'm sorry, I'm a little excited. I feel like my body is better than ever. I used to have a little waist pain, but now it doesn't hurt anymore. Lord Tunan, your brain is really good. You have even researched such a powerful refining method." At this moment, he only felt that he was extremely lucky. In the past, he was full of ambition, but he only became Chunin when he was close to 30 years old. No matter how he trained, his strength did not improve. After a long time, he gave up the thought of becoming stronger. He obediently became a small captain of the logistics department. Just a few hours ago, he happily left the logistics department with the new profits, ready to go home and share his joy with his wife. Halfway on the road, before he could even finish humming a song, his vision suddenly darkened. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared in this place. Originally, he had thought that he had been kidnapped by some spy or something. All of them were prepared to kneel down and beg for mercy. However, they never expected that it was actually Lord Tunan who had taken a fancy to this piece of unpolished jade from the vast ninja. He passed this magical training method to himself. According to Lord Tunan, this training method was at least 5 times stronger than ordinary training methods. It was only because of the initial creation that he needed a suitable person to test the data and see if there were any hidden dangers. However, Lord Tunan guaranteed that his life was not in danger. Only a fool would refuse such a good thing. Although Lord Tunan was boasting and the effect of this cultivation method had not reached 10 times, he was satisfied. After all, he is a hero, and it is better not to expose it for Konoha. Uchiha Tunan saw that the man had just laid down, and his eyes began to flicker. Obviously, he was imagining things again. His tone was slightly cold. "You flatter me, you flatter me. There are even more powerful ones." At this time, using the experiment sequence, he walked to the operating table with a syringe and plunged it into the ninja's arm. The light blue medicine was injected into his body. Hiss! The ninja who was thinking about it gasped. Uchiha Tunan thought that something was wrong and frowned. "Does it hurt?" The ninja's expression changed instantly. He shook his head and said, it doesn't hurt at all. I just didn't react and was scared." "I can ask, what kind of needle did you give me just now?" "Because of the war, what Konoha left behind was poor quality material. This guy seems to be from the logistics department. Are all the lucrative departments raising maggots? It seems that I have to find a large family ninja in the future." Uchiha Tunan's face turned a bit sinister and terrifying. He said coldly, "This needle can make your soul leave your body for a period of time. It's like you're dead. The ninja's eyes widened and he said in fear, "What? Die." Before he could finish speaking, his head tilted to the side. Drip, drip, drip. The alarm of the instrument sounded. Dao turned his head and said indifferently, "Sir, his body and brain are dead." A vexed expression appeared on Uchiha Tunan's face. He helplessly stretched out his hand to stroke his forehead and said, "I was scared to death the moment my soul left my body. This kind of trash doesn't even have the value to be used. It was my fault this time. I didn't inspect the quality of the materials. I will pay attention next time. Oh right, you should have memorized all of this cultivation method. Other than cultivating by yourself, you should start teaching the children of the Welfare Institute when they are 4 years old." Then, Uchiha Tunan pushed the wheelchair out of the operating room. Hatake Do watched Uchiha Tunan leave, his eyes narrowing slightly. This was the first time that Do had seen Uchiha Tunan so helpless. In the past, Do had always believed that no matter what kind of person in the world, they would never be able to escape Uchiha Tunan's grasp. But now, it seemed that there were people that Uchiha Tunan could not avoid, and that was trash. As long as it was enough trash, would Master not care? It seemed that trash was also useful. Since that was the case, then... You must not be a genius. Don't blame me, I am doing this for your own good. I will protect your safety. After thinking about it, he put down the things in his hands and headed to the secret room where the scrolls were stored in the underground laboratory. He was going to look for books about education. Those education books were definitely to teach people how to grow and how to use them. After preparing, he came back to teach E. This way, he would be safe. Chapter 303, Sarutobi's Visit. A few days later. In the underground laboratory. Uchiha Tunan was sitting on the sofa with a thick stack of information in his hand. He was analyzing the data and deducing the research of the Inyan escape. After a long time, Uchiha Tunan let out a long sigh. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. I have no clue at all. How exactly is the body related to the soul? What should I do when I perfectly fuse with it? He wasn't afraid of doing anything wrong, but he was afraid that he wouldn't even have any strange ideas. Unfortunately, this kind of experiment couldn't be exposed, so he couldn't think about it. Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan raised his eyebrows and muttered, "Why is this old guy here?" After saying that, he put down the teacup and information and got up to return to the wheelchair. In the room on the ground, Doi was sitting cross-legged on the ground, quietly looking at E, who was playing with toys on the ground. The education book said that children had to restrain themselves from playing with toys. Otherwise, it was easy to play with things and lose their ambition when they grew up. Therefore, Do specially went to the toy store to buy a lot of strange toys and threw them all to E. He picked up the doll in front of him, looked at it, and then put it aside. His chubby little hand ran on the ground twice and came to the front of a small locomotive. Picking up the small train, his eyes were full of curiosity. After looking at it for a while, he opened his mouth and tried to put the small locomotive into his mouth. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not put it in, and the small locomotive was covered with the saliva of E. When Do saw this scene, he only smiled and did not step forward to stop it. Play to your heart's content. As long as you are happy." At this moment, the door to the study opened. Uchiha Tunan pushed the wheelchair to the living room. Hatake Do immediately stood up silently and pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses. "Sir." Uchiha Tunan's head leaned towards the wooden lacquer, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "I didn't expect you to be so fond of children. Can he play with these toys?" Do said indifferently. "It's just some toys. It's nothing to play with." Uchiha Tunan nodded and seemed to have thought of something. He said slowly, "You are his brother, naturally you have the final say. However, what are you going to do about his congenital disease? The current medical ninjutsu can only suppress his illness. But he can't leave the medicine like this. Do you need my help?" Do's heart shook, but his expression did not change at all. He said, "No need to trouble, mister. I will think of a way. Up to you." Uchiha Tunan shook his head and pushed his wheelchair outside. He was about to push the wooden cart for Uchiha Tunan, but Uchiha Tunan stretched out his hand to indicate that he did not need it. Uchiha Tunan came to the door, stretched out his hand and pulled the door. He said in a deep voice, "There is no need to reject the darkness so much. Everyone yearns for the light and fears the darkness. But if it is the darkness itself, there is nothing to be afraid of." After that, Uchiha Tunan opened the door and pushed the wheelchair towards the playground. On the playground, Uchiha Tunan's shadow clone crossed his arms and greeted Hiruzen Sarutobi and his friends. When he saw his main body come out, he immediately turned into a cloud of white smoke. This caused the children to exclaim, "The director has turned into smoke." "Idiot, that's a clone technique. So powerful, I also want to use the blood clone technique." "Grandpa Hokage, do you know the blood clone technique?" Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at Uchiha Tunan, who was walking towards him, and chuckled. "Hee, I will." "Grandpa Hokage, do you know how to breathe fire? Can you spray it?" "Haha, little friend, you can't use ninjutsu randomly." Hiruzen Sarutobi straightened up and faced Uchiha Tunan. He waved to the children and said, "You guys go and play first. I still have business to talk to your dean." The children still admired and respected Hiruzen Sarutobi, and all of them obediently dispersed. Uchiha Tunan pushed the wheelchair to Hiruzen Sarutobi and said coldly, "Hokage-sama, why are you here?" Looking at the miserable state of Uchiha Tunan, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt both happy and a little guilty. However, he felt guilty towards Uchiha Tunan, but ashamed of Konoha. After all, if he hadn't urged Uchiha Tunan to fight Hidden Cloud again and again, Konoha wouldn't be so passive now. He didn't have to go to recruit them. A gentle smile appeared on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face. He smiled and said, "I just came to see you and these children along the way. I want to see if you need any help in your life. After all, these children are the seedlings of Konoha, the heir of the Will of Fire." Uchiha Tunan tapped his fingers on the armrest and said lightly, "Did something happen at the front line?" Hiruzen Sarutobi chuckled and came behind Uchiha Tunan. He pushed the wheelchair and began to circle around the open space. "It's not a big deal. It's just that the former side of the Kingdom of Waves hasn't been conquered and has been caught in a stalemate. Because of Raikage's death, Hidden Cloud has been launching a counterattack, and Konoha has suffered a lot of casualties. Rock is still fine, but the Rain Country has a great harvest this year." Hanzo took the initiative to contact Inoki, willing to sell the Rain Country's food to the Earth Country first. The price is that they can't attack within a year. After all, there is a precedent for Rock to break the alliance, and we need enough people to guard against it. Uchiha Tunan's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Is Konoha so accurate? The Rain Country is within our defense line. Isn't it obvious that he is the enemy? What's more, it's Hidden Rock now, so we can't do anything about it. Your decision is too sorry for the companions who died in the battlefield." Hiruzen Sarutobi coughed lightly and explained in a low voice, "Tunan, you don't understand. This is a strategy. After all, war is not what everyone wants to see. Stabilize Hidden Rock until the end of the war. We have to consider the living. If we fight, more people will die." Uchiha Tunan tightly clenched the arms of the wheelchair, and the veins on the back of his hands bulged. After a long time, Uchiha Tunan sighed and said, "You are the Hokage, and you have the final say." Seeing that Uchiha Tunan did not care about it anymore, Hiruzen Sarutobi secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. In a concerned tone, he said, "We haven't talked in private for a long time. How are your injuries? Come on, do you want me to find a few experienced doctors for you?" Uchiha Tunan shook his head and said, "It's useless. My medical ninjutsu is not bad. I can't do anything about it, and others can't either." When Hiruzen Sarutobi heard this, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. It would be great if there was no other way. When the war is over, I will suppress all the higher-ups who are trying to assassinate me. The first one will kill you, a cripple. But then he saw a sad expression on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face. That is really a pity. If someone can cure you, I am even willing to exchange the position of Hokage with him. Chapter 304 Winning People Over. Naturally, Uchiha Tunan would not be deceived by Hiruzen Sarutobi's fake pretense. Of course, it did not matter even if he was deceived. Anyway, Uchiha Tunan did not care if the other party treated him well. Immediately, a trace of ridicule flashed across the corner of his mouth, pretending to think. Maybe the previous Tsunade can, but she has already betrayed me. Even if she comes back, I will not beg her. I will kill her first. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyelids jumped, and he said in a deep voice. Tsunade was just confused for a moment. In fact, her heart is not bad. Uchiha Tunan sat up straight and said excitedly. Not bad? If not, why did she kill so many children? She summoned a giant psychic beast in the city and crushed many people. She also destroyed the orphanage for the sake of Orochimaru, a demon who did live experiments. How many orphans, widows, and orphans were lost? Simply bad. As a part of Konoha, I wanted to bite her. Hiruzen Sarutobi was stunned. He did not expect Uchiha Tunan to care so much about the deaths of the civilians. In the past, Hiruzen Sarutobi would say a few words for Tsunade. But in this situation, for the sake of the big picture, he could only go against his heart and admit his mistakes. After all, Uchiha Tunan's current prestige was really too high. If he was not crippled, Hiruzen Sarutobi would definitely kill him regardless of the cost. But he saw Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a long sigh and said with a guilty tone. I know that you resent me. Blame me for being selfish at that time. Protect Tsunade. I know this weakness of mine, but I have no choice. When one is old, it is easy to be soft-hearted. I watched Tsunade grow up. I am sorry for those children. Hiruzen Sarutobi's euphemistic way of admitting defeat did not seem to cool Uchiha Tunan down. Uchiha Tunan gritted his teeth and said, Because you watched Tsunade grow up, you can protect her. But have you ever thought that those dead children will never have the chance to grow up? Seeing Uchiha Tunan's endless expression, Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately said in a deep voice, This matter is over. I apologize to you. I hope you don't hate teacher anymore. Tsunade had also become a traitor. As long as she appears in front of me now, I will be the first to kill her. Uchiha Tunan seemed to have calmed down because of Hiruzen Sarutobi. After a long time, he raised his head and took a deep breath, muttering, I love this land deeply. I don't like the unfairness of this land. Unfair represents the breeding of sins. Those who are high above will only treat human lives like grass. We are all human beings. Why should we be divided into different categories? Large families, small families, ninjas, and civilians. I hate to classify people like this. If there's nothing else, please go back. Don't waste your time on a cripple like me. Hiruzen Sarutobi narrowed his eyes and sighed. Sigh. When did we start to become strangers? In the past, we were very precious to each other. They could be said to be the most important people to each other. Oh, this old guy's face is quite thick. He started playing the emotion card. Please, even in the past, none of us thought that the other was important. It was just that the acting was more realistic, but you thought that you were the only actor. It seemed that Hiruzen Sarutobi's words played a role, but Uchiha Tunan lowered his head as if he was recalling the past. After a long time, Uchiha Tunan slowly shook his head and said, When did it start? From the moment I found out what you did, I was disappointed. From the moment I found out that what I really cared about was the village and not you. From the moment I found out that I had to stand up and protect them. At that time, when I saw you standing on the opposite side, I knew that we were not on the same side. Seeing that the emotion card did not seem to work, Hiruzen Sarutobi turned and prepared to start from the village that Uchiha Tunan cared about the most. But Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed and said, "You know the will of fire better than I do. I promise you that I will work hard to be a qualified Hokage in the future. I won't let you down again. Don't you like children? It will be the graduation season in half a month. There are a lot of children who will graduate this time. I have to deal with the war. Let a great hero like you explain the will of fire for me." Sure enough, when it came to children, Uchiha Tunan did not refuse. He only hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I will prepare well." Hiruzen Sarutobi knew that he could not be too hasty when trying to win over the hearts of others. He immediately reached out and patted Uchiha Tunan on the shoulder. "Then I'll go to work first. I won't accompany you. I must take good care of myself. Let the will of fire burn them all up." After Hiruzen Sarutobi left, Hatake Do, who had been secretly observing, came out of the room. He came behind Uchiha Tunan, pushed the wheelchair, and said, "Sir, didn't you say that your relationship with the Hokage was very bad? Why did he seem to be trying to please you when I saw him these 2 times? Uchiha Tunan smiled and said lightly, "The war is bad and the burden on my shoulders is heavy. I need more people to help share the burden. Even if I don't help him, if I don't cause trouble for him, he will achieve his goal. If he can't take it, it won't just collapse under his butt, but also the family behind him. Emotionally, he is hostile to me. But for him, benefits are more important than everything." Half a month later. Outside the gate of the ninja school. Hatake Do looked at the tall teaching building inside, and a faint look of envy appeared on her face. "Is this where you used to study, sir? It looks good." Uchiha Tunan nodded and said, "Not bad, but I didn't stay long. I graduated a year ago. Apart from Kakashi and the others, I don't have much of an impression of my classmates." Hatake Do pushed up his glasses and praised, "Sir, you are really a genius." Uchiha Tunan smiled and said, "By the way, after the war next year, you should also enter the ninja school. Don't miss the scenery of every time in your life. For some people, campus time is very beautiful." A hint of joy flashed through the eyes of Do, and he said lightly, "Thank you, sir." Uchiha Tunan tapped his fingers on the armrest and looked at the back of his hand. "Of course I won't treat my own people unfairly. When the time comes, you have to get along well with your classmates and make a few more good friends." When Do heard this, his face stiffened and he said softly, "Yes." Uchiha Tunan turned his head and used his eyes under the bandage to look at the expression of Hatake Do. He said seriously, "I didn't mean that." Hatake Do was slightly stunned, then he said in a deep voice, "Thank you, sir." Uchiha Tunan smiled gently and then turned away. As expected, he was still a child, so gullible. That was what I meant. Chapter 305, Reunion. The wheelchair pushed Uchiha Tunan into the ninja school. A Konoha ninja quickly walked up to the two and stood in front of them. The man stared at Uchiha Tunan on the wheelchair with tears in his eyes. He said with a heavy face, "Tunan." Hearing this, Uchiha Tunan tilted his head and said in an uncertain tone, "Is it Teacher Naoto?" Naoto Umino clenched his fists and said with a face full of difficulty, "It's me, Tunan. Your injury." Uchiha Tunan waved his hand with a relaxed expression. "It's not a big deal, it's just that it's not as convenient as before. It won't affect me from continuing to shine and heat up Konoha." Naoto Umino pursed his lips and bowed deeply to Uchiha Tunan. "Thank you for everything you've done for Konoha." Uchiha Tunan lightly said, "It's nothing, this is what I should do." Naoto Umino looked up and blinked hard, holding back the tears that were about to come out. He forced a smile and said, "The children are gathering. Let's go to the playground and wait." The three of them went around the teaching building and came to the playground in the rear. At this time, there were already students walking out of the teaching building one after another. They were arranged in formation by the teachers. The moment the three of them revealed themselves, the students all turned their heads to look at them. One by one, they said excitedly, "Is this Lord Tunan? The legendary expert who killed Kazekage and Reikage looks like this. He looks so young. I thought he would be a terrible old man. Lord Tunan is a senior. My father told me that he only used 1 year to graduate from the ninja school. Humph. This is the expert of our Uchiha clan. What are you doing? Aren't you the same as us? You only graduated 2 years ago. That's because this year's assessment is too simple. If it's the 3 body techniques, how many of you will be able to graduate? I heard that after graduation, we will immediately go to the battlefield. Can our strength do it? Don't worry, we can only do logistics at most. We can help transport supplies and stand guard for the night. We don't have the right to fight in real battles. That's good. I don't want to die on the battlefield. I also want to become a great hero like Lord Tunan. Damn it. Why can't I even use the 3 body techniques right now? Ding, gain the acknowledgement of Kurama Kodera. Ding, gain the recognition of Uchiha Yu. Ding! Obtain the acknowledgement of Hinata Kingdo. Ding, gain the recognition of Hinata Nagai. Ding, gain the recognition of Wanaji Mori. Ding, gain the recognition of Shino Iwa. A child's nature was simple, and it was the easiest to gain recognition. Uchiha Tunan only showed his face, as if he had activated some kind of switch, and the system's voice of recognition rang in his ears. Mr. Tunan. In the crowd, Uchiha Shisui, who had just entered the school a year ago, had a small notebook under his armpit. He looked at Uchiha Tunan with reverence. Uchiha Tunan also noticed him at the first moment. This kid should have just entered the school. He graduated so quickly and became a genin. As Uchiha Tunan thought of this, his eyes under the bandage swept across the field. He saw a large number of young faces in the dense crowd of students. Obviously, because of the war, Konoha had relaxed the threshold of becoming a genin. Let these students enter the battlefield and serve as logistics and cannon fodder. Uchiha Tunan said softly. I heard that there are a lot of graduates this time. Oh right, what are the questions for this graduation exam? Naoto Umino was stunned and stammered. Yes. It's the sword-throwing technique. Uchiha Tunan raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. Can you become a genin by throwing a sword in your hand? Naoto Umino sighed deeply and said helplessly. The battlefield is too short of manpower. There's nothing we can do about it. During this period of time, the school has been implementing closed-door management, and they have been training their basic combat skills day and night. Basically, other than a few people who have been left behind and more than half of the first-year students. The other students have passed the assessment. When Uchiha Tunan heard this, he didn't say anything else. He felt a little pity in his heart. The children who were able to test jounin in the school would all be high-quality food in the future. Going to the battlefield so early, wouldn't that be cutting a spring seedling? What a pity! Naoto Umino looked at Uchiha Tunan's gloomy expression and lowered his head deeply. He advised. Tunan, I know that you are very uncomfortable. But there was no other way. There was no way to transfer anyone in the village. I hope you can understand. Uchiha Tunan shook his head lightly and said lightly, go on stage. Hataki Do immediately pushed Uchiha Tunan, who was on the wheelchair, towards the podium. Seeing this, Shisui immediately took out a small notebook and watched Uchiha Tunan on the stage, preparing to start recording. This was a good habit that Shisui had developed in the past 2 years. Because of the matter with the Great Elder, Shisui was pushed aside by Uchiha's family. Almost all the parents told their children not to play with Shisui. In the past, he still had the Great Elder's trusted aides to protect him. However, most of those trusted aides had been killed by Uchiha Tunan using Orochimaru's knife. Without the company of his peers in the clan, Shishui's heart rested on his classmates and villages. After learning about Uchiha and Shishui's situation, Hiruzen Sarutobi asked. More than once, he approached him in private, got close to him, and brainwashed him. The effect was also quite obvious. It could be said that in Shishui's heart, Hiruzen Sarutobi's position was a bit higher than Uchiha Tunan's. After all, people were like this, and they would forget their old love when they had a new lover. Which helpless child could refuse a kind and considerate old grandpa? Uchiha Tunan came to the stage, coughed lightly, and said in a dull tone, "All of you present. After a year, probably only a tenth of people can live." Wah! As soon as he finished speaking, the entire playground became noisy. What is Lord Tunan talking about? How could so many people die? Shouldn't we talk about the will of fire to encourage us? Why are you scaring us? Maybe it's a test of our courage. I am really a little scared. Uchiha Tunan waited quietly. After a long time, the discussions in the sports field gradually died down. Only then did Uchiha Tunan continue. There are very few who are disabled among the living. Because basically, if you encounter any danger, you will die directly. Disability is just an extravagant hope. The battlefield is full of assassination and traps. There is a high probability that you will not go to the battlefield in the front. But the danger of the logistics battlefield is not something you can bear. The frequency of head-on combat is not too high. When the two sides are in a stalemate, they are constantly sniping at the other side's supply line. Speaking of this, the graduates no longer talked about it. Instead, they recognized it and imagined the danger of the battlefield in their minds. After all, they had learned about it from the teachers in the school before and did not have such a direct feeling. But when these words came out from the mouth of the strong Uchiha Tunan, it was completely different. Especially when the strong was still sitting on the wheelchair. To be honest, I don't understand why Konoha wants you children to go to the battlefield. Sorry, I can't tell you the will of fire today. Because you haven't grown into towering trees, and you haven't grown enough leaves. You are just small sprouts that have just emerged. The fire of this war shouldn't be on you. I can't change the decision of the higher-ups. I can only solemnly remind you here. You must be careful on the battlefield, and everything must be done with survival. Here, I want to apologize to you. It is us, the big trees, who did not protect you well. With that, Uchiha Tunan propped his hands on the armrest and struggled to get up. He lowered his head deeply, as if he was bowing to these graduates. Lord Tunan, you don't have to apologize to us. My father said that you are the great hero of Konoha. We are very grateful to you. That's right. If we were to fight now, we would definitely be able to defeat the enemy. Although I am still very afraid, I know that Lord Tunan is sincere for us. I will definitely not disappoint you. I also want to become a hero. I am already a ninja. I am not afraid of death. Ding, gain the recognition of Tamamori Nogi. Ding, gain the recognition of Gekuyuma. Ding, gain the recognition of Katori Wayne. Ding, gain the recognition of Ida Mizuko. Chapter 306, Shisui's Mind. Listening to the continuous system notifications ringing in his ears. Uchiha Tunan couldn't bear to see these children die on the battlefield. Although these children didn't have many geniuses, they could at least be Chunin in the future if they could get into Jounin's school. The children below understood the pain in his heart from Uchiha Tunan's expression. Each and every one of them was immersed in a heavy atmosphere. Uchiha Shisui wrote down everything that Uchiha Tunan had just said in a small notebook. After thinking for a while, he began to quickly write down his own experiences. Tunan said, "The man who guided me to comprehend the will of fire has returned. I originally thought that when we met again, he would be like Lord Hokage, explaining the true essence of the will of fire to everyone. But Tunan did not. He was no longer the advocate of the will of fire. Because of his every move, every word and action of his burned the will of fire. He burned himself, illuminating everyone. He was the practitioner of the will of fire. From this, I suddenly thought of After Uchiha Tunan finished his speech, he returned to the audience. Next was Naoto Umino and the other teachers to give the children the ninja shield. As for their teacher, they needed to go to the front line to see him. After Uchiha Tunan got off the stage, he remained silent, as if he was thinking about something. Hatakido couldn't help but ask softly, "Sir, you don't seem to want them to go to the battlefield." Uchiha Tunan shook his head indifferently and said in a calm tone, "They are just children. It's a pity to lose their lives in vain." A hint of astonishment flashed across his face when he heard this. Because with his understanding of Uchiha Tunan, as long as Uchiha Tunan spoke calmly, then his words would be more true. Moreover, there was no one else present, so there was no need for him to deceive himself. "Sir, are you being kind? How is this possible? Is Sir's weakness a child? No wonder Sir wants to build an orphanage to take in orphans. Could it be that he also had a gentle side to him?" At this time, Uchiha Tunan was stroking his chin, still hesitating. He was considering whether he should collude with Danzo to pressure Hiruzen Sarutobi. Let him take back the order to let these children go to the battlefield. After all, these children didn't even have much chakra. If they died on the battlefield, it would be a waste of food. At this time, Uchiha Tunan's eyes under the bandage suddenly froze. However, he saw Uchiha Shurshui wearing a Konoha ninja's forehead guard. He pulled two children of the same size and ran towards Uchiha Tunan. "Mr. Tunan!" Uchiha Shurshui, who had yet to arrive, started shouting excitedly. The three of them ran to Uchiha Tunan. The other two children had a reserved expression on their faces. They respectfully bowed to Uchiha Tunan and said, "Lord Tunan." Uchiha Tunan pretended to be puzzled and said, "Who are you?" Uchiha Shurshui looked at the bandage in Uchiha Tunan's eyes. His originally good mood suddenly fell, and he whispered, "I am Shurshui, and they are my companions." Hearing this, a look of realization appeared on Uchiha Tunan's face, and he immediately said in a slightly distant tone, "So it's little Shurshui. It's been a long time. I didn't expect you to also be on this graduation list. However, your strength is more than enough to be a genin." After all, Shurshui's eyes were a little special, and Uchiha Tunan didn't want to get too close to him. He didn't want to affect the other party's eyes. However, Shurshui's cheerful personality didn't seem to feel Uchiha Tunan's coldness towards him at all. Instead, he put his hand into his ninja bag and said mysteriously, "I heard that, Tunan, you came back, so I specially prepared a small gift for you." Uchiha Tunan raised his eyebrows slightly and said slowly, "Oh? A small gift?" Uchiha and Shurshui took 2 steps forward and took out a delicate wooden carving from their ninja bags and placed it in Uchiha Tunan's hand. With a face full of anticipation, he asked, "Touch it and see if it is very familiar." Uchiha Tunan stroked the wooden carving that Uchiha and Shurshui had carved for him with his fingers and smiled perfunctorily. "It is very familiar. I really like it." Shurshui was pleasantly surprised. "Really? I was worried that my carving was too bad and you didn't like it." Uchiha Tunan nodded. "I can feel your intentions. The gift is not about whether it is valuable or not, but it depends on the heart. By the way, are these your good friends?" Shurshui immediately stretched out his arms and patted the shoulders of his 2 companions. He said with a serious face, "Yes, they are my best friends." Uchiha Tunan narrowed his eyes under the bandage and said seriously, "Oh? Then I really have to congratulate you. Sincerity friendship is very rare. You must cherish this friendship. Don't forget what I told you before. The power that Uchiha loved and protected. You have to protect your companions well." Uchiha saw that Uchiha Tunan seemed to agree with his companions, and a silly smile appeared on his face. But in the next moment, Uchiha Shurshui thought of something, and his expression was a little lonely. "Unfortunately, they were assigned to the northern front this time, and I was assigned to the eastern front. Perhaps it was because I was Uchiha. It doesn't matter, Shurshui. Even if we are not together, we are still the best companions. Yes, you just need to take care of yourself. Uchiha Tunan saw that the friendship between the three of them had actually developed to the extent of being corny in public. One had to know that the three of them were all boys. However, according to Uchiha Tunan's understanding of Hiruzen Sarutobi, he roughly understood the intention of Hiruzen Sarutobi doing this. For him, Shisui was his future confidant, so he naturally had to ensure his safety. Hidden Cloud from the north side was madly attacking Konoha, and it could be said to be very dangerous. On the east side, Konoha and Hidden Mist were in a deadlock between the Wave Country and the former Sea of the Vortex Country. Even if there was a battle, it was basically fighting for the island between the two countries as a stronghold. There was basically no danger for logistics personnel. Moreover, for Hiruzen Sarutobi, it would be best if he was the only one who could rely on his soul. Whatever friendship, kinship, or love could be extinguished, it would be extinguished. It was just like how Hiruzen Sarutobi was clearly willing to protect Minato and was unwilling to appear. Uchiha Tunan lightly patted the armrest and said in a deep voice, "How can that be? Only partners who trust each other can have the most perfect cooperation. I'll go and tell the Hokage and gather you up." "Really?" Shisui's eyes lit up, and then he hesitated and said, "But let's forget about it. He must have his reasons for making such arrangements. We can't affect his decision for our own selfish reasons." Uchiha Tunan was even more satisfied with Shisui. He didn't expect that Shisui had already reached the point of being loyal to him. It could be seen that during the time he was away from the village, Hiruzen Sarutobi had put in a lot of effort on Shisui. The more Shisui was like this, the more Uchiha Tunan wanted to tie his fetters to him. If these children wanted to go to the battlefield, then let them go. As long as one Shisui succeeded, several hundred children would die, and it was worth it. Uchiha Tunan chuckled and said, "This is just a small matter. In any case, you are starting from the logistics of transporting supplies. It won't affect anything at all. When the Hokage gave you a team, he probably didn't think too much about it. After all, your combat strength is of little use to the battle." When Uchiha heard this, Shisui felt that this was the truth. He immediately bowed deeply to Uchiha Tunan with a grateful face and said, "Then I really have to thank Tunan so much." The other two children also followed suit and bowed in unison, "Thank you, Mr. Tunan." After a long time, Hatake Do pushed Uchiha Tunan out of the ninja school. "Was that fellow a clan member of Master?" asked Do softly. "I think he is quite attractive. It makes people want to get close to him." "I think so too. He has a pair of smiling eyes that make people involuntarily attracted to him." Uchiha Tunan placed the wooden sculpture in front of him and played with it for a while. Then, he crushed it and said leisurely, "The heart is indeed in place. This is not what I want." Chapter 307, Frontline Victory. After Uchiha Tunan returned to the orphanage, he sent Hatake Do to represent himself to the Hokage building. He asked Hiruzen Sarutobi to transfer Shisui's partner to the Eastern Front. For Uchiha Tunan, such a trivial matter was too insignificant. If he personally went out, it would be too degrading. Hiruzen Sarutobi naturally did not want to cause the relationship between him and Uchiha Tunan to become worse because of such a small matter. He immediately agreed. This was the power of words brought by status. Even if Uchiha Tunan did not work in Konoha's higher-ups. However, with Uchiha Tunan's current achievements and fame, almost everyone in Konoha knew that once the war stabilized, they would start to settle their points. Uchiha Tunan would definitely rise to a high position in Konoha. However, the position of the Hokage was not something that Uchiha Tunan could make. The Hokage was the trademark of Konoha, and his image was also very important. A few days later, the graduates who had just become Genin gradually rushed to the battlefield. A month later, in the underground laboratory of the orphanage, Uchiha Tunan was currently concocting a new type of medicine. Just a few days ago, a large amount of folk medicine knowledge suddenly appeared in Uchiha Tunan's mind. As for the source, Uchiha Tunan guessed that a doctor under Naruto might have believed in him, and then he committed an accident and was executed. Ever since the last time they left the fire capital, Naruto basically provided Uchiha Tunan with all kinds of strange knowledge every once in a while. But most of them were about the people. And the number was not too much. After all, Naruto was currently using torture to rule the country. Basically, not many people dared to commit crimes. Uchiha Tunan even heard that he had picked up a stone on the road to the fire capital, as long as the stone originally had a master. And you did not go up-handed to the feds, you would be captured by the guards who broke into your bed that night. If they dared to kill someone in the capital of fire, they would not be facing a death penalty, but torture that was worse than death. It was said that Naruto had once said it in front of the ministers. The great power protected the interests of the people. Once someone violated the law of the country of fire, they would not be the people of the country of fire, but enemies. When dealing with enemies, they could be as ruthless as they could be. If the enemy killed his people, he would cut the enemy into pieces. It had to be said that the people of the country of fire who follow the law of law clapped their hands. After all, the ninjas in this world had extraordinary strength and often killed people and broke the law. Ordinary people could only endure it honestly. The rich could also issue missions to Ninja Village. But most of the time, the other party was a ninja from Ninja Village. Thus, the Underground Gold Exchange was born. However, ever since Naruto went on stage, at the very least, all the ninjas in the capital of fire could only tuck their tails between their legs. Even now, there were hundreds of skeletons of wandering ninjas hanging at the gate of the fire capital. The underground gold exchange station near the fire capital had to be moved away, so as not to touch Naruto's eyebrows. Thinking of this, Uchiha Tunan shook the beaker with blue liquid in his hand and murmured, "Perhaps, we can completely integrate Konoha into the fire country in the future. Disband the so-called ninja clan, let them combine with each other, and increase the diversity of genes. Then let Naruto be in charge of management. I only need to gain approval from the Harvest of Faith. Only a stable social environment and rapid increase in productivity can trigger a large population explosion. As long as the base is large enough, new blood will be born. The crops still need to be mixed up. After all, the chakra of this world originated from the big tube of wood. Those ninjas were also the descendants of Hamura and Yui. However, as the bloodline gradually spread over the past 1,000 years, a large number of unique blood limits were born. This was a situation where there were not many people in the ninja realm. Ta. At this moment, Hatake Do walked out of the entrance of the laboratory and said in a deep voice, "Sir, there is a good news from the front line. On the border between the country of fire and the country of water, Minato used his own strength to block the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee. Moreover, he killed thousands of Hidden Mist ninjas. Now, Hidden Mist's army had left the country of water and returned to the border of the country of frost." Hearing this, Uchiha Tunan put down the beaker and muttered, "It's about time. With the support of the autumn harvest, those countries won't be too desperate. It seems that the war is coming to an end. At most, it will just be like this. Is it going to start?" Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan raised his eyebrows and smiled with interest. It seems like someone can't sit still anymore. At this moment, in the house where Uchiha Tunan lived, Aburame Ryoma, wearing a dog-face mask, silently walked out of the living room and looked around. There were toys everywhere in the living room. There was a milk mouth stuffed in the wooden pith, lying in the pile of toys, as if it was tired of playing. Seeing this, Aburame Ryoma frowned slightly under the mask. Where was he? The child was still here, so he shouldn't have left. However, there was no aura of anyone else in the room. Could it be that he had something urgent to attend to, or was it? Just as she was thinking, Ryoma glanced at the study room door. The layout of the orphanage appeared in his mind. It seemed that the female spy had once stolen information about Uchiha Tunan in the study room. And that female spy had suddenly disappeared into thin air a while ago. Could it be related to this Uchiha Tunan? After thinking for a while, Ryoma looked left and right, and activated his perception ninjutsu again, carefully sensing for a while. After making sure that no one was around, he headed straight for the study. This time, he had come under the command of Danzo to invite Uchiha Tunan to discuss matters. However, Ryoma did not show any respect or reverence towards Uchiha Tunan. As the leader of Root School, other than Danzo, no one else was special in his eyes. Moreover, the current Uchiha Tunan was just a toothless tiger in his eyes. Even if he had a high reputation and battle achievements, what was the point? Even if he could hold a high position in the future, could he be more powerful than Danzo? After thinking about it, Aburame Ryoma had already grabbed the door handle and gently pulled it open. Squeak! The door slowly opened a crack. And Uchiha Tunan was behind the door. He was sitting in a wheelchair, expressionless. He seemed to have been waiting for Ryoma to open the door. The moment the horse saw Uchiha Tunan, his heart skipped a beat. Did he hide his aura? He actually avoided my perception. No matter what, the door had already been opened. He couldn't close the door again when he saw the real person. The expression under Ryoma's mask did not change at all as he opened the door to the room. He just silently looked at the indifferent Uchiha Tunan. Uchiha Tunan did not say anything and just sat there quietly. Time slowly passed. The atmosphere fell into a deathly silence. Somehow, Ryoma felt that the other party was also looking at him. But whether it was information or the bandage on the other party's eyes, it was clear that the other party was blind. It was said that this was the side effect of Uchiha's Mangekyo. It was basically unsolvable. Other than the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara. Of course, in the hearts of everyone in Konoha, no matter how strong Uchiha Tunan was, he couldn't compare to Uchiha Madara. Blind was definitely blind, it couldn't be fake. Because they didn't think it would be good for Uchiha Tunan. Instead, it would make Uchiha Tunan lose his qualification to compete for the position of Hokage. Chapter 308, Danzo's Invitation. After a long time, Aburame Ryoma's chest rose and fell imperceptibly, but he took a light breath. He said in an emotionless tone, Uchiha Tunan. Pa, 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 pa. Uchiha Tunan slowly raised his hands and clapped. A gentle smile appeared on his face as he said, "Just come into my room." He even thought of a private place like the study room. "I smell a cold and damp smell on you." It was like a rotten tree root soaked in water. A ninja from Root, right? Did Danzo not teach you basic etiquette, or did you not put me in your eyes at all? Ryoma ignored Uchiha Tunan's censure and said in a regular tone, "Lord Danzo has an urgent matter to discuss with you and wants to meet you at the same place." After saying this, he turned around and prepared to leave. Uchiha Tunan's puzzled voice came from behind him. "Wait a minute, who do you think you are? You can't come and go as you please. Can you tell me where your confidence lies?" Aburame Ryoma turned his head and said fearlessly, "I am carrying out the mission of Lord Danzo." The smile on Uchiha Tunan's face became more and more brilliant, and then he instantly stopped smiling. His entire person became gloomy and said coldly, "So what?" As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Tunan whistled silently. In the next moment, under the mask, Ryoma's face instantly turned pale, and his eyes were full of horror. In his senses, the parasites in his body died almost simultaneously the moment Uchiha Tunan whistled. However, he had no idea how Uchiha Tunan attacked. There was no hand seal. There was no powerful chakra fluctuation. It completely went against the knowledge of Aburame. What the hell is going on? What exactly did he use? My parasite. Isn't he already crippled? How can he be so strong? When he was not crippled, how strong would he be? Ryoma took 2 steps back in fear, his fingers trembling slightly. He could not help but think of how he had led several assassinations against Uchiha Tunan when Uchiha Tunan was still a child. At that time, although Uchiha Tunan had survived by luck, he could only rely on the protection of the 3rd-generation Hokage. If Lord Danzo had asked him to do it, he would have died long ago. It had only been a few years. How did he grow to this extent? Was this so-called genius? Ryoma knew that he was in trouble. The other party had only whistled, but he had already crippled half of his strength. The two were completely different. Uchiha Tunan raised his right hand, and a light blue spiral pill condensed in his palm. He said indifferently, "Tell me your real name. Otherwise, I will kill you." Wasn't this new formless ninjutsu created by Minato in the frontline information? Yes, he was a disciple of Minato, so he naturally learned this move. The forehead and back of the Ryoma were already covered in sweat, but he still forced himself to say, "I am a member of Root, and I can't casually expose my name." Although Aburame Ryoma did not give his name, his words clearly showed that he was admitting defeat. "I didn't expect you to have such a backbone. Since you are willing to compromise, I will fulfill your wish. Believe me, no one will offend me because of you. Whether it is the Hokage or your master, Danzo." A playful expression appeared on Uchiha Tunan's face. The spiral pill in his right hand had shrunk a bit, but the rate of rotation and the amount of chakra contained in it had increased by several times. The eyes of the Aburame Ryoma contracted as he clenched his fists. Then, he slowly loosened them and gritted his teeth. "Aburame Ryoma." Uchiha Tunan immediately dispersed the spiral pill in his palm and came to a sudden realization. So it's an Aburame. Since the news has been delivered, you should go back to report on your mission. By the way, if there is a next time, remember to knock on the door. His tone was completely like a superior facing his subordinates. However, Ryoma did not dare to get angry. He put his hands on his knees and bowed deeply. "Sorry, I was rude this time." After saying that, he quickly used the body flicker technique to leave this place. He turned into a shadow and flew over the wall of the orphanage, quickly moving towards the edge of Konoha. Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan's deep voice sounded in the ears of Aburame Ryoma, who was moving at high speed. "If I guessed correctly, there were several times when Root tried to assassinate me. You're in charge, aren't you?" As soon as Ryoma landed on the roof of a house, he stopped and looked around. "Did you follow me?" However, the scenery around them was plain and there was no sign of Uchiha Tunan at all. Could it be that he was talking to me at the orphanage? What kind of ninjutsu is this? The heart? But the voice clearly came from beside his ears. "I'm very vengeful. Be careful." The expression under Aburame's dog face mask turned extremely ugly. This was a naked threat to his life. He was the captain of Root. While Aburame Ryoma was furious, he still felt a little uneasy. After all, when he was at the orphanage, the feeling that Uchiha Tunan gave him was too strong. So strong that he had no strength to resist at all. Was this strength that could kill Kazekage and Reikage? Even if he was disabled, he clearly was not an ordinary ninja. Ryoma stood there in silence for a while before continuing to move towards the Root. He knew that he had provoked someone he should not have. For now, only Danzo could protect him. In the orphanage, Hatake-do walked out and pushed up his glasses behind Uchiha Tunan. "Sir, you will anger Lord Danzo if you do this." Uchiha Tunan shook his head and said, "I and Danzo are equal. His dog is insensible. He won't mind if I teach him a lesson. Especially since this dog is hiding in the darkness. I don't have to be polite with him at all." Do nodded and asked in confusion, "Will you really kill him?" Uchiha Tunan said seriously, "Definitely. However, he is no threat to me now. There's no point in killing him. I won't have the pleasure of revenge. It's better to find a suitable opportunity to kill him. Even if he dies, he has to die with value. No matter what, he is still a Root captain. He has some status there. Killing is a simple matter. I don't even need to do it myself. Even if I go to see Danzo later and ask for his life, I believe that I will be able to see his corpse tomorrow morning at most." When he heard this, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. I don't quite understand why you were scaring him just now, sir. A realm like yours shouldn't feel carefree because of this. Uchiha Tunan chuckled and said, Of course not. I'm just adding a little bargaining chip. Let's get some real benefits first. As for the matter, let's see if we can do it or not. Chapter 309 Late Night Negotiation. The night sky without the moon was a little gray and dark. The stars in the sky squinted their eyes and looked at the world with a cold glimmer. On the platform of the Hokage, Danzo silently waited with his hands on the railing. Because of the war, the lights of the village below were a little sparse. Danzo's expression was uncertain, as if he was brewing something. After a long time, there was the sound of wheels rolling behind him. Danzo took a deep breath, and a slightly unnatural smile appeared on his face. He turned around and said, Tunan, you are here. Uchiha Tunan pushed the wheelchair to the front of the fence and said coldly, Lord Danzo, why are you looking for a blind person like me in the middle of the night? Danzo heard the anger in Uchiha Tunan's words. The smile on his face stiffened and he sighed. Sorry, Ryoma confessed to me today. I really didn't expect him to be such a person. He abused his power behind my back against the geniuses in the village. I have already interrogated his motive. In fact, he didn't deliberately make enemies with you. It was just that you were too dazzling back then, which made him jealous. He made a mistake on impulse. I have already given him enough punishment. He also expressed his deep understanding of his mistake. After all, he has been with me for so many years, and I am a soft-hearted person. If you really want his life, I can execute him in order to protect the justice of Konoha. But what is the point of this? Although he is not as strong as you, he has also made some work for the prosperity of Konoha over the years. Even if there is no contribution, there is still hard work. Uchiha Tunan listened to Danzo's plucking a lot, and shook his head gently. Let's get down to business first. We'll talk about personal grudges later. Danzo nodded and said with a serious face, The great victory on the front line will probably end soon. Uchiha Tunan replied indifferently. Danzo glanced at the expressionless Uchiha Tunan, unable to guess what he was thinking. He could only continue. In this war, Konoha has lost too much. I have already grasped the evidence of several days of strategic mistakes. It can completely topple him. Now I need enough people with weight to support me, so that I have the right to speak. Hearing this, Uchiha Tunan lowered his head and played with his nails. He said slowly, This matter may sound simple, but it will be very risky. Danzo's eyes suddenly narrowed as he looked straight at Uchiha Tunan and said in a deep voice, What do you mean? Are you going back on your word? Uchiha Tunan chuckled and shook his head. No, I always thought that if teacher Sarutobi continued to be the Hokage, Konoha would be destroyed. But I'm afraid, I don't know if you are suitable to be the Hokage. After all, I'm still young, and my knowledge is too shallow. Danzo understood the meaning of Uchiha Tunan, and tried to make his tone gentle. As long as you stand on my side, you can raise the conditions. You are a hero, and I will fight for the greatest benefit for you. Uchiha Tunan pondered for a moment, raised his head and said leisurely, My eyes are blind, and my legs are crippled. No one can cure it. But I don't want to give up my life like this. I also know some medical ninjutsu and want enough resources to help me study. At the same time, I also want to use my medical skills on the villagers to benefit them. Danzo was suddenly enlightened, and forced a smile on his face. I can appoint you as the Hokage consultant, and the medical department and logistics department will be under your control. I believe that you are a genius, and you will definitely find a way to cure yourself. Uchiha Tunan silently nodded, gently raised his hand, and opened his 5 fingers as if he was grabbing something. He muttered, In fact, there are many places in Konoha that can't be illuminated. This place is full of spies, conspiracies, and sins. I want to do my best to clean up the darkness for Konoha. Danzo frowned and said in a deep voice, The garrison is under the control of your Uchiha clan. I can't interfere. With your achievements, I can propose for you to become the captain of the garrison. The corners of Uchiha Tunan's mouth curved up slightly. He shook his head and said, I don't want to compete with my clansmen for power and profit. Konoha's interrogation and intelligence department are quite good. Danzo, do you know that Yakushi Nono from the orphanage was probably a spy from the enemy village? That's why I chased her out. It can be seen that the water in Konoha is very deep, and the current intelligence department and interrogation department are a bit lacking. I have to come personally. When he heard that Uchiha Tunan wanted the intelligence department and interrogation department, Danzo instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, he had already promised Uchiha Tunan to be the Hokage consultant. A Hokage consultant was in charge of 2 departments, and he had a lot of power. Not to mention the 4 departments, and the intelligence department and interrogation department here were the eyes of Konoha. It was very important. But when he heard Uchiha Tunan mention Yakushi Nono, Danzo did not dare to act up. After all, if Uchiha Tunan dared to mention it, it was likely that he knew that Nono was a spy sent by him to investigate his intelligence. If he refused, Uchiha Tunan would make it clear. The 2 of them would tear apart. Then he would lose Uchiha Tunan's support. At this juncture, Danzo did not dare to take such a risk. However, Danzo's face showed a pained expression, and he hesitated. 4 departments. Can you manage them? Uchiha Tunan's face seemed to have a majestic glow, and he said righteously, I am willing to devote myself to Konoha. I will die. Danzo gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I will dismiss Hamura and Koharu. Since you helped me, I will leave these 4 departments to you. I also believe in your ability. You must do better than anyone else. A faint smile appeared on Uchiha Tunan's face as he said, Thank you, Lord Danzo. Since we have finished our business, it's time to talk about personal matters. If my lord wants to ask, was the order to assassinate me really issued by Aburame Ryoma? Danzo slightly raised his eyelids and pretended to be calm. Do you think I would lie to you? Uchiha Tunan shrugged and turned his head to look at Konoha below, saying casually, Actually, whether you lie to me or not, it doesn't matter to me. However, the anger in my heart could not be eliminated. This anger was not only aimed at Ryoma. It was also aimed at the people who knew and participated in the assassination attempt on me. I am very sorry, I am narrow-minded, but I can't control it. You know, I am disabled, and I am a little impatient. I may be impulsive. No matter what, this could be considered a life and death feud. If I take revenge, no one will say anything, right? Danzo turned to face Uchiha Tunan, his eyes lowered, and he advised while thinking. Ryoma is this old man's right-hand man. This old man also plans to let him take charge of the route for this old man in the future. Don't worry, once this matter is done, I will have him personally come to apologize to you. On behalf of the entire route, I apologize to you. Chapter 310, Lack of Greed. Uchiha Tunan did not reply, but remained silent, motionless, as if he had lost his mind. Danzo just stared at Uchiha Tunan, and the atmosphere fell into silence. Only the sound of insects and birds were heard in the woods behind the rock. The power of silence was strong, especially when they were negotiating. Now, it was up to who couldn't remain calm. Uchiha Tunan was naturally able to remain calm. The things that he wanted could be said to be very likely to happen this time, whether Danzo agreed or not. After a long time, Danzo closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. Do you really want him to die? Uchiha Tunan thought for a moment and shook his head. No, I just can't get rid of my anger. Danzo nodded and said in a low voice, Tell me your conditions. Uchiha Tunan took a deep breath and murmured, Although I'm crippled, if I don't use my strength, wouldn't it be a pity? Danzo originally thought that Uchiha Tunan was preparing to ask for more funds. However, he didn't expect that after listening to Uchiha Tunan, he seemed to want more power. A hint of dissatisfaction flashed across Danzo's eyebrows, and he said in a low voice, "The position of the Hokage advisor is already very high, and the next step is the Hokage. Do you want to compete with me?" Uchiha Tunan shook his head and said slowly, "My enemy has become the root chief, so I can't fall behind. The Umbu has never had a leader. I think I can do it." "You are too greedy." Seeing Uchiha Tunan speak like a lion, a sullen look appeared on Danzo's face. Uchiha Tunan put his hand on the railing and said calmly, "I'm thinking about the village. Because I'm only sure that I will do everything for the village. I want to find a guarantee for the villagers. To be honest, it's because of Aburame Ryoma. I'm a little worried about Lord Danzo. Not every genius has the same good luck as me. Damn it. Why would he know about this at this time? Oh right, a while ago, he went to the orphanage to look for him. It must have been Hiruzen who told him. He wanted to sow discord between us." Thinking of this, Danzo hesitated for a moment and said in a consulting tone, "Change the condition. If you insist on being the leader of the Umbu, you must give up on those 4 departments. The leader of the Umbu and an honorary consultant are completely worthy of your military achievements. You have to know that the Umbu has always been controlled by the Hokage and has never been a leader. I only agreed to you because you thought about the village and contributed so much to the village." Uchiha Tunan shook his head calmly and faced the village below. He murmured, "I also want to contribute more to the village. In my lifetime, I will not allow those young children to go to the battlefield again. All of this requires sufficient power. Do you not trust me, Lord Danzo? Or are you unwilling to part with the so-called power?" Uchiha Tunan said and turned his head. Danzo stared at the bandage in front of his eyes, pondered for a moment, and said in a gentle tone, "Are you really not interested in the position of Hokage?" The corners of Uchiha Tunan's mouth slightly curved, and he said lightly, "The Hokage is just a symbol to me. I just want to serve the villagers steadily. Besides, if I don't become the leader of the Umbu, do you think I will accept the mission like other ninjas? Although my current strength is not in the top half. But ordinary ninjas are no match for me. I have not yet reached the stage of retirement." When Danzo heard this, he immediately hardened his heart and gritted his teeth. "Okay, I'll give you the position of the leader of the Umbu. This is already my bottom line. From now on, you can't mention Ryoma. I hope you can shake hands with him and help me manage Konoha in the future." Seeing Danzo agree, a gentle smile appeared on Uchiha Tunan's face. "Of course, I am not a stingy person. As a person, the most important thing is happiness. The heart is 1 inch wide and the road is 1 foot wide. If one's heart was calculative, there would be complaints everywhere. If one's heart was relaxed, it would always be spring. If not for the fact that one's heart was as wide as the sea, there would be no peace in life. In this lifetime, one must endure lies, endure perfunctory responses, and endure deception." He also forgot his promise. Danzo listened to Uchiha Tunan's lengthy speech and was worried that Uchiha Tunan would make any more unreasonable requests. He quickly changed the topic and said, "Very good. It will be New Year in 2 months. The war on the front line was not as tense. Moreover, the messenger of Rock was already on his way. Without Rock's restraint, Konoha was no longer nervous. It was estimated that Minato and Uchiha Fugaku would come back. When the time comes, you must persuade Uchiha Fugaku to stand with me." Uchiha was a big family in Konoha, and his battle achievements in the Eastern Front were quite good. As for the other small families, I have already contacted them. Uchiha Tunan nodded lightly, pushing the wheelchair with both hands, and driving towards the darkness behind the Hokage statue. "Then I will congratulate the 4th Hokage in advance." A cool breeze blew, and the withered leaves fluttered in the wind. There was an indescribable fanaticism in Danzo's eyes. He quietly watched Uchiha Tunan's figure disappear from his sight. After a long time, a black shadow emerged from the forest behind the rock and landed in the center of the platform. He knelt down on one knee and said to Danzo, "Lord Danzo, it was this subordinate who implicated you and caused you to pay such a great price." Danzo turned around and placed his hands on the fence, looking down at the village that was gradually extinguishing the lights. His eyes flashed with an inexplicable light, and he said in a low voice, "It's none of your business. That guy is very clear about it. It's just that we are allies, and we have a tacit understanding that we didn't make it clear. I didn't expect that I would have to pay such a great price for making the wrong decision. Time is almost up. Send someone to inform the Great Duke's mansion and ask him to come back 2 months later. For such a big matter like the Hokage abdicating, I need someone with enough prestige to preside over it." "Yes." Aburame Ryoma respectfully replied, then used the body flicker technique to leave. After a long time, the lights in the village below had already turned to ash, and the darkness in the distance rushed over like the wind, as if it covered the entire Konoha. On the Hokage rock, Danzo's extremely suppressed laughter rang out. "How many years?" the old man finally waited. "Hiruzen, even your disciple is on this old man's side. Let's see how you fight with me this time. Only in my hands can Konoha become glorious." Uchiha Tunan. Descendants of the evil race, play tricks with this old man. After this old man is completely in power, I will let you experience what is power. This old man does not need any Hokage advisor to point at me from the side. You should just be at ease as the dean of your orphanage. Chapter 311, Late Night Visit. It was now October. It was the beginning of winter, and Konoha looked a bit cold and bleak in the night. If there were powerful people looking down at Konoha, they would occasionally find a few black shadows passing through the roof of the house. These were all during the war, and the Umbu of Konoha was sending intelligence to search for spies. Under the dim yellow street light, Uchiha Tunan pushed the wheelchair alone and drove towards the Sarutobi tribe. From time to time, black shadows flashed across the roofs on both sides of the house, as if they did not notice Uchiha Tunan at all. This was the five senses illusion that Uchiha Tunan cast on those who were close to him during the journey. It blocked their perception of themselves. Almost all of Konoha's blood ninjutsu were already mastered by Uchiha Tunan. When Minato and his wife died, Uchiha Tunan would have to consider obtaining the blood of other villages. For the current Uchiha Tunan, no one could monitor where he wanted to go. Moreover, in this situation, Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi would not stupidly send people to monitor Uchiha Tunan. Wouldn't that be looking for trouble for him? Not long after. Thump thump. In the aisle of the Sarutobi clan, the sound of a wheelchair grinding against the stone floor rang out. However, the Sarutobi clan members in the houses on both sides of the road were still sleeping soundly, and none of them could hear them. This was not an illusion technique, but Uchiha Tunan used the sound of the wind and turned the sound into a line, shooting it to Hiruzen Sarutobi's residence in front of him. He reminded Hiruzen Sarutobi that he was about to arrive and quickly came out to welcome him. Today, Uchiha Tunan was here to have a good talk with Hiruzen Sarutobi. As a person, one must have a bowl of water. If Uchiha Tunan could forgive Danzo, who had once been a mortal enemy, how could he not forgive Hiruzen Sarutobi? Moreover, Uchiha Tunan felt that he had done something wrong. It was indeed a bit too much to keep hating others after killing all of their sons. As a person, it was better to be magnanimous. In the spacious courtyard, Hiruzen Sarutobi did not rest. Instead, he sat on the sofa and stared blankly at the photo in his hand. In the past 2 years, he had already gotten used to this. Every night, he had to look at the photos before going to sleep very late. Suddenly, there was a crisp rolling sound in Hiruzen Sarutobi's ears, and the sound was getting closer and closer to his residence. He immediately focused his eyes, put away the photos, got up, and walked out of the house. When Hiruzen Sarutobi came to the door and opened the door, he was slightly startled. On the dim street, he saw a person who he loathed for day and night, and who wanted nothing more than to eat his own flesh and bone driving towards him. He saw Uchiha Tunan pushing the wheelchair and stopping under the dim light of the dim light in front of the courtyard. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared coldly at Uchiha Tunan, his eyes flashing with a soul-stirring hatred. Uchiha Tunan came a little suddenly, and Hiruzen Sarutobi still needed to suppress the impulse in his heart to put on the mask of hypocrisy. Uchiha Tunan was the first to break the silence. "Teacher, did you know that Lord Danzo was talking to me just now, so you specifically waited for me here?" For some reason, after Uchiha Tunan finished speaking, Hiruzen Sarutobi was stunned. His attention was immediately focused on the conversation between him and Danzo. Even he himself did not realize that the hatred in his heart seemed to have faded a lot. He nodded lightly and said, "Come in and talk. You must have something to tell me." Uchiha Tunan shook his head and said, "No, I won't go in. I don't want to be suspected if I stay too long." Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath and guessed what Danzo was looking for Uchiha Tunan for. During this period of time, he was also in a terrible situation. He was trying to rope in the ninjas and the higher-ups of Konoha. However, the effect was not satisfactory. After all, people who had a certain amount of power were the most well-informed. They all knew that Hiruzen Sarutobi had lost his momentum. In the face of Hiruzen Sarutobi's roping in, most of them were perfunctory. However, Uchiha Tunan, who had the greatest contribution in this war, came to the door immediately after talking to Danzo, which meant that there was still a turning point. There was a glimmer of hope in Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes as he said, "Tunan, what did Danzo say to you?" Uchiha Tunan said indifferently, "Danzo-san said that my battle achievements are very high. After a while, I will be elected as the Hokage advisor. I will be in charge of the intelligence department, interrogation department, medical department, and logistics department. You agree?" Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned. Uchiha Tunan looked indifferent and said slowly, "I haven't given him a definite answer yet. I just think his performance is a little too radical. When he left, he said he was willing to give me the position of the leader of Umbu Group." Hiruzen Sarutobi's pupils contracted slightly when he heard this, but he was a little shocked that Danzo was trying his best to win over Uchiha Tunan. Thinking about it, he probably could not bear to give Uchiha Tunan such great power. Hiruzen Sarutobi said in a deep voice, "Don't believe him. He likes to give people unrealistic promises the most. Old man, even at the end of your life, you still can't bear to part with your power, and you still want to play empty-handed. It was simply a dream." But seeing that Uchiha Tunan's expression did not change, he pushed the wheelchair and said, "I only came here to tell you. In fact, I don't think you are a good Hokage. Perhaps my behavior will make you feel disappointed. I hope you don't mind. I just want the village to become better. Now I can only hope for Danzo." Seeing Uchiha Tunan turn around and leave, Hiruzen Sarutobi no longer doubted the authenticity of Uchiha Tunan's words. He immediately shouted, "Wait a minute." Uchiha Tunan's hands that were pushing the wheelchair paused. He turned his face sideways and said lightly, "Teacher, is there anything else?" Hiruzen Sarutobi naturally couldn't just watch as Uchiha Tunan turned to Danzo. But the chips that Danzo gave were too heavy. It was so heavy that he couldn't take out more. For now, the only thing he could do was to turn Danzo's chips into what they deserved. Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly walked behind Uchiha Tunan, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. "You may not understand the importance of your military achievements. Let's not talk about the thousands of enemies you killed. Just based on your military achievements in killing Kazekage and Reikage. Those positions are what you deserve, not what Danzo gave you. Danzo just wants to bully you because you have little experience. When the time comes, I will also propose to give these departments to you. I hope you think about it. Danzo is too ruthless and is not suitable to be the Hokage. Otherwise, the second Hokage wouldn't have passed the position to me. Even if you don't believe me, you should believe in the second Hokage." Uchiha Tunan was slightly stunned, then he frowned and lowered his head, beginning to think. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood quietly behind Uchiha Tunan, looking at the back of Uchiha Tunan's head with expectation in his heart. Time passed by bit by bit. As long as Uchiha Tunan did not openly support Danzo becoming the Hokage, then there was still a chance for things to turn around. He still had the right to speak. When the time came, he only needed to keep throwing the blame and then give more benefits out. Presumably, the position of the Hokage was still his own. After a long time, Uchiha Tunan let out a long sigh, looked up and muttered, "The legendary wise and resourceful second-generation Hokage-sama? I will think about it. In fact, those positions are just an opportunity for me to serve the villagers. As for the best personnel of the Hokage, I'm sorry, but I can't make a decision right now. To be honest, I don't think highly of you and Danzo." Uchiha Tunan paused for a moment, turned his head and said, "However, Danzo showed me the information he has. Teacher Sarutobi, I really didn't expect you to be such a person. Once this information is spread out, I am really afraid that Konoha will be in chaos. You should take care of yourself." Uchiha Tunan left these ambiguous words and pushed the wheelchair away under Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze. Bit by bit, he disappeared into the darkness. Hiruzen Sarutobi opened his mouth, but he still gave up on trying to persuade Uchiha Tunan. Too much is not enough. Uchiha Tunan was still in a dilemma. If he was too impatient, he might directly push the other side to Danzo. He actually put in so much effort. Do you really want the position of Hokage so much? Hiruzen Sarutobi murmured as he watched Uchiha Tunan disappear into the darkness. The reason why Uchiha Tunan had come to find Hiruzen Sarutobi was naturally not because he really wanted to change sides. Instead, he wanted to play 2-to-1. These benefits were all his own. If he wanted to eat them, he had to eat them steadily. This way, he could afford to pay for his hard work on the battlefield. He could afford the good comrades of Konoha who died on the tablet. As for the matter of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo, so what if they went back on their words? Could it be that they could eat him? This kind of thing can't be publicized. At that time, neither of them will be the Hokage, and I will have the power. They are two old people who are about to be buried. Their strength is inferior to mine, their power is inferior to mine, and their reputation is inferior to mine. Don't tell me you still dare to be so impudent. The reason why Uchiha Tunan kept the two of them was simply to give Uchiha an opportunity to exterminate his clan in the future. When Minato died, he would become their #1 enemy. They would definitely think of a way to cut off their wings. Naturally, Uchiha's clan would be the first to bear the brunt of the attack. At that time, as long as he pretended to be weak, he would leave some evidence for them. 18 years, time was of the essence. Uchiha Tunan could not wait for the next generation of Uchiha to grow. In the future, he would have to harvest a large amount of eye power to see if he could break through to eternity. Of course, he still had to keep the seeds. He could secretly save some of Uchiha's bloodline for the clan. Chapter 312, Turn the Tide. Half a month later. The news came from the Hokage building. Rock officially signed a peace treaty with Konoha. This also meant that there were no enemies in the western front of Konoha. The higher-ups of Konoha then issued an order. 90 of the ninjas in the western front were transferred to the northern front and the eastern front. The two front lines replenished new blood, and the troops became abundant. Soon after, Hidden Cloud of the northern front left the country of frost. Konoha also left the country of water. Both sides guarded the border of their country, only sending a small number of ninjas to infiltrate the two countries to gather information. On the eastern front, Hidden Mist guarded the former site of the country of Vortex, and Konoha guarded the country of Waves. The small islands between the two sides had almost been fought over. They each occupied a certain number of small islands on the sea as their base. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack on the sea, and under the circumstances that both sides had similar strength, no one dared to attack. Once they attacked, they would have to be at least twice as strong as the other side's ninjas. Even so, as long as they couldn't fight, they would basically be completely wiped out. The current Eastern Front could be said to have completely fallen into a stalemate. Because of this, Minato and Uchiha Fugaku both received orders from Konoha's higher-ups. Along with some of his trusted elites, they stepped on the road back to the village. The wind and rain were coming. The atmosphere in Konoha seemed to have become much more depressing. However, the orphanage seemed to be isolated from Konoha, and it was full of laughter. There was also the endless howling of the underground. In the underground laboratory, a few human-shaped puppets were operating precise medical instruments in an orderly manner. These were made by Uchiha Tunan recently when he had nothing to do. The power core of these puppets was somewhat similar to the regeneration core of the Scorpion. It was just that Uchiha Tunan had made some slight changes. The power core stored the flesh and soul of humans to provide the energy for the puppets to act. However, these puppets only had simple life instincts. Everything had to be controlled by Uchiha Tunan's illusion. In the laboratory, the scream of the material on the operating table suddenly stopped. Uchiha Tunan sat on the wheelchair with a concentrated face and used a pen to record all the data. At this moment, the wall of the operating room rose, and Hatake Do came to Uchiha Tunan's side. He bowed and said, "Sir, the latest news from the Hokage building. Minato and Fugaku met in the border. The two of them should be able to reach Konoha tomorrow morning." Uchiha Tunan nodded lightly, put down the pen paper, and said, "Time is approaching. To be honest, I am a little nervous. I have already made enough preparations, but I still don't feel safe. I keep feeling that this world is filled with danger all the time." Do pushed up his glasses and asked in confusion, "Is there anyone stronger than you?" Uchiha Tunan touched his chin and said thoughtfully, "Yes, but not necessarily. In short, be careful, as long as the plan is not wrong. There will be a day where it will not happen." After saying that, Uchiha Tunan shook his head and said lightly, "We will stop the experiment tomorrow. When the new year starts, you will report to the ninja school." A hint of joy flashed in his eyes, and he said in a low voice, "Then it seems that I have to prepare." Uchiha Tunan casually waved his hand and said, "No need to prepare. Your ability does not need that kind of exam at all. I also do not want you to be too showy. When the time comes, I will arrange for you to enter directly." Yes. Even though he didn't know where Uchiha Tunan got the right to directly arrange for him to go through the back door, he still did not know. However, he did not doubt Uchiha Tunan's ability at all. As long as the other party dared to say it, he would definitely be able to do it. Separate everything into different categories. By the way, check if the seal rune has lost its effect. Uchiha Tunan instructed, then pushed the wheelchair with both hands and left the underground laboratory. He returned to the study room on the ground. Uchiha Tunan made a pot of tea and sipped it. He began to reflect on whether his recent plan had any omissions. After thinking about it, he did not think that there would be any omissions. The only thing lacking was that the subsequent gains were not enough to support his progress. In the case where Otsutsuki do not comes out, it could be said that he was already the best in the world of ninjas. The most important things in the last 1 or 2 years were the Flying Thunder God, Kamui, and the sealing technique of the Suzuka's clan. The next step was to cultivate the recognition of the geniuses and harvest the harvest. It was not until several years later that it was time to harvest the eye power of the other gods and Uchiha clan. At that time, he would completely stand on the surface of the ninja world. During this period of time, he still had some strength left, and he could not spend all his energy on research. He still needed to open up new crops. If he wanted to say where there was the most blood, it was naturally the fog that Uchiha had secretly controlled. Maybe I can plan for it. After thinking about it, Uchiha Tunan picked up the cup and leisurely drank a mouthful of tea, muttering, "Konoha, it really is a good place. However, the water here is too shallow for me." As soon as his voice fell, Uchiha Tunan controlled the white pigeons hiding in all parts of Konoha to open their shared perspective. In an instant, countless pairs of scarlet eyes lit up in the dark forest around Konoha. The terrifying perception was like a radar that enveloped the entire Konoha. Of course, Uchiha Tunan still avoided the places where the Sarutobi clan, Root, Umbu, and other possible places that might be discovered. Everything in other parts of Konoha was reflected in Uchiha Tunan's mind. This kind of godlike perspective gave people a feeling of controlling everything. Fear comes from the unknown. As long as everything is reflected in the eyes, it will give people a sense of security. Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan raised his eyebrows slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled into a playful smile. Oh! There are actually so many little mice. I just told Do to stop the experiment, and there were materials that walked into the trap themselves. Forget it, make a few more puppets and save them. In the future, let's fight. Assassination was always the main theme of the world of ninjas. There were only two types of people in the world of ninjas who rarely encountered assassination. One was a person with no value, and the other was a person with too much strength. Currently, Uchiha Tunan was a disabled person with great value, and in the eyes of the outside world, he was weak and could not even move freely. In the silent wooden leaves, in a private room in a wine house, 6 ordinary-looking villagers were kneeling together, talking about daily life while secretly communicating with hand gestures. This morning, they received an assassination mission from the higher-ups of Hidden Cloud through a senior intelligence spy. News of the peace treaty between Rock and Konoha was spread to Hidden Cloud Village. Hidden Cloud knew that it was impossible for them to defeat Konoha. The reason why they continued to fight now was to fight for enough benefits and to suppress the internal conflicts of the Thunder Country. As for the third, it was because AI simply did not want to give up on revenge. Now that there was no way to deal with Konoha, he had to kill Uchiha Tunan no matter what. The current Uchiha Tunan was told that he had been seriously injured, was blind, and his legs were disabled. Even if Uchiha Tunan still had a certain amount of strength, he probably wouldn't even have a tenth of it. 6 elite Jounin-level spies should be able to successfully assassinate him. These 6 spies were the strongest ninjas in Konoha, and they had never been used. Usually, these spies used special sealing techniques to seal their chakra flow and pretend to be civilians living in Konoha. It was all for the sake of achieving success at the critical moment. In order to use these 6 spies, AI had smashed the office and made the higher-ups who were opposed to it shut up. Chapter 313, Infiltration. Inside the wine house. The 6 spies laughed as they talked, their fingers on the table constantly changing their gestures to communicate in secret. After a long time, the 6 of them seemed to have enjoyed themselves. They got up and prepared to leave. Let's stop here for today. I have to go back and coax the child to sleep. Juha, you smelled a lot of alcohol on me. I'm afraid to go back and listen to those nagging words again. No problem. It'll be gone if I go out for a walk. The 6 of them left the wine house and headed in the direction of their homes. Everything looked so normal. Late at night, the full moon was embedded in the blue sky like a jade plate. It slowly moved in the blue sky, scattering its clear radiance to Konoha. 6 drunkards staggered on the streets of Konoha. But if looked down on Konoha from the sky, they would realize that although they were not heading straight for the orphanage, the distance between them and the orphanage was slowly closing. Not long after, one drunkard after another staggered into the deep and quiet alley. After a few breaths of time, numerous black shadows emerged from the small alley and rushed towards the orphanage at an astonishing speed. In less than 20 seconds, black shadows passed through the walls of the orphanage and appeared around the house where Uchiha Tunan lived. The people in the house seemed to have already fallen asleep. Through the window, they could only see darkness inside. Only the square inch illuminated by the moonlight was glowing with a white light. The 6 people each occupied a position and surrounded the house. They silently took out kunai from their sleeves. In their perception, there was a steady and slow breathing sound in the room. Presumably, it was their target this time, Uchiha Tunan. The moonlight shone on the faces of the 6 people, and they all had an indifferent expression. There was no extra communication. Almost at the same time, the 6 people used stealth techniques and silently entered the room. In the dark room, 6 shadows appeared on the wall and walked out. With the faint light, the 6 of them could vaguely see a figure lying on the low table, seemingly resting. The room was terrifyingly silent. The 6 of them held their breaths and became wary of the figure. The name of the person, the shadow of the tree. Uchiha Tunan was actually an existence capable of killing Kages. 6 people had snuck in, and he was actually still snoring away. This was a bit unreasonable. One of the ninjas near the window quietly used perception ninjutsu to confirm that the one resting on the table was not a clone. Then, he extended a finger into the moonlight and flicked it a few times in accordance with the special code. In the blink of an eye, the 6 of them moved together and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, 6 black shadows appeared around the figure who was lying on the low table. There were 2 on the front, 1 on the left and 1 on the left, and 2 on the ceiling. Almost all escape routes of the other party were blocked. Time seemed to stop at this moment. The sharp tip of the kunai reflected a cold light and stabbed toward the figure. Puchi. 6 kunai successfully stabbed into the waist, chest, neck and 2 temples of the other party. The figure let out a groan and disappeared. Scarlet blood flowed down to the table, flowing along the slightly tilted table to the corner of the table. The sound of blood dripping echoed in the dark room. Just like that, the 6 of them surrounded the corpse. One of the ninjas carefully stretched out his hand and pulled the corpse. The entire corpse fell from the low table and lay on the ground. The 6 of them narrowed their eyes and looked carefully, trying to determine if they had killed the right target. But for some reason, no matter how much chakra they injected into their eyes, they could not see the face of the corpse. Something was wrong. The 6 of them thought in unison. One must know that no matter how dark the environment was, there would still be traces of light. Moreover, the floor under the window of this room was still reflecting the white moonlight, so it was impossible for this kind of unclear situation to occur. Goo goo. Goo goo. A few bird shadows passed through the window. Everyone subconsciously tensed up and looked up at each other. With this glance, everyone immediately turned into black shadows and scattered to every corner of the room. The number was wrong. There were clearly only 6 people who took action this time. But everyone saw one more person just now. In this kind of situation, it was obvious who the extra person would be. Was he discovered? As expected of someone who could kill the 3rd generation of Reikage. The 6 of them hid in various dark corners of the room. The ceiling, above the window, behind the pillars, above the cabinet, etc. They secretly looked at the hiding places of the others, trying to find the person who was mixed among them. One by one, the ninjas stretched out their fingers and began to use special hand language to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It seemed that the other party had seen through the sign language. Then it would be even more difficult. However, no matter how the 6 ninjas communicated the secret language, they could not find out who the extra person was. Time passed bit by bit. The blood on the ground slowly spread in all directions. By the time everyone reacted, they discovered that the entire floor of the room was already covered in scarlet blood. Illusion! Could it be that his eyes were not blind? These 6 people were all elite jounin, so they were naturally able to quickly analyze the current situation. Immediately, they secretly circulated the chakra within their body, wanting to get rid of the illusion. However, it was useless. Retreat. In the Scarlet House, the first words of the 6 ninjas rang out. Unfortunately, they were already fish in the net, and they could not escape with their wings inserted. The moment the voice came out, the fresh blood on the ground seemed to come alive. In the blink of an eye, they rushed up to the wall and covered the ceiling. They trapped the 6 ninjas in the room. In this situation, how could the 6 ninjas not know that they had fallen for each other? They began to use all their strength to break out of the encirclement. It would be even better if they could kill the assassination target hidden among them. At the same time, in the living room of the real world, Uchiha Tunan had Hitachi-do to turn the light. Because what happened next was a bit cruel and a bit shameful. Uchiha Tunan sat on the wheelchair, and his whole person just happened to be hidden in the darkness. Click, click, click. In the darkness, the sound of fingers gently tapping on the hand holding came out. The wooden carriage walked out from another room and came to the short table. He bowed and poured the freshly boiled tea into a cup, then stood beside Uchiha Tunan. He also hid himself in the darkness and looked at the 6 ninjas standing in a row. The 6 ninjas all had a strange smile on their faces. The moonlight just happened to shine on their faces, making them look as pale as a doll. Crack, crack, crack. Behind the door of the book, there was the sound of mechanical parts rubbing against each other. Squeak! The door of the book was opened, and puppets carrying basin-like containers came to the 6 ninjas with mechanical steps. A pure white jade hand reached out from the darkness, picked up the teacup on the table, and put it into the darkness. In the next moment, these ninjas inserted the kunai into their abdomen. Then, little by little, they moved kunai bit by bit. They cut open their abdomen. The puppets in front of them used containers to catch the blood, flesh, and organs that were flowing out. These ninjas seemed to not feel any pain throughout the entire process, and they still maintained a strange and horrifying smile on their faces. Do only felt a chill run down his spine when he looked at it. Even though he had done so many live experiments for Uchiha Tunan, he still could not bear such a strange scene. Chapter 314, Imminent Death. In the darkness where he could not see his fingers, Uchiha Tunan's voice sounded like he was talking in his sleep. Do you know the reason why they can't break free from my illusion technique? First, it's because my strength is much stronger than theirs. Second, it's because it's not just a simple 5-sense illusion technique. The 5 senses illusion only interfered with the opponent's ability to receive and deal with information. And I used the mental secret technique of the clan Yamanaka to directly disturb their hearts. It was completely useless to use chakra to crack it, and one had to have an extraordinary will. I have seen an old monk before, and his will is simply too firm to imagine. He didn't even have a moment of confusion when I used my full power. In the living room, the 6 ninjas were already dead. They stood there like wooden stakes. Their abdomen was already empty, revealing the eerie skeleton inside. Everyone had a strange smile on their faces. It made people shudder. The puppets carried the containers and walked towards the room in an orderly manner. Hatake Do's forehead was covered in sweat. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and suppressed the nausea in his stomach. He pushed the gold-rimmed glasses with his right index finger and said, "I understand what Sir means. According to the research, illusion is just a spiritual energy attack contained in chakra. As long as a person's will is firm enough, then his soul will be even more tenacious, and he will be immune to illusion attacks." There was a sound of light pecking at the tea in the darkness, and then one hand held the teacup out of the darkness and placed the teacup firmly on the low table. I have a lot of conjectures recently, including the contents of the illusion. Ninjas classified the supernatural power of this world into ninja fantasy. Ninjutsu was something that humans could summon through chakra to create. Physical arts were something that humans could constantly strengthen their bodies. So what about illusions? Was it just to bewitch people? I don't think so. Uchiha has a forbidden technique called Izanagi. It can turn the damage received into a dream. The meaning behind this is too shocking. This was an illusion. It could actually change reality with illusory things. The Sharingan was actually not that powerful, it was more like a good program. When the Sharingan was activated, it would automatically display those techniques. This meant that the current illusion technique was just a low-level usage of spiritual energy. There was still a very large amount of potential space that needed to be excavated. If everything went smoothly, he would wait until the research of Inyan escape succeeded. The next research project would be the illusion technique. Hatake Do nodded thoughtfully. I understand, sir. A hand was tapping rhythmically on the white table. The strength of these little mice is not bad. I will work overtime tonight. I should be able to create a few puppets with decent combat strength. If you are interested, you can learn the puppet techniques I have collected. When the time comes, you can also choose a few for self-defense. With my skills, the strength of the new puppets will only be stronger than before them. Do respectfully said, "Thank you very much, sir." His hand that was lightly knocking on the table paused for a moment, then he raised it and patted Do on the shoulder. "We are all on the same side. I naturally care very much about your safety. If anything happens to you, I won't even have a person to tell the truth." Do lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "Actually, I don't understand why you value me so much." Uchiha Tunan's soft laughter came from beside him. "Because I like smart people, especially people who have a calm personality and are good at reflecting on their shortcomings." "Alright, I'll have to trouble you to clean up the rest. Turn on the lights so that you won't be afraid." At this time, in a room in Sunset Red building of the orphanage, a white-haired old man pressed his body against the wall by the window. He looked through the window and saw that the room not far away suddenly lit up with warm yellow lights. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought to himself, "Is it over? Is it over?" There was no movement at all. It seemed to be an overwhelming victory. He just didn't know which side won. In order to determine the final result, the old man did not move, like a hunter in the deep forest, quietly observing. Time passed bit by bit. After a long time, a figure appeared by the window of the house not far away. The figure opened the window, revealing the face of Hataki Do. After all, although the smell of blood in the room was gone after cleaning and disinfecting, Hataki Do still felt a little uncomfortable. So he opened the window to ventilation. The old man upstairs lowered his body and his face was a little gloomy. It seemed that they had failed. The 6 elites, Jianan, had died just like that. How could that guy be so strong? It seemed that his previous guess was wrong. When the news passed, he had to send back the latest information. Sigh. The old man sighed softly. He was prepared to return to his bed to rest and wait for a suitable opportunity to pass on the information. However, the moment he turned around, he was suddenly stunned on the spot. In an instant, cold sweat that penetrated his heart and spleen dripped down his back. In the middle of the room, a youth with bandages in his eyes, sitting on a wheelchair, smiled gently and said, "Old man, what are you sighing about when you're about to die?" "So it's the director. Why are you here?" "I don't quite understand what you mean when you are about to die. Are you cursing this old man?" The expression on the old man's face changed from shock to doubt, and there was also a hint of anger mixed in. Uchiha Tunan leaned slightly sideways, propped up his head with one hand, and said with a face full of mockery, "Why aren't you sleeping at night? What are you doing? Don't tell me that you feel that you will fall into eternal sleep after you die, so you simply don't sleep." The old man took a deep breath, his face full of anger. After several breaths, he let out a long sigh and said somewhat desolately, "When the moon is full every day, I would think of my dead son and daughter-in-law, and I couldn't sleep no matter what. When you are old, you can't help but recall." Uchiha Tunan nodded with a look of approval. "When the 15 festival was originally full, old man, you looked at things and thought of people." "I understand very well." The expression on the old man's face darkened. He said in an ancient tone, Director, did I make you unhappy? If you hate an old man like me, I will move out tomorrow." Uchiha Tunan chuckled and shook his head. "You are also a talent. You even hid it from me for such a long time. I was talking about how I couldn't get your approval. It turns out that you are an old spy. I have to say that you are really dedicated. You are still acting at this time." The old man was slightly stunned when he heard this. His eyes were full of confusion as he said, "Director, I don't understand what you are talking about. You can't slander this old man." Uchiha Tunan raised his eyebrows slightly. He pushed the wheelchair with both hands and approached the old man. He moved his face close to the old man and seemed to be sizing him up with his eyes under the bandage. The old man still maintained a blank expression as he looked strangely at Uchiha Tunan, who was right in front of him. After a long time, a look of surprise appeared on Uchiha Tunan's face. Hiss! There was no chakra flow, and there was no trace of a sealing technique. So you are really an ordinary person. An ordinary person can persist for so long as a spy without revealing his true identity. Amazing, amazing. The old man was furious and shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? I was born in Konoha since I was a child. How could I be a spy?" Uchiha Tunan sneered and said, "What's the use of shouting so loudly? Today, even if you shout until your throat is broken, no one will be able to hear you. Be good and give me your memory. Let me see how many little rats there are in Konoha. These are all my future achievements." It was perfect for blocking the mouths of the others. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man was horrified to find that his shadow on the ground suddenly stood up, held his neck tightly, and lifted him up. The old man reacted, and his mind was shocked instantly. He opened his mouth and said with difficulty, "This is... How could you be? Could it be that you are the descendant of Uchiha and the Nara clan? You still say that you are not a spy? You are quite knowledgeable." Uchiha Tunan controlled the other hand of the old man's shadow and extended it to the top of the old man's head, beginning to search his memories. The old man only felt a cold energy pour into his brain, turning into small knives, crazily stirring the brain water. The unbearable pain hit him, and the old man's eyes widened. He instinctively wanted to scream. But it seemed that he could not control his throat and could not make a sound. After a long time, Uchiha Tunan finished searching for the information he wanted and controlled the shadow holding the old man's neck to exert some strength. Ka! A crisp cracking sound rang out and the old man's head hung down powerlessly. In the dark room, Uchiha Tunan's magnetic and gentle voice sounded. He actually has the contact information and information of most of the spies in Hidden Mist. As expected of having an elder at home. You really are a treasure. You even gave me such a big gift before you died. Chapter 315. Inspiring Ambition. The next morning. The sun behind the Hokage rock seemed to be slowly rising, step by step. Early in the morning, the entire Konoha was bustling with noise. Today was the day Minato and Uchiha Fugaku returned to the village. The streets were filled with a vast flow of people, rushing towards the entrance of the village. It was just like the day Uchiha Tunan returned to the village. In the orphanage, Uchiha Tunan pushed open the door. Do, who was behind him, said indifferently, "Sir, are you going to welcome them too?" Uchiha Tunan shook his head and said, "It's just a formality. The main character today is not me. If I go, it will only be a foil. You just stay in here. If someone comes to me, say that I went to Uchiha's home." With that, he pushed his wheelchair out of the orphanage and headed towards Uchiha's home. Outside Konoha, Minato and Uchiha Fugaku walked side by side. Behind them was a group of trusted subordinates, Jounin. As soon as he stepped into the barrier, Minato looked at the numb Kakashi behind him and sighed. "Kakashi, don't be immersed in grief. I believe Obito and Rin don't want you to be like this in the other world." Kakashi nodded silently. He raised his head and scanned the crowd at the end of the road. However, he did not see the person he wanted to see. He immediately said in a deep voice, "I'll go find Tunan first. I heard that his condition is very bad." Minato knew that Kakashi did not like this kind of occasion. He smiled and said in a gentle tone, "You go first. I will come back to you after I report to Mr. Hokage." Kakashi nodded and activated the body flicker technique to leave. Minato! In the next moment, a fiery figure crashed into Minato's arms. "You're finally back safely." Minato revealed a happy smile on his face. He patted Kushina on the back and said, "It's fine now. The war is about to end." On the other side, Uchiha's clan. Uchiha Tunan was a guest at Uchiha Fugaku's home. Although he had a better relationship with Minato and the others. But in this situation, he had to meet Uchiha first. After all, his surname was Uchiha. "Tunan-kun, please have some tea." Uchiha Makoto brought a pot of hot tea to the living room. Bowing to fill up the cup in front of Uchiha Tunan, she then sat down on her knees. The 2-year-old Uchiha Itachi sat beside Uchiha Makoto and leaned his body against her while staring curiously at Uchiha Tunan with his big eyes. A gentle smile appeared on Uchiha Tunan's face. Itachi's personality seems a bit introverted. Uchiha Makoto bowed apologetically. Sorry for making Tunan-kun laugh. Uchiha Tunan shook his head. It's better to give the child more freedom. Don't push it too hard. In childhood, you still need to be happy with the sun. This way, it would be easier to open your eyes. Sorry, this is my first time being a parent and I don't know much about education. Itachi will have to trouble Tunan-kun in the future. Makoto Uchiha pointed out. Uchiha Tunan naturally understood the meaning behind her words and the corners of his mouth curled up. No trouble, I still remember the promise I made back then. When the situation stabilizes in a few days, we can be apprenticed. Hearing this, Uchiha Makoto was pleasantly surprised. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku had finished his mission in the Hokage building and returned home. As soon as he entered the living room, he saw Uchiha Tunan who was visiting his home. His usually unsmiling face forced out a smile and nodded slightly. Tunan-kun is here too. Uchiha Tunan turned his head and said lightly, Lord Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto exchanged glances in secret. Uchiha Makoto stood up and pulled Itachi. You guys chat first, I'll take him out for a walk. After the two of them left, Uchiha Fugaku sat down opposite Uchiha Tunan. The two of them drank their tea in silence. After a long time, Fugaku said with a serious face. Your body. Uchiha Tunan gently placed the teacup on the table and said slowly. I can still be saved, but it will take some time. Clan leader, please keep this secret for me. When Uchiha Fugaku heard this, his eyes were filled with joy. He nodded and said, That's great. Uchiha Tunan tapped his fingers on the table and asked. Mr. Fugaku came back so early. It seems that he didn't ask you to stay. Uchiha Fugaku frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. Mr. Hokage just asked me to come back after understanding the situation. When he left, Minato was still there. They should have something to discuss. I have also heard about the situation in the village. I wonder what you are going to do, Tunan. Uchiha Tunan tapped his fingers on the table and said. Hokage Consultant, Umbu Leader, Logistics Department, Interrogation Department, Intelligence Department, Medical Department. Uchiha Fugaku stared at him in disbelief. Did the Hokage-sama promise you all these positions? Uchiha Tunan chuckled. Both of them agreed. Uchiha Fugaku took a few deep breaths to calm his excitement. This news was a bit too shocking. No matter which department they were in charge of, they could be promoted to the Corps of Konoha. However, Uchiha Tunan was in charge of so many in one go, and his power was almost comparable to the Hokage. After thinking about it, he was no longer so surprised. He said in a low voice. That's true. If you don't have any physical condition. Based on your battle achievements and the power of Uchiha's words, I can completely push you to the position of Hokage. By the way, about Itachi. Uchiha Tunan picked up the teacup and took a sip. Choose a suitable time. Then I will thank Tunan-kun on behalf of Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku bowed his upper body to express his gratitude to Uchiha Tunan. Then, he said in a low voice. I have always been at the front line. I don't understand this situation well enough. I don't know which side Tunan-kun is going to stand on. Uchiha Tunan pondered for a moment and gently put down the teacup. In this war, the Hokage is obviously targeting Uchiha and me. But I feel that Danzo seems to be hostile towards Uchiha. So neither of them are the most suitable candidates. Then you mean? Uchiha Fugaku's eyes narrowed, and an indescribable feeling surged in his heart. Yes, if Hiruzen Sarutobi fell, there would only be a few people who were qualified to take the position. According to Uchiha Tunan, he was not willing to support Danzo. And he was already disabled, so he must be planning to support himself as a fellow clansman. Uchiha Tunan knew that he had thought wrongly and immediately coughed lightly. The two of them won't agree. Besides, our relationship with the ninja clan isn't good. There shouldn't be many ninja clan members who will support you. When Uchiha Fugaku heard this, he instantly woke up as if he had been splashed with cold water. After thinking for a long time, a person's face appeared in the back of his head. He said softly, "Minato." Uchiha Tunan nodded lightly and said, "It's always easy for people to remember a person who supports them. If Lord Fugaku feels that my arrangements are fine, then I will first appease my clansmen. Don't let them have too much hope. Of course, if you want to compete, you can try. As a clansman, I am willing to do my best. I'll be leading first. I won't disturb your family reunion." After saying that, he pushed the wheelchair away, leaving behind Uchiha Fugaku who were unwilling in their hearts. Uchiha Tunan was deliberately stirring up the ambition that Uchiha Fugaku had hidden in their hearts. Some things, once they took the initiative to fight for it, the nature of it completely changed. Chapter 316, Visiting Relatives. The sky was as blue as a piece of blue paper, and a few thin white clouds were slowly floating in the wind as if they had been melted by the sun. On the empty ground of the orphanage, a group of children were laughing and playing. At this time, Kakashi was standing under a big tree not far away, squatting down and gently stroking the head of Yanba. The two seemed to communicate a lot, and the eyes of Yanba looked at Kakashi with some restraint and some dependence. Kakashi patted Yanba on the shoulder and said lightly, "Go and play. Come home with me later." Yanba cheered and ran to the children with his short legs. Kakashi leaned against the tree trunk and silently watched the children who were laughing and playing not far away. Not long after Uchiha Tunan left, Kakashi arrived at the orphanage. However, he was told by Do that Uchiha Tunan had gone to Uchiha's home. Kakashi found Yanba and greeted him, preparing to wait for Uchiha Tunan to come back. Not long after, Do came to Kakashi with a tea tray and said respectfully, "Senior Kakashi, this is the tea that Master likes to drink the most." Kakashi glanced at the Do and said indifferently, "No need, I'm not thirsty." Do nodded and said with a grateful expression, "Thank you for agreeing to let me and Ii join the clan and have a surname." When Kakashi heard this, he said expressionlessly, "Why don't you come back to the clan with me?" A hint of joy flashed through the eyes of Do, and a troubled expression appeared on his face. "I want to learn from you, but I can't leave Ii alone. I just don't know if you will agree. If you agree, I will hire someone to take care of Ii. This won't affect your daily life." Hatake Do wanted to allow Ii to live in the Hatake family and stay away from Uchiha Tunan. This way, it would be safer. How could Kakashi think so much? He casually waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. I will tell Tunan when the time comes. There's no need to hire people. Hatake clan doesn't lack that bit of money. Moreover, if the war really ends completely, I can personally take care of it." Suddenly, Kakashi's ears twitched. He suddenly turned around and looked at the entrance of the Welfare Institute. The whole person was stunned on the spot, his eyes filled with disbelief. He saw that Uchiha Tunan's eyes were wrapped in several layers of white bandages, and his hands were laboriously pushing the wheelchair back. "Tunan," Kakashi muttered, and immediately activated the body blink technique, instantly appearing in front of Uchiha Tunan. Uchiha Tunan's hands paused and he stopped. He raised his head and his nose twitched a few times. He seemed to be smelling the smell and said in an uncertain tone, "Is it Kakashi?" Kakashi stared at the horrible Uchiha Tunan. He clenched his fists and bit his lips. Tears welled up in his eyes. Uchiha Tunan sniffed a few more times and seemed to have confirmed Kakashi's identity. A gentle smile appeared on his face as he said, "Don't be sad for me. There might be a turning point in the future." Kakashi blinked hard and held back his tears. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Did your eyes become blind because of excessive use of Mangekyo?" "That's right, the Mangekyo has a forbidden power, and every time it is used, there will be side effects. In order to kill the third-generation Raikage, I used all of my power in one go. Uchiha Tunan casually said, and slowly raised his right hand. His finger gently touched the space between Kakashi's eyebrows. Uchiha Tunan's face darkened. He retracted his finger and said in a low voice, "I mean, why do I feel that your aura has become so strange? I didn't expect that you have awakened. It seems that you have also felt the pain of living a life worse than death." Kakashi nodded heavily and said, Rin and Obito are dead, so I awakened." Kakashi had never told anyone about Obito, because he knew that Obito would not return to Konoha. For a ninja, this was considered as betraying the village. If others knew about it, Obito would become a wanted criminal and be hunted down by Konoha's ninjas. It wasn't that Kakashi didn't believe in Uchiha Tunan. It was that he didn't want Uchiha Tunan, who was now disabled, to worry about him anymore. Uchiha Tunan let out a long sigh, and the sunny smile on his face returned. "Look forward. Use this power to protect the people who want to protect. Do your best and do not let the tragedy happen again. Look at my eyes, they have awakened because of the death of the villagers. In the end, I lost my sight to protect the village. It can be considered as using everything I have. It wasn't a loss at all." Kakashi was slightly stunned. He stared at Uchiha Tunan's sincere face. He didn't expect Uchiha Tunan to be so open-minded. While he admired him in his heart, he felt even more sad. He said in a hoarse voice, But you won't be able to see it anymore." Uchiha Tunan shook his head with a smile. A look of happiness appeared on his face as he said, "What does that matter? I will remember all the good things in my heart. Besides, my strength is still very strong. Without sight, there is also hearing, taste, and smell. I can also feel this beautiful world. I can't move my legs, and there is a wheelchair. You can still take me to every corner of Konoha." The more Uchiha Tunan acted indifferent, the more uncomfortable Kakashi felt. He lowered his head and said, "If there is no war, I have been waiting to compete with you. Let's see who is more powerful. In fact, I have already thought about it. No matter what the result is, I am prepared to apologize and thank you. I know that father deliberately died in your hands back then. But back then, I couldn't help but hate you." Uchiha Tunan was slightly stunned when he heard that. He then laughed at himself and said, "To think that I thought that you had been hiding it from me all along. Now that you mention it like this, I think back on it and realize that what I did in the past was really childish. I thought I could lie to you and make you work even harder because you hate me. This can also be considered as completing Senior Tsukumo's request. I didn't expect you to see it long ago. You really are. Why didn't you say so earlier?" After saying that, Uchiha Tunan shook his head and sighed. "It seems that I really am not suitable to lie." Perhaps it was because of Uchiha Tunan's relaxed words that calmed Kakashi down. Kakashi loosened his fists, but his expression was still slightly lonely. Uchiha Tunan smiled gently and patted Kakashi's arm. "You smell sweaty. It seems that you haven't returned home yet. I thank you for your concern. You should go back and rest first. Minato-sensei should also be busy. Let's have a meal together tonight. I'm very curious about how you deal with the Cloud Ninjas after I leave." Kakashi nodded. Suddenly, he recalled what Do had told him earlier. He said lightly, "Then I'll be leaving first. I'm going to bring Yanba and Ii back to the Hatake family. After all, since they have joined the Hatake family, they are not comfortable living in the orphanage." When Uchiha Tunan heard this, his expression did not change at all. He smiled faintly and said, "You are the chief of the Hatake tribe. They are from the Hatake tribe. Naturally, they will listen to your arrangements." After a long time, Kakashi held Ii in one hand and held Yanba in the other as he left the orphanage. After sending Kakashi off, Uchiha Tunan pushed the wheelchair back to the house. At the same time, Do was holding a teapot and pouring tea into the teacup on the low table. He silently glanced at Uchiha Tunan out of the corner of his eye, and his heart immediately skipped a beat. He saw that Uchiha Tunan's face was filled with an extremely gentle smile. It had to be known that the two of them had been together for so long, and Do had never seen Uchiha Tunan's expression in private. He saw that his forehead was already covered in sweat. Taking a deep breath, he put down the teapot, lowered his hands, and said, "Sir." Uchiha Tunan's eyes under the bandage stared at Do, and his fingers tapped on the armrest, saying slowly, "This is a small matter. It doesn't matter to me at all. In fact, you can just tell me directly, or you don't have to tell me. I won't say anything if you just send the E away. But you used the stupidest method. According to its nature, you are scheming against me. It seems that I have been too indulgent with you. You actually played tricks on me. It's really not bad." As Uchiha Tunan spoke, the hands and feet of the wooden canvas pocket began to tremble instinctively. Sweat gathered at the tip of his nose and dripped down one by one. Finally, he bent his legs and knelt on the ground. With his head on the ground, he said in a deep voice, "Sorry, I didn't think too much." The smile on the corner of Uchiha Tunan's mouth became even wider. He leaned forward slightly and said gently, "Put your cleverness in a place where you should use it." The next moment, the eyes of Do suddenly shrank, and he suddenly found that the surrounding environment was suddenly dark. Darkness. In the darkness where one could not see one's fingers. Along with it was a sense of suffocation that made people despair. Every breath was so difficult. Just like a drowning person, his body struggled instinctively. In this kind of environment, time seemed to have lost its meaning. Half an hour later, it was as if he had been fished out of water. His clothes were soaked in sweat and the ground was wet. The whole person was lying on the ground with his arms and legs crossed. His body twitched rhythmically. His lips were pale, and his eyes only had a faint divine light left. His face was even more sinister and terrifying, as if he had encountered something terrifying. Only then did Uchiha Tunan, who was sitting in front of the short table, withdraw his illusion technique. He gently put down the teacup and said lightly, "There will be no next time." Chapter 317 Mind's Eye of the Kagura. Most smart people had a common point, and that was selfishness. Hatake Do belonged to this kind of person. If he did not have enough value and the curse seal in his brain, he would have already killed him. Uchiha Tunan had already killed him. If such a person did not have enough strength to control, it would be very easy to devour owner. The light in Uchiha Tunan's eyes flashed under the bandage, but he could clearly see the state of Hatake Do through the observation of his eyes. His endurance was good, and he would be almost fully recovered after resting for 2 or 3 months. As for whether it would leave a childhood trauma, it was none of Uchiha Tunan's business. Until the evening. Suddenly, Do opened its big mouth and took a deep breath. It was as if it had returned to its soul. Then, it got up shakily and shivered non-stop. He looked at Uchiha Tunan with eyes full of fear. Uchiha Tunan put down the experimental data he had just taken and said lightly, "The relationship between you and me is based on how much value you have created for me. Through research, you can find new knowledge. It is the value you can create for me. You can use the value of creation to exchange for everything you want from me. Wealth, power, strength, and the people you want to protect. I can satisfy 99 of the things in this world. I only look at the result. No matter what you think, whether you hate me or resent me, it doesn't matter. To me, these are not important. Go to the laboratory and reflect on yourself." Do's lips trembled slightly as he nodded his head in fear. Then, he moved his feet and walked toward the study room, trembling. After simply tapping on Do, Uchiha Tunan put away his thoughts and continued to look at the experimental data on the table. After a long time, Uchiha Tunan sensed that Kakashi had arrived outside the orphanage. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he muttered, "What about the warm gathering?" People like to rely on these to maintain their fragile feelings between each other. After saying that, he immediately put away the experimental data and drove the wheelchair out of the house. At dusk, in the residential area on the edge of Konoha, a warm yellow light lit up in an ordinary civilian house. This dinner party was not chosen outside, but in Minato's home. As the only woman, Kushina naturally took up the responsibility of cooking. As the host, Minato arranged Kakashi and Uchiha Tunan to their seats, then took the juice and wine and asked, "Kakashi, your juice." "Tunan, what do you want to drink? Juice or wine?" Uchiha Tunan shook his head and said, "Ninja 3 forbidden, I'm still underage, so I can't drink." Minato was slightly stunned. He put down the juice and said with an embarrassed face, "That's true. You grew too fast. It made me forget that you were the same year as Kakashi." Uchiha Tunan was not surprised by this. Perhaps it was because of his good genes, or because his fitness was too strong. Uchiha Tunan had always been a head taller than his peers, and his appearance was more mature. The Minato family might have not had a master for a long time, and all kinds of things had aged, causing the effect to be not very good. The oil smoke in the kitchen was through the crack of the door. The living room gradually filled with choking smell of oil. Minato waved his hand and said with slight embarrassment, "Sorry, I just came back today, and I haven't had the time to ask someone to renovate it." When Uchiha Tunan heard the word decoration, he was suddenly happy and smiled. "Minato-sensei, are you and Kushina-senpai getting married?" Minato couldn't help but smile happily. He scratched his head and said, "Ah, we're going to hold a wedding during the new year. The situation on the battlefield is relatively stable, and I don't need to go. I also have to give Kushina an explanation." The smile on Uchiha Tunan's face became even wider, and he said, "Congratulations, you have a lover who will be married. You will definitely have a big fat son." "Thank you." Minato felt that Uchiha Tunan was a bit distant. The two of them were just about to get married, but Uchiha Tunan had already talked about having a son. Not long after, Kushina pushed open the kitchen door and brought the dishes to the table. "When you were fighting in the front line, I stayed in the village and practiced cooking when I had nothing to do. Quickly try my cooking and see if it is much better than before." After that, he looked at the three people with expectation and urged them to try the dishes with his eyes. Kakashi looked at the nose and the heart, not moving. Minato and Uchiha Tunan did not show anything, but picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. "It's very delicious. It's very delicious, and Kushina-san's cooking has improved a lot." Hearing Minato and Uchiha Tunan make a positive evaluation of their cooking, Kushina sat down with a smile on her face and began to eat with him. "Eat a chicken leg, you need to nourish your body. Kakashi, this one is for you." The four of them chatted idly, and the atmosphere was quite warm. After eating and drinking, Kushina and Minato quietly looked at each other. Kushina got up and said to Kakashi, "Kakashi, can you help me clean up?" Kakashi was a little surprised, but still answered, Okay." The two of them quickly cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks, brought them into the kitchen and began to clean up. At this time, Minato's expression became a bit serious, and he began to talk about business. He said in a deep voice, "Tunan, I heard the Hokage-sama talk about you. In the future, your burden will be so heavy, and it will be very hard." Uchiha Tunan took a tissue and gently wiped the corner of his mouth. He said lightly, "It's not hard to serve the villagers." Minato seemed to want to say something, but he hesitated for a moment and stopped the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He stood up and took out a small stack of thin wooden planks from the drawer. He handed them to Uchiha Tunan and said, "Tunan, this is for you." Uchiha Tunan took the wooden planks and reached out to touch the surface of the wooden planks. Under the bandages, his eyes could clearly see that there was a tactic engraved on the wooden planks. "This is..." It records the perception ninjutsu of the Namikaze clan. "This afternoon, Kushina and I specially carved it for you. I hope it can help you. Minato looked at Uchiha Tunan with concern and whispered. You are now blind, and it is inconvenient for you to move. If you are suddenly attacked, you might be in danger. Kushina and I thought about it and decided to give this technique to you. Kagura Mind's Eye is a super large range of range. As long as you open your heart's eye, you can use chakra to sense abnormal movements within a radius of tens of kilometers. In addition, if you have already memorized the opponent's chakra aura, you can also sense the opponent's detailed location and movements. Of course, when you are skilled, you can freely control the range of perception. The smaller the range, the more accurate it is, and the amount of chakra consumed is also relatively small. A normal ninja wouldn't be able to learn Kagura's mind-heart. Tunan, your chakra should be enough. Uchiha Tunan gently stroked the wooden board, pursed his lips, and said with a choked voice. Such a precious perception ninjutsu. Thank you for being so nice to me. I am really touched. I don't know how to repay you. Minato smiled and said in a relaxed tone. If you want to thank her, thank Kushina. This is her ninjutsu. At this time, the kitchen door was pushed open, and Kushina and Kakashi came out. Seeing Kushina's face, he said, Tunan, take it and use it. It's just a single ninjutsu, but there are too many techniques left behind by the Namake's clan. Many of them were forcefully recorded in my brain, and I haven't learned them yet. Uchiha Tunan frowned slightly when he heard this, and said in confusion, Why can't I learn it? Is it because it's too difficult? As for Uchiha Tunan's question, Kushina stammered for a long time but could not answer. In the end, Minato coughed and said, She is too lazy. She is ready to give these skills to her future children to inherit. Uchiha Tunan nodded thoughtfully, reached out and took off the necklace hidden under his collar, and handed it to Kushina. Kushina-senpai, this necklace is for you. Consider it my return gift. The radiation necklace will make you energetic for 24 hours. I hope you can be more diligent and learn all those skills so that I can save some trouble. Looking at the silver-white radiation necklace, Kushina felt that it must be something valuable. She whispered, Tunan, no need, it's really nothing. Uchiha Tunan shook his head stubbornly. How can I take advantage of you? This way, I will feel uneasy. Then, okay. Kushina willingly took the necklace and put it on her neck. The necklace was a time bomb for ordinary people. However, for Kushina, who was a descendant of the Namake's clan and was also a Kyuubi Jinchuriki, the side effects could be ignored. The side effects could be ignored, but it would always be exciting. Kushina came to the mirror, filled with the necklace, and asked, It's so beautiful. What is the material? The corners of Uchiha Tunan's mouth curled up slightly, and he said lightly, I don't know either. This was something that was casually bought in the Country of Fire when they participated in the honorary Chunin competition. After appreciating the necklace, Kushina returned to her seat. The four of them chatted for more than half an hour before Kakashi and Uchiha Tunan left one after another. In the room, Kushina and Minato sat facing each other, but their faces were not as cheerful as before. Why didn't you tell Tunan? Kushina said with a face of indifference. As long as you open your mouth, he won't refuse. Minato breathed a sigh of relief, held Kushina's hand, and smiled. Tunan is my disciple, and also my partner. I don't want anything else to happen between us. Chapter 318, Preparation. A month later. After Minato and Uchiha Fugaku returned to the village. The atmosphere in the village seemed to have changed. Originally, the villagers were talking about war and which hero they were talking about every day. But now, a different voice suddenly came out. The most intuitive thing was the old men and women in the orphanage. They were old. They had almost grasped most of the information in the village, whether it was true or false. Every morning after breakfast, they would leave the orphanage one after another and go to the elderly gathering places in the village. For example, under a big tree, at the entrance of some ninja clan's territory, some places suitable for walking dogs and cats. This was also why the old spy that Uchiha Tunan had killed before was clearly just an ordinary person, but he could still become a senior spy of Hidden Cloud. The main reason was because he had already joined the largest intelligence team in Konoha and received a lot of information. At this time, in the public garden not far away from Uchiha's territory, a group of old men sat in chairs, watching the old granny who was playing with cats and dogs in the public garden while talking about the current situation. The war is about to end. The Hokage-sama is in trouble. My son just got off the battlefield. He told me about the front line. I heard that the reason why Mr. Tunan is disabled is because he gave the wrong order. The weak Konoha army is fighting with Hidden Cloud. If not for Mr. Tunan, Konoha would have been wiped out. Didn't we win the war in the end? Who can guarantee that the strategy won't go wrong? Do you know how many people died? Thousands of ninjas. How many ninjas were there in Konoha? The most important thing was that these people could survive, and Konoha couldn't afford to delay them. In any case, this time it was obvious that the Hokage was in a hurry. He definitely had to take responsibility. According to this, the Hokage would have to resign from his position. Then who would be the fourth Hokage? In fact, I think that the most suitable person to be the Hokage is Mr. Tunan. He values friendship and loyalty, and his heart is for the good of the villagers. When he was young, he dared to go against the three ninjas who were like the sun in the sky for the villagers. During the war, he even killed Raikage and Kazekage. Apart from being too young, there are basically no shortcomings. But Lord Tunan is already disabled, and there has never been a disabled person who became a Hokage. If word got out, where would Konoha's face go? Apart from Lord Tunan, I think Kakashi is also good. After all, the Western Front is the first to win. Shikaku seems to be a bit weak. The Hokage is the face of Konoha, and his strength can't be worse than that of the other villages. How is Minato? I heard that he killed thousands of enemies by himself. Moreover, he has a good character and is very kind to people. Just as the group of old men were discussing endlessly, a cold snort came from behind them. Humph, the clan leader should be Lord Fugaku. Whether it is strength or battle achievements, Lord Fugaku is the perfect candidate for the Hokage. The group of old men turned their heads and saw a white-haired Uchiha clansman standing under a tree with a cane. Then, one by one, they whispered, "It's Uchiha's old man. Let's go. Stay away from him. It's a little unlucky today." In the village, the news that Hiruzen Sarutobi was about to resign was naturally released by his old rival, Danzo. It was only to give Hiruzen Sarutobi a little pressure. Uchiha Fugaku intended to compete for the position of Hokage. After all, for him, if he succeeded, he would be making a big profit. If they failed, there wouldn't be a problem. Could it be that the future fourth Hokage would be able to destroy Uchiha's clan? At most, he would be given a little less money. Uchiha's clan was large and had no lack of that. Root headquarters. Danzo had been very busy these past few days. In order to ensure that he could obtain enough support, he had fought for the ninja clan that he could fight for. In the past, Danzo wouldn't even look at the little ninja clan leaders. He saw Danzo sitting in his seat, looking a little tired. Aburame Ryoma was kneeling on one knee and reporting, "Sir Danzo, we have followed your instructions. We have spread the news that the Hokage is about to abdicate. The villagers are now discussing who will be the next Hokage." Danzo nodded in satisfaction. "Yes, I got it. Get ready. Tomorrow, I will visit you." Ryoma got up and hesitated for a moment, but still voiced the doubts in her heart. "Danzo, sir, do you really not need to spread the news that you are going to run for the Hokage?" A trace of contempt flashed in Danzo's eyes, and he sneered. "This kind of thing, how can it be decided by the villagers? I ordered you to spread this news, just to add a little pressure to Hiruzen. In the entire Konoha, there were only a few people who truly had the decision-making power. The only way to move those old foxes was by benefits. They wouldn't change their minds just because of a few words from the villagers. As he spoke, Uchiha Tunan appeared in Danzo's mind. He raised his right hand and shook it in front of him, saying in a tone of victory, "I have already fought for the person who has the most authority in this decision. In addition, I have secretly discussed the conditions with him, and he will support me at that time." This can be said to be a certainty. That night, in Hiruzen Sarutobi's home, Hiruzen Sarutobi's wife, Biwako, came back. After making dinner for Hiruzen Sarutobi, the two sat on the table and ate silently. After eating, Biwako did not immediately get up to clean up the dishes, but said, "Do you know the rumors in the village recently?" Hiruzen Sarutobi picked up the pipe and lit it. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "The stage of the strong, those civilians have little effect. The backup has been left. If I really can't bear the pressure and need to quit my position, then I will promote Minato to the Hokage. Then I can continue to control my power with the reason of cultivation." Biwako was silent for a while. After a long time, she said softly, "Power. Is it really that important to you?" Hiruzen Sarutobi shook the cigarette ashes and turned to look at the family fortune hanging on the wall. His eyes were slightly red. "Shinosuke and Asuma are both gone. I only have power now. I am not the Hokage, but the chief of the Sarutobi clan. It is my duty to protect the Sarutobi clan. Power could allow the clansmen to obtain more resources and nurture them better. Doing a relatively safe mission would ensure the continuation of the bloodline of the clan." This village was not as friendly as it seemed on the surface. The various clans were competing for limited resources and secret. Commoners seemed to live a happy life, but in fact, they were the saddest. Many people would never have the chance to see a few high-level ninjutsu in their entire lives. Biwako heard this and nodded. He let out a long sigh and said, "Are you confident?" Hiruzen Sarutobi narrowed his eyes slightly, smoking as he muttered, "The person with the most authority in this matter is none other than Uchiha Tunan. His battle achievements are too great. If he wasn't crippled, the next Hokage would definitely be him. I already told Minato to put in a good word for me in front of Uchiha Tunan and persuade him not to participate in the impeachment." Their relationship had always been good, and this matter was somewhat successful. As long as he could convince Uchiha Tunan not to participate in the impeachment, then I might be able to continue being the Hokage. This is also the reason why I didn't tell Minato to push him to be the Hokage. The next day, the morning sun shone through the sky and woke up the sleeping land. In the forest of the Fire Country, hundreds of guards dressed in uniform were divided into two rows, guarding the cart in the middle. Next to the cart chair was a burly man with a katana at his waist. He strode forward, maintaining a position that was just behind the window of the cart. In order to not affect the view of the people in the cart, he could also listen to orders and time. In the cart, Naruto sat with an expressionless face, holding an exquisite porcelain bowl in his left hand. It was filled with brown grain-like feed. On his left shoulder was a slightly bloated white pigeon. Naruto stretched out his right hand and picked up a piece of feed from the porcelain bowl. The white pigeon lying on his shoulder opened its sleepy eyes and opened its mouth out of habit, waiting for Naruto to put the feed into its mouth. Suddenly, the white pigeon opened its eyes, and its entire body trembled as it turned its head to the side. As if he had sensed some kind of summoning, he couldn't be bothered to eat the feed Naruto handed to his mouth. He spread his wings and fluttered out of the window. It was just that his body was too bloated, so the frequency of his wings flapping was a bit fast. He flew up and down several times in the air before successfully flying into the clouds. Naruto's hand was suspended in the air inside the cart. He seemed to have turned into a wax figure, not moving at all. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the pigeon had yet to return. Naruto's chest heaved up and down as he gasped for breath. The corners of his mouth gradually curled into a strange smile, and his eyes turned slightly red, as if he wanted to devour someone. His entire body began to tremble. After a few breaths, Naruku's extremely stifled laughter rang out from the cart. Hee. Ha ha ha. Ever since Uchiha Tunan left the white pigeon by his side, he had never had a good night's sleep. When a person could control his own life and death and observe his every move at any time and place, that kind of torment was not something ordinary people could endure. Naruku admitted that he was a person who was afraid of death. These years, he was worried that Uchiha Tunan would activate the curse seal in his brain. He treated the white pigeon like an ancestor. He had to think carefully about everything he said and did. Suddenly, the laughter stopped, and Naruku shouted, "How far is it from Konoha?" When the big man outside heard this, he bent his waist a little and said respectfully, "Reporting to your highness, there are still 30 kilometers left." In the cart chair, the sinister smile on Naruku's face instantly disappeared. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked around uneasily. 30 kilometers. Could it be that I have already entered his perception range? Is that why he called the pigeon back? It should be. Fortunately, I just smiled, so there shouldn't be a big problem. He let out a long breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said in a deep voice, "Stop and rest 1 kilometer away from Konoha." After saying that, he closed his eyes and sat down. As he felt the long-lost freedom, he thought about how he should act on this trip. At the same time, in the corridor of the orphanage, Uchiha Tunan sat on the wheelchair with a cup of tea, as if welcoming the arrival of the sun. Not long after, a black dot appeared in the direction of the sun. The black dot became bigger and bigger, revealing the appearance of a white pigeon. The bloated white pigeon spread its wings and glided, landing heavily on Uchiha Tunan's shoulder. The white pigeon seemed to be very excited to see Uchiha Tunan. It opened its beak and cried out excitedly, "Coo! Coo!" A gentle smile appeared on Uchiha Tunan's face. He said slowly, "I don't know how to fly high. Your appearance is too eye-catching." "Coo! Coo!" The pigeon rubbed the side of Uchiha Tunan's face like a spoiled child. Uchiha Tunan sensed several other Jounin-level auras coming to the outside of the orphanage and stopped for a moment. Then, they all left. He immediately said helplessly, "If your destination wasn't me, you would have definitely been captured by the Umbu." "Goo goo. I know. Your mission is complete. It's time to change shifts." After that, he used the secret skill Beast Devour to give the white pigeon a strand of immortal chakra. Goo goo. After the white pigeon absorbed the immortal chakra, its body became thinner at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the divine light in its eyes became even more exquisite. It spread its wings and flew away with satisfaction. Uchiha Tunan picked up the teacup and took a sip. He continued to secretly use the divine music heart to observe Naruku. It was troublesome to learn things by yourself. It was easy to learn, but difficult to master. It was necessary to practice hard to master. Half an hour later, Uchiha Tunan raised his eyebrows and lowered his head. The corners of his mouth revealed a meaningful smile as he muttered, "It's quite decent." After saying that, he pushed the wheelchair back into the room and closed the door. After a few breaths, the floor in the middle of the room cracked open, revealing the soil that had risen up below. The soil poured into the room and gradually turned into the shape of Naruku. Uchiha Tunan tapped his fingers on the armrest and praised, "You can accurately sense my position through the earth from such a long distance. It seems that your strength has improved again." Naruku had a flattering expression on his face. He walked up to Uchiha Tunan and knelt down very naturally. "It was teacher who taught me." Uchiha Tunan chuckled and shook his head. "I have never taught you this. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't hide it." Naruku smiled and bowed. He rubbed his hands and said carefully, "Teacher, you also know that the rewards for this war will be presided over by your name. However, I don't know much about the situation in Konoha, and I'm afraid that I will delay teacher. That's why I came especially to inform you. I just don't know if teacher has any instructions for me, so that this disciple can know what to do." Uchiha Tunan had always been concerned about his subordinates, regardless of whether they were loyal or not. Because the human heart was the most fickle, and the result would not lie. Therefore, Uchiha Tunan was very satisfied with Naruto's attitude. It was not his flattering attitude, but when he was facing something that might be related to Uchiha Tunan's interests. He knew that he had to ask for Uchiha Tunan's opinion first. He saw the corners of Uchiha Tunan's mouth curve into a gentle smile, and he said leisurely, "You don't have to care about anything. When the time comes, you just have to go through the motions. If someone says yes, then you say yes. If someone says bad, then you say bad. I don't need you to make a decision in such a situation. In addition, I have always paid attention to the rules and distinguished between rewards and punishments. You have been working hard for me for the past 2 years, so I naturally won't let you be wronged. Everyone in Konoha has nothing to do with me. You don't have to be restrained here because of me, and you don't have to look at other people's faces. What should be done is done." Hiruzen Sarutobi maintained a stiff smile on his face. He bent his legs and slowly knelt down. He even stretched out his hands and respectfully kowtowed towards the cart chair. Seeing that Hiruzen Sarutobi had given in, Danzo was about to kneel. Naruto's lazy voice suddenly came from the cart. "No need, I hate these formality the most." "Well done," Danzo shouted in his heart. Looking at Hiruzen Sarutobi sweeping his face, he felt inexplicably carefree. At the same time, for the first time, he felt that this ally of his was powerful enough. Of course, this ally was only his wishful thinking. In his eyes, Danzo was just a slightly obedient subordinate. If not for the fact that Uchiha Tunan had popped up, according to his original plan. At the end of this war, it would be the time for him to completely conquer Konoha. He would also break up the ninja clan and integrate them into the civilians. Perhaps hundreds of years later, the bloodline monopoly of the ninja would cease to exist. In addition to Danzo, all the higher-ups of Konoha were kneeling and motionless. A folding fan stretched out from the cart and slowly lifted the curtain, revealing Naruto's slightly arrogant face. Next, Naruto walked out of the cart with the help of the big man and looked around at the kneeling people. First, he looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was at the front, and Danzo, who was smiling kindly at him. He looked at the two people behind him and narrowed his eyes. According to the information, this blonde youth should be Minato. And that middle-aged man should be the clan leader of Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. The battle achievements and strength of these two people were qualified to compete for the position of Hokage. In other words, today's meeting would select the Hokage from these 4 people. That guy said that he did not care about this matter, and he did not know whether it was true or not. Chapter 320, Popular Expectation. As Naruto thought of this, he shifted his gaze back to Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was kneeling on the ground obediently. To be on the safe side, he would act as a lie for the time being. Then, Hiruzen Sarutobi could not continue to be the Hokage. He has a blood feud with that guy, not to mention that Shinosuke died because of me. Hiruzen Sarutobi must be hostile to me, just taking my identity into consideration. In recent years, Konoha was not so obedient. Then, Naruto looked at Danzo, who had a slightly strange smile on his face. He smiled and nodded. But in his heart, he thought, "This one-eyed dragon should be the one who has been in contact with me, Shimura Danzo. It would be good if he could become the Hokage." Moreover, the information he gave me also said that he had obtained the support of that guy. I wonder if Danzo lied to me, or if that guy lied to him. The smile on Naruto's face did not change, and he once again looked at the 2 people behind him. Uchiha Fugaku. The clan leader of the Uchiha clan was the closest to that guy. Namikaze Minato. That guy was his teacher on the surface. According to the information, their relationship seemed to be good. However, this person seemed to be very close to Hiruzen Sarutobi, and he did not know if he would be angry with him. It's a little difficult. The only thing we can do now is to change the situation. We'll see what that guy says. The only one we can be sure of is Hiruzen Sarutobi. The Konoha ninjas led by this old man were becoming less and less respectful to the daimyo. If he could force him to lose his sense of propriety, he could use righteousness to get rid of him. Thinking about it, Naraku took 2 steps forward and came to Hiruzen Sarutobi. He lowered his eyes and said in an inexplicable tone, "Sarutobi, Hiruzen." When Hiruzen Sarutobi heard this, he slowly raised his head and looked into Naraku's eyes. Naraku narrowed his eyes and muttered, "You look very much like an old friend of mine." Then, he frowned and tapped his forehead with his hand. With a look of frustration, he said, "It's just that I don't have a good memory, so I can't remember." "Forget it, if I can't remember, then I can't be bothered to think about it. Should have died for too long." Hiruzen Sarutobi's body shook imperceptibly, and his wrinkled face revealed a warm smile. "Your Highness, you must have been on a long journey. Please go to the Hokage building to rest." When Naraku saw that the white-haired Hiruzen Sarutobi was actually able to endure it, he felt a sense of powerlessness as if he had punched cotton. He instantly lost interest in Hiruzen Sarutobi. He was just an old man who had lost his courage. Naraku waved his hand in disappointment. "There's no need to rest. It's better to get down to business early." The smile on Danzo's face was a rare flattery. "That's right, Your Highness is busy. We have to hurry. Your Highness, this old man will lead the way." Naraku nodded slightly and said lightly, "Thank you, Danzo." When Danzo led Naraku to the Hokage building, many of the higher-ups in the room got up one after another. However, everyone looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi in a somewhat evasive way. Most of the higher-ups walked quickly towards the building as if they were avoiding the plague. Some of the higher-ups who had always been loyal to Hiruzen Sarutobi lowered their heads and remained silent. This made Hiruzen Sarutobi feel a sense of sorrow. Only Minato came to Hiruzen Sarutobi's side and supported him, saying with a worried face, "Hokage-sama." Hiruzen Sarutobi chuckled and shook his head. He patted Minato on the back of his hand and said, "It's okay. I lost my etiquette the moment I arrived. I didn't want to offend you. Besides, I'm already so old, and I have long forgotten about these things." After saying that, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the figures of the higher-ups and clan leaders who were walking towards the Hokage building with a smile on his face. However, he remembered all these people in his heart. He was ready to settle accounts in the future. The Hokage building. As a disabled person, Uchiha Tunan did not go to the village entrance to welcome Naraku. Instead, he went to the meeting room first, occupying a seat close to the front. Not long later, the door to the meeting room opened. Danzo led Naraku in. Danzo looked at Uchiha Tunan, who was sitting in his seat, and secretly nodded to him. Thinking of the conditions he had discussed with Uchiha Tunan before, he was excited and said, "This time, it's settled." He immediately introduced him to Naraku. "Your Highness, this is the hero of Konoha, Uchiha Tunan." Naraku casually looked at Uchiha Tunan, fanned the fan in his hand, and nodded, "Not bad." Uchiha Tunan faintly bent his waist and said, "Greetings, Your Highness." Danzo saw that Naraku was not interested in Uchiha Tunan, so he did not introduce him further. He led him to the main seat and took a seat. Then a group of higher-ups entered the conference room one after another. The ones who walked at the back were Hiruzen Sarutobi and Minato, who were the Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi came to the seat and sat down. He glanced at Minato beside him and then looked at Uchiha Tunan, who was sitting upright. His eyes flickered slightly, but no one knew what he was thinking. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Danzo stood up directly and coughed lightly. Cough, cough. "Today, under the witness of Your Highness, we will reward the people who have made outstanding contributions here. Of course, those who have contributed will be rewarded. Those who are at fault will also have to bear the corresponding responsibility and receive punishment." As he said this, he looked at the calm Hiruzen Sarutobi with an inexplicable gaze. Then, he smiled at Naraku, who was sitting at the head of the table, and bent down. "Your Highness, do you have anything to add?" Naruto remembered what Uchiha Tunan had told him before. He casually waved his folding fan and said, "Well said. Let's continue." Danzo nodded and said to the crowd in high spirits, "According to the usual practice, you will be rewarded after being punished. After all, there will be many more positions after being punished. It will also be convenient to reward those who are meritorious." Everyone knew that the real play was about to begin. In fact, most people knew that there was only one important thing in this meeting. That was whether Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped down or not. If Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped down, then the position of Hokage would basically fall on Danzo. As for Minato and Fugaku, they were just supporting characters. Wait a minute. A discordant voice sounded in the conference room. Everyone looked over. Danzo frowned, stared at Uchiha Tunan and said, "Tunan, what can I do for you?" However, seeing the gentle smile on Uchiha Tunan's face, he suggested, "In the end, Konoha won the war. At the beginning, the reward was better, so it was a little auspicious. My battle achievements should be the highest, give me a reward first. To be honest, I have been looking forward to it for a long time. Recently, I can't sleep peacefully." "Nonsense!" Danzo shouted, seeing that he was about to take out his secret weapon. In one fell swoop, Hiruzen Sarutobi was thrown into the abyss, but he was interrupted on the spot. In his heart, he did not like Uchiha Tunan to cause trouble. On the other hand, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Uchiha Tunan with a meaningful gaze. However, Naruto waved his folding fan and chuckled. "I think this little hero Tunan is right. I'll reward him first. It's not bad to ask for good luck." Seeing that the daimyo had spoken, Danzo could only close his mouth and look at Uchiha Tunan with flickering eyes. This guy. He didn't believe me, so he wanted me to fulfill my promise first. Damn it. Was he really going to hand over those departments? If he gave them now, it would be difficult to get them back in the future. Generally speaking, this kind of meeting was to punish the wrong person first. Then, according to the rest of the positions, it was distributed from high to low. That is to say, Danzo is going to remove Sarutobi Hizen first, and then after he is elected as Hokage, he will distribute the remaining people. At that time, he could also dock 1 or 2 departments of Uchiha Tunan. For example, the most important Umbu group. But now, Uchiha Tunan asked to reward him first, and the key was that the most powerful person on the surface had already agreed. This made Danzo a little unprepared. Just as Danzo was hesitating, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had been silent since the beginning, spoke first. "Tunan's achievements are obvious. I suggest that Uchiha Tunan be the leader of the Umbu and the Hokage advisor. As the Hokage advisor, he naturally had to take charge of other departments in Konoha. The logistics department, medical department, torture department, and intelligence department will all be given to Tunan." Danzo heard that the position Hiruzen Sarutobi mentioned was exactly the same as the content of his deal with Uchiha Tunan. His heart immediately skipped a beat. Damn, he had been snatched away. Before Danzo could say anything to remedy the situation, Kamaru and Hamura exploded. The Umbu group had nothing to do with them, but the logistics and medical department were their original departments. "Hiruzen, you are crazy. You gave him so much power, what are we going to do? Tunan is still young, and I think the position of the Hokage advisor is not suitable for him. After all, these departments are related to the people and public security of the village. It is a matter of great importance." Danzo had no choice but to stand up at this time if he did not speak. If Uchiha Tunan really sided with Hiruzen Sarutobi, then they might fail. Danzo said in a low voice, "I also think that Tunan's ability is completely suitable for these positions. What is everyone's opinion?" Then, regardless of whether it was Hiruzen Sarutobi, the clan leader of a small clan, or the higher-ups of a small clan, they all raised their hands and said, "I agree." Seconded. Uchiha Tunan leaned back on the wheelchair with a calm expression, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest. Hataki-do beside him immediately understood. Hataki-do immediately stood on tiptoe and looked around the entire conference room, looking at the people who had not raised their hands yet. It seemed that he wanted to remember those people. This time, the rest of the fence. According to the current situation, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo were ready to give these powers to Uchiha Tunan. This matter could already be said to be a nail on the iron plate. If Uchiha Tunan remembered it, he would be in trouble. The leader of the Umbu and the identity of the Hokage advisor of the 4 major real departments were not something the little ninja could afford to offend. One by one, they raised their hands and said, "Seconded. Seconded." A moment later, in the entire conference room, except for Naruto, Uchiha Tunan, and Hataki-do, everyone else raised their hands. However, there was no objection. Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi raised their hands and turned to look at Naruto. Naruto covered the lower half of his face with a folding fan and said with a smile, "It seems that little hero Tunan is what everyone wants. I have no objection." Danzo had a forced smile on his face, his eyes slightly narrowed as he stared at Uchiha Tunan and said in an inexplicable tone, "All votes passed, so this is settled. Tunan, I hope you will take on the responsibility on your shoulders in the future and think more about Konoha. Do not forget." Sitting on the wheelchair, the corner of Uchiha Tunan's mouth was slightly outlined, and he said softly, "Thank you for your trust and support for me. I will do my best to serve the village." At this time, everyone present understood that the power of Konoha was going to be changed. At such a young age, Uchiha Tunan was able to control so many important departments. In Konoha, he could be said to be below one person. There were even some things that as long as Uchiha Tunan insisted, he was afraid that even the Hokage would not be able to control them. This was the true power of Konoha, far more powerful than the 2 previous Hokage consultants combined. At this moment, the surrounding people looked at Uchiha Tunan with kindness and some flattery. Danzo felt pain in his heart, but since these positions had been given out, it was time for him to eat meat. Since we have already started, let's continue to talk about the mistakes of this war. In this war, as the Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi had made many major decision-making mistakes. This caused thousands of Konoha ninjas to die in vain. I have all the orders given by Hiruzen Sarutobi during the war. Hiruzen, do you have anything to say? Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his head and looked around at the crowd. He also knew what evidence Danzo had collected. These things can't be denied. The matter of abdication has to be decided by all the higher-ups in Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed and said with a face full of self-blame, "I was too radical in this war. But this is because the pressure of Konoha is too great and we have to break through quickly in the battlefield. At the same time, I also believed in the strength of the few Konoha elites. The result was too different from what I expected. I am willing to take responsibility." Seeing that Hiruzen Sarutobi did not resist, Danzo's eyes flashed with a hint of success, and he said in a deep voice, "Since you admit it, then I will do it in front of His Highness," suggesting to remove Hiruzen Sarutobi from his position as the Hokage. At the same time, Koharu and Hamura, as the Hokage consultants, did not stop Hiruzen Sarutobi from making the wrong decision. Their positions as consultants were similarly removed. As soon as he finished speaking, the clan leader of the Kurama clan stood up and said, "I don't agree. The Hokage is only radical, but we won in the end. If it was any other decision, they might not be able to win the war so quickly." Someone stepped forward, and Hiruzen Sarutobi's other trusted aides said one after another, "I don't agree either. The Hokage is responsible for Konoha, and we can't be too harsh on him." At this time, Minato, who was sitting in the field, also said, "I also hope that everyone will give the Hokage-sama a chance. He is a good Hokage for Konoha." However, the people of Danzo also did not want to be outdone, and they stood up and said, "I agree to dismiss the third." "I also agree. After all, the third has done something wrong. Could it be that he did something wrong and does not accept punishment?" In the conference room, the trusted aides of both sides quarreled. Of course, nearly 1/3 of the people did not say anything. They were all the higher-ups who did not choose to stand on the team and the ninja clan chief. These people were all silently watching the situation unfold. Danzo turned his head to look at Naruto and asked softly, "Your Highness, what do you think?" Naruto fanned himself with a harmless smile. "I also feel that since the third generation has done something wrong, then they should take responsibility." Seeing that the big name had already expressed his opinion, there were several indecisive higher-ups who agreed to remove Hiruzen Sarutobi. The remaining people were still sitting there calmly. Seeing this, Danzo's eyes narrowed and his heart was slightly angry. These old foxes still haven't expressed their opinions. It seems that they will help whoever wins. Humph, when I take the position of Hokage, the first thing I will do is to deal with you opportunists. Thinking of this, Danzo turned his eyes to Uchiha Tunan. In this situation, Uchiha Tunan was the trump card to decide the outcome of the battle. As long as he opened his mouth, he would definitely be able to drive the remaining opportunists away. After all, the identity of the leader of the Umbu group and the Hokage advisor was real. In addition, with the reputation that Uchiha Tunan originally had, it was enough to drive the indecisive higher-ups. At the same time, most of the people in the field turned their eyes to Uchiha Tunan. The indifferent Uchiha Tunan seemed to become the focus of the field. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi subconsciously held his breath and stared at Uchiha Tunan. He never thought that one day, the power he viewed as his life would be decided by the Uchiha Tunan who he used to treat as a tool. At this moment, deep regret rose in Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart. Of course, it was not that he regretted targeting Uchiha Tunan during the war and making him disabled. Instead, he regretted why he had not gotten rid of Uchiha Tunan earlier. If not for Uchiha Tunan, today would not have happened. He saw that Uchiha Tunan, who was sitting on the wheelchair, had a calm look on his face. His fingers tapped on the armrest again and again, as if he was still thinking about something. Click, click, click. The argument in the field had stopped at some point, leaving only the sound of Uchiha Tunan tapping the armrest. The atmosphere gradually became heavy. Chapter 321, Hokage's Battle. After a long time, Uchiha Tunan's fingers that were tapping on the armrest slightly paused, and he lightly said, "I agree with the Hokage to abdicate." As soon as he finished speaking, the higher-ups and clan leaders who had not yet chosen to stand on the team chimed in. "I agree. I agree. I agree." After all, no one knew who would be the Hokage in the future, but Uchiha Tunan was the real second-in-command of Konoha. A second-in-command team would not be too miserable. In this situation, what they feared the most was to foolishly stand on the team of losers. Seeing that Uchiha Tunan agreed to dismiss Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he secretly glanced at the silent Hiruzen Sarutobi, feeling a little proud of himself. It seems that this guy still chose to stand with me. Hiruzen, so what if you cut off his beard? You are the main culprit behind his disability. After everyone made a vote, Hiruzen Sarutobi closed his eyes and slowly sighed. Well, since everyone thinks that I have neglected my duties as the Hokage, then I will resign from my position as the Hokage. However, we can't do without the Hokage. Today, we will decide on the fourth Hokage. In fact, I have always had a suitable candidate to be the fourth Hokage. Everyone should have guessed that he was Uchiha Tunan. Unfortunately, his current physical condition was not suitable for the position of Hokage. So, I think Minato is a suitable candidate. I don't know what everyone thinks. Minato, who was next to him, was stunned. He looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi and said, "Hokage-sama, I." When Hiruzen Sarutobi talked to Minato in private, he vaguely had this intention. But Hiruzen Sarutobi was still lucky, so he didn't say it clearly. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled at Minato and said, "Minato, are you not willing to take this responsibility?" Minato looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi and thought of his dream. He nodded solemnly and said, I am willing. Seeing this, Danzo couldn't take it anymore. You can't even protect yourself, and you still want to appoint someone to inherit the position of Hokage? Danzo coughed and said, the candidate for the next Hokage needs to be voted by everyone. I don't know if there are any good candidates that can be proposed. As soon as his voice fell, a supporter of Danzo immediately said, I think Danzo has contributed too much to Konoha in the dark for so many years. The position of the fourth Hokage should belong to Danzo-san. However, the supporters of Sarutobi immediately stood up and retorted, Danzo is indeed qualified, but he is not as good as Minato. I'm afraid he can't convince the public. Isn't Danzo enough for the First and Second Great War? Didn't I already reward you for the 2 wars? The supporters of both sides knew that they couldn't change their sides so easily. Unless the side they supported completely lost their power. The previous situation occurred again, and the supporters of both sides argued back and forth. However, none of these people mentioned the popular candidate of the Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku. One reason was that the relationship between Uchiha and the other ninja in the village was not very good. The other reason was that Uchiha Tunan, as a member of Uchiha's clan, was already in a high position. If Uchiha Fugaku became the Hokage, the other ninja in Konoha could almost be regarded as a subsidiary of Uchiha's clan. This was a result that no one wanted to see. Uchiha Fugaku, who was sitting at the side, opened his mouth and wanted to recommend himself, but the words were stuck in his throat and could not be said. There were not many people present who were familiar with him. It seemed that there was no intention to recommend him. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku understood that it was useless to try so hard to promote themselves among the villagers. Because there were no villagers among the people who could vote. Thinking of this, Uchiha Fugaku secretly clenched his fists and raised his head to look at Uchiha Tunan. In his heart, he hoped that Uchiha Tunan would not forget what he had said before. As long as he wanted to compete, he would support him. Moreover, when Uchiha Tunan said that he would dismiss Hiruzen Sarutobi, there was a group of followers behind him. Presumably, if Uchiha Tunan supported him, he would have the strength to fight. After a long time, the conference room was noisy. The people of Sarutobi supported Minato, and the people of Danzo naturally supported Danzo. The two sides argued, but they were somewhat evenly matched. Danzo saw that Minato had so many supporters. He suddenly thought of the relationship between Minato and Uchiha Tunan, and his eyes were slightly cold. There would be no mistake, and he would be picked up by this kid. At this moment, Uchiha Tunan, who had been silent all this time, said softly, I think Mr. Fugaku is very suitable to be the fourth Hokage. Everyone was slightly stunned, and the atmosphere suddenly became silent. But strangely, this time, no one agreed with Uchiha Tunan's opinion. The essence of power was to develop towards a monopoly on relationships. Konoha was a combination of multiple forces. No matter how the game went, the final result would be to disperse the power. This was in line with the interests of everyone. The people who supported Uchiha Tunan before were because Uchiha Tunan did not touch their interests. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit cold, Naruto lazily waved his folding fan and said, Since your opinions are not uniform, then let's vote. Hearing this, everyone stopped arguing and tacitly agreed to this fair plan. Naruto put away her folding fan and pointed it at Uchiha Fugaku. He said loudly, Those who support Uchiha Fugaku, raise your hand. The entire audience was silent, and only Uchiha Tunan raised his hand. When some of the higher-ups saw this, they looked at Uchiha Fugaku with a hint of ridicule in their eyes. They seemed to be laughing at Uchiha Fugaku for overestimating himself. After a few breaths, Naruto expressionlessly announced the result, 1 vote. Uchiha Fugaku forced a smile on his face. He looked at the crowd and said, In fact, I never thought of becoming the fourth Hokage. I can't even manage such a big clan like Uchiha. I just didn't expect that Tunan would mention my name and let everyone see a joke. Naruto immediately used his fan to point in Danzo's direction and said leisurely, Those who support Danzo, please raise your hand. As soon as he finished speaking, the supporters of Danzo all raised their hands. However, there were only about 1/3 of them. After a long time, Naruto looked at Danzo with a faint smile and said, "It seems to be less than half. Danzo, why don't you count it?" Danzo's face was slightly gloomy at this time. He looked up at Uchiha Tunan, who was sitting calmly on the wheelchair, and smiled stiffly. "Tunan, now only Minato and I are running. You can vote again." Uchiha Tunan was stunned for a moment, and nodded. "I see, I understand." After saying that, he continued to sit still. This action immediately made Danzo's heart skip a beat. But in this situation, it was not good to act up. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle and said pointedly, "There doesn't seem to be anyone left." "Then those who support Minato, raise your hands." The supporters of Sarutobi all raised their hands. Uchiha Tunan slowly raised his hand from the wheelchair. In the next moment, the swaying fence-sitters seemed to hear the horn of victory, and they raised their hands high. They were afraid that Minato would not see them. The next Hokage was set. Bang! Danzo slammed his fist on the table and stood up, glaring at Uchiha Tunan and gnashing his teeth. "Uchiha Tunan, what do you mean?" No one expected Danzo to be so ungraceful that he would flip out on the spot after failing. However, some people knew a part of the story and put on a show. Uchiha Tunan raised his eyebrows and innocently spread out his hands. "Danzo-san, now everyone has chosen to be the most suitable person to be the fourth Hokage. Is there a problem with my vote?" Danzo was stunned, and then his body began to tremble, and his mouth issued a creepy sneer. "Hee. Ha ha ha. You are very good. You are really very good." At the next moment, Danzo suddenly used the body blink skill and appeared in front of Uchiha Tunan. His whole body bent forward and his hands pressed against the hands of Uchiha Tunan's wheelchair. He almost put his face in front of Uchiha Tunan and said fiercely, "What are you pretending to be confused for? You promised me." Minato was worried that Danzo would attack Uchiha Tunan, so he subconsciously stood up. However, he was held down by Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Don't worry, he doesn't dare to do anything." Although Hiruzen Sarutobi said this, he actually wanted Danzo to kill Uchiha Tunan with lightning speed. Of course, it was also possible that he had been killed by Uchiha Tunan. But in this situation, whoever died would only benefit him and not harm him. Naruto, who was sitting at the head of the table, had already unfolded his folding fan, blocking the lower half of his face. His eyes narrowed slightly. It was a pity that this old fellow, Danzo, was quite to my taste. How could he die and provoke this guy? He probably won't live for long. At this time, some people on the field had their eyes on the two people. From Danzo's words, everyone guessed that they must have some hidden secrets. Otherwise, Danzo would not have lost his composure like this. However, seeing that Uchiha Tunan had no reaction to Danzo's accusation and instead had an inexplicable smile on his face, he said, "I'm going back on my word." "You." When Danzo heard this, he became furious and gritted his teeth, wishing he could kill Uchiha Tunan immediately. Uchiha Tunan sat firmly on the wheelchair, as if waiting for Danzo to make a move. After a long time, Uchiha Tunan became impatient. He gently raised his hand and pressed it against Danzo's chest, pushing him away. In this short moment, Danzo had impulse to attack several times, but he restrained himself. When he recovered, he found that he had been pushed aside by Uchiha Tunan. He felt extremely aggrieved. "Old man, even if I give you a chance, you won't be useful." There was a flash of contempt in Uchiha Tunan's eyes under the bandage. People who have been addicted to power for a long time will become overcautious when they do things. Uchiha Tunan naturally knew how sullen Danzo was at this time. The private deal between him and Uchiha Tunan could not be put on the table. Naturally, there wouldn't be anyone who would seek justice for him. But even if he couldn't say it, it didn't mean that Uchiha Tunan couldn't say it. Uchiha Tunan's expression became a little serious as he said softly, "Actually, that day when Lord Danzo came to find me, I wasn't making a deal with you. I am testing you in the dark to see if you are suitable to be a Hokage. Speaking of this, Uchiha Tunan's tone gradually became forceful. The Hokage in my heart should be impartial and impartial. But you, in order to become a Hokage, use your power to tempt me. How could such a despicable method be worthy of the position of Hokage? Do you really think that I, Uchiha Tunan, am a villain who is greedy for power? Uchiha Tunan patted his chest with his hand and said with an excited expression, I don't even want my life for Konoha. When the third Raikage slaughtered Konoha's companions, I knew that using the forbidden technique would blind my eyes and cripple my legs, but I didn't even frown at that time. I, Uchiha Tunan, don't even care about power. Minato-sensei was so close to me, but he never mentioned that he wanted to run for the Hokage in front of me. This is the real Hokage in my heart, the one who could lead Konoha to glory. If I choose you today because of a mere power, then what face do I have to face those souls on the tablet? I declare again that I, Uchiha Tunan, support Minato becoming the fourth Hokage. It was not mixed with any personal feelings, because Minato was not selfish. Everything I did was for Konoha. Danzo. Today I will tell you clearly. You are mistaken. Uchiha Tunan's last few words were simply deafening. Even Danzo was dumbfounded by Uchiha Tunan's passionate speech. On the side, Minato looked at Uchiha Tunan with excitement. In his mind, he recalled the first time he met Uchiha Tunan. I want to gain the recognition of more people. Thinking of this, Minato smiled happily and murmured, Have you always insisted on your ideals, Tunan? At this time, Naruto, who was sitting at the head of the table, seemed to be extremely excited after listening to Uchiha Tunan's words. He forcefully folded the folding fan in his hand and sighed. Well said, little hero Tunan has a very high awareness. I didn't expect Danzo you to do so many small tricks in private. You really don't deserve the position of Hokage. I think Minato is suitable to be the fourth Hokage. After saying that, he raised his hand. In the next moment, the higher-ups of Konoha raised their hands one after another. I support Minato becoming the fourth Hokage. I support Minato. I support Minato. I support Minato. A moment later, only the supporters of Danzo silently sat in their seats without raising their hands. Uchiha Tunan silently tapped his index finger on his hand. Hatakido immediately understood and stood on tiptoe again, staring at those who had not raised their hands. This action was blatantly telling those people, if you still want to go against the rules, then wait to settle the score. Under the threat, the supporters of Danzo had to consider the future generations of the family and raise their hands. I support Minato. I support Minato. I support Minato. Naruto stood up, a warm smile on his face, and said, all votes pass. Humph, you will regret it. Danzo whispered to Uchiha Tunan and turned to leave the meeting room. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Uchiha Tunan on the wheelchair with a complicated expression. It seems that he really cares about Konoha. It's a personal grudge between us. He has always been thinking about Konoha. On the contrary, as the Hokage, I seem to have forgotten my initial heart. I have always been chasing after benefits, satisfying my own selfishness. Forget it, let go of the hatred first. Maybe I should reflect on myself. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed, then stood up and said in a deep voice, Ahem, next month, we will hold the Hokage handover ceremony. Next, we will start to distribute the vacant positions in Konoha according to the military merits. Chapter 322, Rectifying Internal Affairs. 2 months later. A new year was about to come. In these 2 months, many big things happened in Konoha. First, Konoha held a huge succession ceremony. The third officially stepped down, and Minato took over as the fourth Hokage. As the saying goes, one day emperor, another day courtier. The upper echelons of Konoha almost changed their blood. The 2 original advisors had been dismissed. Some of the departments they were originally in charge of were given to other people with outstanding achievements, and the rest were handed over to Minato. After all, Uchiha Tunan was now the only Hokage consultant. He forcibly took the Anbu, which originally belonged to the Hokage directly, into his hands. These departments were also a compensation to Minato. Soon after, Minato and Kushina had a wedding and officially became husband and wife. Uchiha Tunan also fulfilled his promise and accepted Uchiha Itachi as disciple. It was worth mentioning that when Uchiha Tunan held the apprenticeship ceremony, he was keenly aware that Uchiha Mikoto was pregnant. It was just that she had yet to reveal her pregnancy. It took Uchiha Tunan 2 months to completely grasp the 4 departments and the Anbu group. The spies inside and outside were all picked out by Uchiha Tunan using various methods in the dark. The rest of the time was to prepare for the riot of the Kyuubi after October. Before Naruto was born, Uchiha Tunan did not allow any turmoil in Konoha. At this time, in the Hokage building, Minato, who was wearing a Hokage cloak, sat in the exclusive seat of the Hokage and looked at the list on the table seriously. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat on the side, smoking non-stop, quietly watching Minato handle political affairs. From time to time, he glanced at Uchiha Tunan, who was silent on the wheelchair. Originally, Hiruzen Sarutobi's plan was for Minato to become the Hokage, and he would support him from the side, ensuring that his power would not be lost. After all, in Hiruzen Sarutobi's impression, Minato was relatively more obedient. But ever since Minato became the Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi found that the development of the matter was different from what he imagined. Minato was indeed very obedient, always respectful to him, and would discuss anything with him. In the end, he basically dealt with it according to his own wishes. But the bad thing was that Uchiha Tunan had the identity of the Hokage advisor. Basically, every time, Uchiha Tunan would turn a deaf ear to him. The same order had to be given by Minato. After a long time, Minato frowned and said, "Tunan, there are basically no problems with the people on the list. However, Kakashi was greatly stimulated in the war. I don't think he is suitable to join the Anbu group right now." That's right, after Uchiha Tunan took over the dark group, he was ready to let Kakashi join the dark group. Only he knew about Kakashi's Manjikyu. The Nine-Tailed Chaos still needed to be activated by Obito. Kakashi's monthly reading was a little too restrained with Obito. At that time, Uchiha Tunan would need to use the power in his hands to get rid of Kakashi. Of course, during this period of time, he had to continuously suppress Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo. They still had a certain amount of combat power in their hands. They had to be resentful and watch from the sidelines, lest they end up ruining their own plans. Once the Kyuubi was released, they would be happy to see Minato fight with him to the death. Uchiha Tunan said lightly, "He won't refuse my invitation. The Anbu is a place to temper people. There are some things that you have seen so much that you will not care so much." Kakashi was not that weak, and blindly protecting him would only drag him down to becoming a strong person. At this time, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was on the side, exhaled a puff of smoke and could not help but interrupt. "I think Minato is right. Kakashi has the potential to become a strong person. I'm afraid that in a few years, he will even be able to surpass his father, White Fang. The most important thing now is to let him feel the warmth of Konoha, and not fall into darkness. The current Kakashi has opened Mangekyo. If there is no accident, it is possible to kill you." Uchiha Tunan ignored Hiruzen Sarutobi, took out another list and handed it to Minato. "By the way, I'm going to merge the Anbu group with the 4 departments under me, which will be good for my work." The headquarters of the Anbu group was enough to accommodate 4 departments, but many of the facilities were old and needed to be changed. "I also need you to sign it so that I can get the money." Minato had just received the list, and he had not yet started to look at it. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was beside him, could not sit still. He said earnestly, "Tunan, the war is not over yet. A large amount of pension has already consumed most of the village's funds. The finances are tight, and we really can't afford it. Why don't we use those old things for a while? Uchiha Tunan slowly turned his face to Hiruzen Sarutobi and coldly said, "Third, you have seriously affected my work. My duty is to tell the Hokage about the situation. As for how to make a decision, it is the matter of the Hokage. What is the use of saying this to me? I came here today to ask for money. If the Hokage has any difficulties, you can discuss it with me, the Hokage advisor." When Hiruzen Sarutobi heard this, he felt a surge of anger in his heart. However, because he did not have a legitimate position, he had no right to refute Uchiha Tunan. He could only put on a silent expression and smoke one cigarette after another. In his heart, he understood that Uchiha Tunan was helping Minato take power. Right now, there were only 3 people in the top of Konoha. They were Minato, Uchiha Tunan, and Danzo. Because Danzo had failed in the election, almost all the vassal forces had run out, and he could only stay in the dark route every day. Looking at Uchiha Tunan now, it was estimated that he would not be able to come to the Hokage building for long. Minato was not stupid, and he knew that what Uchiha Tunan did was for him. But he still felt that Uchiha Tunan's words were a little heavy. He immediately frowned and said, "Tunan, you are not allowed to talk to the 3rd generation like this. As long as I want to, I have no objections. The Umbu group has consumed so much during the war, and they really need to replenish it. It's just that Konoha really can't come up with the funds." Uchiha Tunan turned his head and said slowly, "Since the village funds are tight, Minato-sensei should have discussed it with me earlier. After discovering the problem, we should solve it as soon as possible. We can't delay other things." Hearing this, Minato's eyes lit up, and he looked forward to it. "Tunan, can you solve the funding problem?" Uchiha Tunan nodded lightly and said, "I want your name." Minato originally thought that Uchiha Tunan had a special method, but he did not expect it to be so. Minato was a bit embarrassed, and he tactfully explained for Uchiha Tunan. "Every year, Konoha has a fixed amount of funds. During the war, we have already made many requests to increase the funds. The current funds are already the limit that the government is willing to give." Uchiha Tunan's expression did not change. He pointed at the table and said, "Sign it first. I will write a letter to ask for extra funds from you." Minato looked puzzled and asked, "Tunan, do you have a good relationship with him?" Uchiha Tunan shook his head and said, "Not familiar, but I believe that as long as I know it with emotion and reason. I'm sure Daimyo is willing to pay." Cough cough. Hiruzen Sarutobi choked on his cigarette. The corner of Minato's mouth twitched slightly, but he felt that Uchiha Tunan was a little naive. Minato hesitated for a moment, but in order to keep Uchiha Tunan's beautiful innocence, he signed on the list. After all, Tunan was his disciple, and he was always thinking for himself. As a teacher, he should also help his disciple solve problems and help him in some places. As for the funding problem, Minato planned to squeeze a little out of the other departments. He could bear the pressure himself, as long as Tunan could work at ease. Uchiha Tunan took the list and pushed the wheelchair around. Suddenly, the man paused, took out a task sheet from his pocket and put it on his desk. He said in a low voice, "By the way, this task sheet is not your handwriting. The Umbu does not recognize it." After that, he pushed the wheelchair and left the office. Minato glanced at the mission list on the table, and the signature was signed by Hiruzen Sarutobi for him. Then he looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi with an apologetic face and said, "Third generation, don't be angry with Tunan. He is just a little rigid, but he doesn't have bad intentions." Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled warmly. "I'm not that petty. He will know in a few days. How can funds be so easy to get?" As soon as Uchiha Tunan left the building, the 2 hidden members of the Umbu group appeared behind him. They were responsible for pushing the wheelchair and sending messages for Uchiha Tunan. Uchiha Tunan handed the list to one of the dark group members and said slowly, "Bring everyone on the list to my office. If any family dares not to release them, just tell them my name. In addition, The new year is coming soon, and I won't allow any accidents to happen in Konoha. As long as things are done well, the clan will give out the year-end bonus. Yes. Chapter 323, S-Class Mission. Afternoon. In the office of the Umbu. Uchiha Tunan sat in front of his desk. On the table was hot tea that had just been brewed. White smoke was rising from it. Below them were rows of Konoha ninjas. These ninjas were either Jounin or Chunin, who had special skills. Apart from Kakashi, everyone else had cautious expressions and did not dare to breathe loudly. This was an instinctive reaction when facing a superior, especially when the status of both sides was too different. Uchiha Tunan touched the name on the list with his fingers, as if he was looking at it with his fingers instead of his eyes. After a long time, Uchiha Tunan's fingers paused, and he raised his head and said lightly, "You are all ninjas of Konoha who are stronger than your peers, or ninjas with excellent potential and specialties. Congratulations, you have emerged from the many ninjas and were chosen by the Umbu. Now you have the chance to join the Umbu without trial. If you want to, stay and contribute your strength to Konoha. Of course, the benefits of the Umbu are much better than that of ordinary ninjas. Not only limited to money, but also all kinds of precious resources such as powerful ninjutsu, unique prescriptions, etc. Your history in the Umbu group will become your future promotion. This is also a chance for a carp to jump through the Dragon Gate, which is very good for the family and the descendants. But with high risk, the death rate of the Umbu group is also the highest in all of Konoha's departments. I have also pointed out the situation for you, and whether you want to join or not depends on your personal wishes. High-end potential were always hard to distinguish between real and fake. Uchiha Tunan first secretly praised them and changed the way he recruited people. He talked about the benefits, especially about drawing a big promise about the future. The Umbu could indeed increase their qualifications, but for ninjas without background, they were only members of the Umbu in the end. Unless one's strength and battle achievements far exceeded that of ordinary people, there was only a small possibility of being a captain like White Fang. However, there was still no right to speak among the higher-ups. As for the so-called risks, Uchiha Tunan even said it lightly. Sure enough, the people below all revealed excited expressions. They felt that it was an honor to be chosen by the Umbu, so how could they have any thoughts of refusing? All of them had solemn expressions on their faces as they said, "I am willing to join the Umbu. I am willing to join the Umbu. I am willing to join the Umbu." Seeing that everyone agreed to join, Uchiha Tunan nodded in satisfaction. He waved to the captain of the Umbu who was waiting respectfully at the side and said, "Very good, you go to the next room to receive your ID card. This senior will guide you in the follow-up matters. By the way, Kakashi, you stay." Then, the captain led everyone away. In the empty office, only Kakashi and Uchiha Tunan were there. Uchiha Tunan sighed softly and said with a sad face, "Kakashi, the current situation in Konoha is not as optimistic as it seems. The higher-ups of the older generation were still in control of some departments. They were reluctant to part with power and often disobeyed Minato's orders. The Umbu I am in charge of is the same, and I don't even know who I should trust. Now I can only trust you, so I asked you to help me. I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble." When Kakashi heard this, his originally indifferent eyes lit up slightly. Was this feeling of being trusted and relied on? He saw that Kakashi had a determined look in his eyes. He said solemnly, "What should I do to help you?" Uchiha Tunan opened the drawer unhurriedly and took out a stack of information. He handed it to Kakashi and said, "This is the spy information I secretly collected. Capture all of them before the new year and lock them up in the interrogation department for interrogation. I need to use results to shut up those old fellows. Help Minato-sensei establish himself in Konoha." Kakashi took the information and didn't even flip through it. He said confidently, "No problem." After all, Kakashi, who had awakened the kaleidoscope, was far stronger than ordinary Jounin. Just by reading this technique, he could instantly kill 99 of Konoha's ninjas. Uchiha Tunan smiled, took out the mission sheet, signed his name with a pen, and handed it to Kakashi. Take your ID card and go. This is your mission list, and there is my personal signature on it. When necessary, you can mobilize the Umbu in the village at will. I will give this mission as an S rank. When you complete it, I will promote you to the leader of the Umbu. I'm counting on you. Kakashi was stunned. He frowned and said hesitantly, "Isn't this a little bad? Even if it's a real S-level mission, it's not enough to make me the leader of the Umbu. When the time comes, other people will definitely slander you in private." Uchiha Tunan smiled and shook his head. "I know your strength. You are completely capable of this position. So what if others say that I am the only person I can be by? I don't care about those rumors. If someone feels that it is inappropriate, I will let him challenge you. I will be a stepping stone for you." Seeing that Uchiha Tunan was so confident in him, a determined look appeared on Kakashi's face. He nodded heavily and said, "I won't let you down." After that, he put away the mission list and the spy information and left the office. After a long time, Uchiha Tunan picked up the warm tea on the table, took a sip, and said in his heart, "In a few days, when the funds are ready, several departments can be integrated. The medical department's equipment and information can help me do research. There are even some less sensitive experimental problems that can be handed over to the medical ninjas to attack. The logistics department can allow me to use enough materials, and others can't find it even if they want to. The intelligence department and interrogation department act as eyes and ears to observe the movements of the ninja world. At the same time, I can collect the filth of the higher-ups of the ninja clan, so that I can threaten them when I have something to do. Let them be used by me. The big killing weapon of Konoha, the Umbu group, can help me lay out the plan. Not bad, not bad. When the chaos of the QB is over, I will be able to leave and go to other places." After thinking for a while, Uchiha Tunan opened the drawer and took out an S-rank information list. The target of the information list was Orochimaru, whom Uchiha Tunan had always thought to be killed. According to the information, Orochimaru had once left the territory of the current Kazama clan in the country of crops. However, after that, Orochimaru and the members of the Kazama clan all disappeared without a trace. Even the spy from Konoha who sent back the information was cut off. However, with an inexplicable smile on Uchiha Tunan's lips, he said slowly, "Orochimaru, you actually didn't die. It really surprised me. I hope that you will learn from shame and not study those useless curse seals anymore. I am looking forward to the results of your new research." Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan stopped talking and brought the tea close to his mouth. Clang, clang, clang. Someone knocked on the office door. "Please come in." Only then did Uchiha Tunan take a sip of tea. A small captain of the dark group walked in and knelt down in front of Uchiha Tunan. "Mr. Tunan, the Hokage has something urgent to talk to you about." Uchiha Tunan slightly raised his eyebrows and said, "Do you know what it is?" The captain shook his head. "I don't know." Something that even the captain of the Umbu could not know. At this point in time. Could it be? A look of surprise flashed in Uchiha Tunan's eyes under the bandage. He said in a low voice, "I understand." Chapter 324, Monitoring Konoha. When Uchiha Tunan arrived at the Hokage building, he found that Minato was not there. Only Hiruzen Sarutobi was waiting there. Uchiha Tunan slightly raised his eyebrows and lightly said, "Where is Hokage?" Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a puff of smoke and said in a deep voice, "Come with me, this matter is confidential." The two of them then went all the way to the big house assigned to Kushina by Konoha. As soon as they entered the door, the two saw Nike's Minato standing helplessly outside the training room. In the training room, the sound of metal clashing rang out. Hiruzen Sarutobi turned his head and looked inside, only to see Kushina holding kunai in her hand, quickly hitting the hidden weapons coming from all directions of the training room. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned, and with a blaming tone, he shouted at Minato. Minato, isn't Kushina pregnant? Why did you still let her do such a violent exercise? Minato smiled helplessly. I tried to persuade her not to do it. I don't know what happened. Recently, Kushina seems to be very energetic. Hiruzen Sarutobi touched his beard and said thoughtfully, the physique of the Uzumaki clan is different from ordinary people. You said that her energy has become more vigorous recently, so it should be natural for her to be pregnant. Hearing this, Minato suddenly realized something and put down his heart. So it's the reaction of pregnancy. I thought there was something wrong with Kushina's body. How did you find out that Kushina-senpai is pregnant? At this time, Uchiha Tunan asked anxiously. After all, there was no trace of her pregnancy. And according to the original track, Naruto should be born in about October. He shouldn't be pregnant now. Uchiha Tunan was worried that there would be some problems with the reincarnation of the Asura. If the butterfly effect didn't make the Rakudu Sannin reincarnate the Asura chakra, it would be troublesome. At that time, Uchiha Tunan would have to spend a lot of effort to find it. Seeing that Uchiha Tunan was so concerned about Kushina, Minato smiled gently and said, "It was Ninetail who told her." Uchiha Tunan nodded silently. This was reasonable. It seemed that Naruto did not make any mistakes. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was standing at the side, made a series of hand seals and used perception ninjutsu. After confirming that there was no one around the house, he said to Minato and Uchiha Tunan with a serious face, "This matter is of great importance, and Jinchuriki is the most vulnerable when giving birth. The QB is very likely to break through the seal. So we have to keep this a secret, and we can't tell anyone about it. We still need to have the sealer group prepare in advance, and we need to be ready to reinforce the seal at any time during childbirth. Otherwise, Kushina's life might be in danger." Minato also knew the importance of the situation and said with a serious expression, "I understand. Tunan, you and Third Jin are the people I trust the most. Only a few of us know about this. Kushina's safety needs you to arrange people to protect her. Please." With that, Minato put his hands on his knees and bowed deeply to Uchiha Tunan. There was no other way, as the leader of the Umbu. If he wanted to mobilize the Umbu to protect Kushina, he needed to give orders through Uchiha Tunan. "Oh? Do you think I am the person you trust the most? It really makes people feel guilty. Unfortunately, you trusted the wrong person." Uchiha Tunan nodded expressionlessly and then turned his face to the training room. His expression suddenly softened, and he said seriously, "Minato-sensei, don't worry. I won't let anyone hurt her. This is a matter of great importance, and I don't intend to tell anyone about this secret, even if it is a member of the Umbu group. I will protect her in secret. If someone wants to hurt her, unless they step over my body." In the training room, Kushina had just blocked a wave of hidden weapons, and was having a short intermission. At this time, in the Biju space in Kushina's body, Kurama used his sharp claws to fiddle with the golden chains that wrapped around his body, and said, "I feel that the evil little ghost has deep feelings for you. He is obviously more evil than Uchiha Madara, so why is he so good to you? Human is really strange." Hearing this, Kushina glanced at the three people outside the room, a knowing smile on her face. In her heart, she responded to Kurama, "How can a guy like you know the friendship between friends?" With that, Kushina made a seal with her hands. In the Biju space, dozens of thick golden chains sprang out of the darkness, wrapping around the Kyuubi several times. Kurama, who couldn't move in the first place, was now tightly trapped in the ball. "Kushina, what are you doing? How did I provoke you? I have to prevent you from causing trouble during my pregnancy, so the seal must be reinforced. Damn it." In the outside world, Minato, who was outside the training room, looked at Uchiha Tunan hesitantly and said, "Tunan, in fact, you don't need to go personally. With your identity, how can you do this kind of protection task? And you have your own work." Uchiha Tunan shook his head and said, "With a shadow clone, work won't be delayed. Nothing must happen to Kushina-senpai. This was not the time to care about the so-called identity. After all, I have the strength now. I don't want to lose anyone. This is my own choice, and it has nothing to do with whether you are the Hokage or not. Minato's eyes were full of gratitude. Then, he revealed a gentle smile and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you." A few days later, Kakashi successfully captured all the spies from Hidden Cloud on the list and handed them to the interrogation department. Now, he had officially come to Uchiha Tunan's office to complete his mission. The person in the office was naturally Uchiha Tunan's shadow clone. The shadow clone was writing a mission report for Kakashi while saying with a happy expression, "Kakashi, there is something I want to tell you. This is Konoha's top secret, you can't tell anyone about it. Kushina-senpai is pregnant." Kakashi's eyes lit up, and a rare smile appeared on his face. "That's good news." Uchiha Tunan closed the completed task report and smiled. "I just want you to share this joy with me." "Well, your task is completed very well. I will submit your task report and promotion documents to Minato-sensei. In a few days, you will be able to meet your subordinates. In the future, Konoha will depend on you. Don't disappoint Senior White Fang." Hearing this, Kakashi nodded and said, "I will surpass him." After Kakashi left, the smile on the shadow clone's face gradually disappeared, returning to its original indifference. Immediately, his lips trembled slightly, and he used wind to tell the situation of Kakashi to the original body hiding in Kushina's residence. After all, in the original work, Obito secretly heard the news of Kushina's pregnancy from Kakashi. Uchiha Tunan deliberately revealed the news to Kakashi to see if the trajectory of fate would be the same as the original work. Of course, the current Kakashi should be able to detect the existence of Obito. Therefore, Uchiha Tunan had to prepare for a backup plan. If Kakashi did not reveal the news to Obito, then he had to make his own move to create a chance encounter with Obito. He saw Uchiha Tunan's real body tapping the armrest of the wheelchair, muttering, "I don't have the ability to sense Konoha's barrier, and I don't know when he will come. I can only open multiple perceptions at all times, so as not to miss it." After saying that, Uchiha Tunan made a seal with his hands and activated his Divine Mind's Eye. At the same time, he also controlled the white pigeons hiding in various parts of Konoha to open their shared vision. In an instant, the entire Konoha seemed to be enveloped by a radar, and everything was reflected in Uchiha Tunan's heart. If not for the fact that Uchiha Tunan's spiritual energy was strong, he wouldn't have been able to withstand such a terrifying attack. At this time, in the Hokage's building, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Minato both looked alert at the same time. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned, closed his eyes and felt for a moment, and murmured, "What a powerful perception ninjutsu. If not for a ninja who was proficient in perception ninjutsu, they would not even be able to catch this kind of peeping sensation." The range seemed to be all over Konoha, and it was Tunan's chakra aura. Hearing this, Minato breathed a sigh of relief and said to Hiruzen Sarutobi, "This should be the divine heart that Kushina gave to Tunan." It seemed that Tunan had completely mastered it. What an enviable talent. It should be because of Kushina's pregnancy that Tunan activated the perception ninjutsu. From the looks of it, Tunan seems to be even more interested than me. Since he can even learn the secret arts of the Uzumaki clan, his attainments in ninjutsu should have already surpassed mine. A complicated look flashed through Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes, then he nodded and said, "It's not a big problem. There are only a few people in the village who can detect spying. It shouldn't cause any disturbance. If someone asks, find a reason to cover it up." At the same time, in the territory of Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Hayashi were exchanging soft punches. The two of them stopped moving at the same time and raised their heads to look around. This feeling. It feels a bit like a Byakugan peeping, but there seems to be something more. It can't be a Byakugan. If it is a Byakugan, the peeping sense should come from one direction. I can clearly feel that this kind of spying is coming from all directions. Maybe it is some kind of powerful perception ninjutsu, or maybe a certain function of Konoha's enchantment. Do you need to report to the Hokage? No, to dare to spy on Konoha like this, it should be the actions of the higher-ups. Chapter 325, Birth of Sasuke. Unknowingly, 7 months had passed in a row. Even if there were petty crimes and filth in Konoha. But those things would never appear in the eyes of Uchiha Tunan now. Without him, the identity was different. Even the lives of ordinary villagers could not reach the heavens. The entire Konoha was under Uchiha Tunan's strict surveillance. During this period, Kakashi went to the memorial tablet. He also told Rin about the secret of Kushina's pregnancy. But unfortunately, perhaps it was because of the butterfly effect. Obito didn't secretly eavesdrop like in the original work. In the land of Uchiha, the first training ground for the clan leader. Fire release, Grand Fireball technique. A tender voice sounded. Uchiha Itachi, who had just turned 4, puffed up his cheeks and spat out a fireball from his mouth, smashing it into the pond in front of him. After the Grand Fireball was released, Uchiha Itachi turned his head and looked at Uchiha Tunan, who was sitting in a wheelchair beside him with an indifferent expression. Uchiha Tunan shook his head lightly and said slowly, "To be honest, it's still the same this time." Uchiha Itachi heard this and his little face frowned slightly. He said doubtfully, "Teacher, I clearly did not make a mistake in forming the seal, and the Grand Fireball was also released. Why do you always let me release it over and over again?" Uchiha Tunan smiled gently and reached out to gently rub Uchiha Itachi's head. Every ninjutsu can be released and can be trained. Take hand seals for example. In fact, each ninjutsu can be used without making a seal. The reason why there is a so-called seal existence. That is because each seal has a specific effect. Through several or even dozens of seals, it will help you to control the specific circulation of chakra, and also make the chakra into an attribute manifestation. What you need to do is to comprehend the changes in the chakra within your body during the release process. To familiarize yourself with it and remember it. Try to use your mind to control it instead of forming seals. Uchiha Itachi naturally had a high IQ. Even though he was still young, his comprehension ability was much higher than ordinary people. Uchiha Itachi frowned and thought for a while, then suddenly understood. "I see, I understand." Uchiha Tunan retracted his hand, tapped the armrest and explained. "There is a kind of ninjutsu called no seal." In fact, it was not that this type of ninjutsu was high-end. Rather, it was the chakra change of this type of ninjutsu. People had yet to find the corresponding seal. The seal is only the foundation. After you can release the fireball without the seal, you can also improve it. When he said this, Uchiha Tunan's finger paused slightly, and then he smiled freely. "I will demonstrate it to you again. See it clearly." But seeing that Uchiha Tunan had one hand in front of him and made a seal, he said calmly, "Fire style, Grand Fireball technique." Boom! Just as a tiny flame left Uchiha Tunan's mouth, it seemed to have been released from its restraints. A fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters grew. The fireball that clearly has no physical body feels like it weighs thousands of pounds, and it smashes into the center of the pond. *chi*. The water in the entire pond began to boil in an instant. Thick white mist rose up, turning into a white pillar of mist that shot into the sky. Uchiha Itachi had already opened his mouth. He raised his head. He watched as the pillar of mist spread towards the sky. He was extremely shocked in his heart. Was this strength of the strongest person in his clan, Uchiha? An ordinary ninjutsu could reach such terrifying strength. What kind of strength was his teacher at his prime? Will I be able to reach this level in the future as well? Pa! Just as Uchiha was letting his imagination run wild, the pain from the back of his head woke him up instantly. Uchiha Tunan pretended to be angry and said sternly, "Don't get distracted. Practice well." Huh? Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan raised his eyebrows and turned his head to the other side. Uchiha rubbed the back of his head and said carefully, "Teacher, What's wrong? He saw that Uchiha Tunan's expression was changing rapidly. The corners of his mouth gradually outlined, and the joy was almost visible to the naked eye. Itachi, congratulations. Go back quickly. I'll give you 3 months off. Uchiha Itachi immediately understood. He revealed an excited expression and bowed deeply towards Uchiha Tunan. Yes. Then, he ran back home. The sky was as blue as a piece of blue paper. A few thin white clouds seemed to have been melted by the sun as they slowly floated in the wind. The thick fog pillar above the pond gradually spread out. Uchiha Tunan leaned against the wheelchair and faced the direction of Uchiha Fugaku's home. He muttered, "Delicious high-quality food, you are finally here." Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan's ears twitched, but his main body used the wind to send a piece of information. But seeing the smile on Uchiha Tunan's face gradually become greedy and strange, he smiled and said, "What day is it today? Good things come together." As soon as he finished speaking, the white mist that spread out devoured Uchiha Tunan's figure. At the same time, in a small courtyard at the edge of Uchiha's clan, the space in the courtyard suddenly distorted. A person wearing a tiger skin mask appeared in the courtyard with only his eyes exposed. It was Uchiha Obito, who Uchiha Tunan had been waiting for several months. Obito looked around at the things in the yard and murmured, "Grandma." Then, he walked up to the big tree in the yard and touched the trunk of the tree. He saw that the soil under this big tree was already filled with weeds that were half the height of a person. It was obvious that the owner of this courtyard was long gone. The eyes under the mask suddenly became crystal red, and he muttered in a hoarse voice, "Have you also left this world? This is really a terrible world." As he spoke, Obito rested his head on the tree trunk, recalling the scenes he had with his grandmother. After a long time, Obito, who was reminiscing about the past, suddenly became alert. He noticed that someone was rushing towards him from not far away. He immediately activated Kamui and disappeared from the courtyard. After Obito disappeared for a few breaths, several Umbu jumped over the wall and landed in the courtyard. The leader of the Umbu looked around and shouted, "Search." Several other members of the dark group headed to various rooms in the small courtyard and began to search carefully. "Captain, there is no one. There are only traces of activity in the courtyard. Strange, the barrier is clearly here. Could it be that we are late?" "Lord Tunan!" When they heard their companion's voice, they ran over in unison and arrived at the door of a small house in the backyard. The door of the small house was opened, and a familiar figure sat on the wheelchair with his back facing them. He raised his head alone to look at a picture frame enshrined in the room. On the frame was a portrait of a kind old granny. After confirming that it was Uchiha Tunan, they all knelt down on one knee. "Greetings, Lord Tunan." However, when Uchiha Tunan's real body sensed that Obito had entered Konoha, he informed the shadow clone closest to him to arrive. Just as Obito was feeling sad under the tree in the courtyard, his shadow clone had already silently entered the room, secretly observing him. But he saw Uchiha Tunan sigh deeply. "You don't need to make a fuss. I was testing out a secret ninjutsu that caused the fluctuation of the barrier. Tell Master Biwako that you don't need to ask someone to come next time. Let's go, this is the home of my old friend." "Yes." The few of them replied in unison, and then they used the instant movement technique to leave. After a long time, Uchiha Tunan's deep voice resounded in the small room. "What a concealed space movement technique. If not for the main body informing me, I wouldn't have known. I didn't even notice it was so close." Chapter 326, Throwing Bait. It was unknown when the sun had hidden itself in the thin clouds, becoming a light that was getting fainter and fainter. A few birds flew across the sky, leaving behind a few faint traces of sadness. On the grass ground where Konoha's memorial tablet was located, the space distorted, revealing the figure of Uchiha Obito. A cool breeze blew, and the withered leaves fluttered in the wind. Obito strolled to the memorial tablet, stretched out his hand and pointed, searching for names one by one. A moment later, Obito's finger stopped on the name of Rin. And Rin's name was next to Uchiha Obito's name. Rin. The expression under the tiger skin mask was filled with loneliness as he muttered. My name is also on this. That's right, the me of the past is already dead. I will be the creator of the new world. Rin, wait for me. I will definitely succeed. I have already. Just as Obito was about to finish speaking, suddenly, he heard the sound of wheels rolling in the distance. He immediately flashed and disappeared into the forest in the distance. After all, the conversation with Rin was not over yet, and he could not leave like this. Not long after, using the leaves to hide his body, Obito's eyes focused and he saw Uchiha Tunan, who was pushing a wheelchair to the memorial tablet alone. It was Tunan. Sure enough, he is just like the rumors outside. He is already crippled. The genius that I once looked up to. When I see you again, you look like this. Obito. Rin. How are you doing in that world? In front of the memorial tablet, Uchiha Tunan had a sad expression on his face, and his voice was slightly loud. It was so big that Obito could hear it clearly. I miss you so much. I miss the happy time when we were together. I am now the leader of the Umbu and the Hokage consultant. But I feel so tired, really tired. Those heavy burdens are suffocating me. I wanted to give up these positions many times. But when I thought of you, I thought of the comrades of Konoha who died in the battlefield. I was. Hearing this, the expression under the earth tiger skin mask changed slightly. He thought to himself, Tunan, this world is full of sorrow. Everyone is selfish. Even a good person like you ended up like this. Can't you see? When are you not so naive? Unfortunately, I can't tell the confused you the truth of this world. Some roads are lonely, and you must walk alone. When I create a perfect new world, you won't be so tired. If you are still alive. However, Uchiha Tunan could not help but start to cry. His back twitched as he said in a low voice. I acted very awe-inspiring and cold in front of my subordinates. Everyone thinks that I am doing well. I have power and wealth. In fact, only I know that I am not happy. I just want to live a peaceful life with the children and the old people every day. Why does fate want to tease me like this and force something I don't like onto me? But I can't bear this responsibility. Only power can ensure that the child lives in a fair environment. This is fate. This is fate. Uchiha Tunan inserted his hands into his slightly messy hair. He seemed to have already begun to sob. My body can't hold on much longer. Every time I opened my eyes, I clearly felt my body decline. I estimate that in 2 months, I might not even be able to defeat Jounin. I think it won't be long before I come to accompany you. I don't dare to say these things. I am afraid that Minato-sensei and the others will worry. Death is not terrible for me. I am afraid that the people I love will suffer again. When Obito heard this, he frowned and thought to himself. Tunan, is your life coming to an end? It seems that you are already at the end of your life. To think that I thought that we would become opponents in the future. It seems that only Kakashi is qualified to be my old enemy. After a long time, Uchiha Tunan felt that the foreshadowing was almost done, and he could get to the point. He saw that Uchiha Tunan took a few deep breaths, and it seemed that he had almost vented his negative emotions. With a bleak smile on his face, he stretched out his hand and gently stroked the tablet with his palm. I have limited time in this world, and I have a lot of things to do. I can't continue to accompany you. I came here today to secretly tell you a piece of good news. Kushina-senpai is pregnant, and the expected date of delivery is on October 10th. It's just that the risk of Jinchuriki acting up is too high. I'm worried that when Kushina gave birth, the Kyuubi would break the seal. During this period of time, the upper echelons of Konoha were busy with this matter, and I was no exception. In order to keep it a secret, I didn't tell the members of the Umbu about it. So, I have to personally protect Kushina-senpai. You don't have to worry. Although I'm crippled now, I can still stop most of the evil people by burning my life force. I originally planned to let Kakashi protect Kushina-senpai. But now the situation in the world is in turmoil, and there are still several S-class missions to be carried out in the next few months. Konoha's high-end forces are severely lacking. I can't move, so I can only let Kakashi go. You must protect Kakashi in the other world and come back safely. And Kushina and her son are safe. After saying that, Uchiha Tunan took out a tissue from his pocket, pulled up a bandage, and wiped it with his head down. Then, he pushed the wheelchair and slowly left the memorial tablet. After a long time, Obito made sure that no one was around, and then he walked out from the darkness. Arriving in front of the tablet, he revealed a struggling expression and muttered, "10th month. Rin, Tunan is right, this is probably the arrangement of fate. To create a perfect world, one must gather the power of 9-tailed beasts. And the Kyuubi is the most important tailed beast. I originally planned to capture the Kyuubi in the future. But now, the opportunity is right in front of me. I can't wait any longer. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame fate. Who told me to eavesdrop? The only one with the same eyes as me, Kakashi, is not in Konoha. Then no one can stop me. If I miss it, I'm afraid I won't have such a chance in the future." At this point, Obito closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and gritted his teeth. "I'm sorry." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes shone with a scarlet light. After a burst of space distortion, he disappeared without a trace. The thin clouds in the sky moved slowly and released the sun behind them. In an instant, the sun spread its golden light like a peacock spreading its tail. The cool autumn wind blew the grass on the ground. A piece of half-yellow and half-green leaves separated from the tip of the tree and fluttered in the wind. Just as the leaves were passing right in front of the memorial tablet, 2 fingers suddenly reached out and caught the leaf. The owner of the fingers was Uchiha Tunan, who had just left. At this time, Uchiha Tunan was no longer sad. Under the sunlight, his whole person revealed a deep and sinister aura. Uchiha Tunan placed the leaf in front of his nose and sniffed it. He smiled and shook his head. Then, he quietly faced the tablet. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, he saw the corners of Uchiha Tunan's mouth curve slightly. His lips trembled as he said word by word, "I'm sorry." Chapter 327, Prelude to Disaster. 2 months later. Uchiha Tunan had written a handwritten letter to Naruto. As expected, the next day, Konoha received a huge amount of funds to solve the financial crisis of Konoha. With enough money, Minato was not stingy with his demands on Uchiha Tunan. With a wave of his hand, he sent enough money to merge with the 4 departments under the control of the Umbu and Uchiha Tunan. It was so convenient for Uchiha Tunan to manage. After several months, the site of several departments had been completed. The logistics and medical department moved to a mountain range not far from the Forest of Death. The underground of the 2 departments was the Interrogation and Intelligence Department. The Interrogation and Intelligence Department each had a passageway. This passageway led directly to the belly of the mountain next to it. The belly of the mountain was almost hollowed out, and the central area was a large square. There were many lampposts on the square, with dim yellow lights. There were layers of densely packed rooms on the stone walls. The higher one went, the fewer rooms there were, and the larger the area was naturally. Uchiha Tunan's office was on the top of the square. The members of the Umbu wanted to meet Uchiha Tunan. It also needed to go from the stairs on the side to the highest level, through an iron chain bridge to reach. Of course, Uchiha Tunan naturally didn't need to go through such trouble, because there was a secret passage in his office that could directly open a mechanism from the top of the mountain. At this time, in the dim office, more than 10 members of the Umbu led by Kakashi were kneeling in the room with their heads down on one knee. Uchiha Tunan was sitting on a dark red sofa. He held a stack of documents in his hand and said solemnly, although we have signed a peace treaty with Rock Concealing Village and Sand Hidden Village. But in fact, everyone knows that this kind of paper agreement has almost no binding force. Therefore, the higher-ups decided not to let down their vigilance against the two villages. Rain Country is a slow and rushed place for the war between the three countries and cannot be lost. However, according to the previous situation, the attitude of Hidden Rain Village seemed to be quite ambiguous with the other two villages. Kakashi, your mission this time is to go to the Rain Country. On the surface, you represent me, the new leader of Konoha's Umbu, to comfort him. Secretly test his attitude and his current strength. Yes, Lord Tunan. In front of the subordinates of the Umbu group, Kakashi put on a businesslike appearance. Uchiha Tunan nodded expressionlessly. His finger knocked on the desk in front of him and warned. Remember, you represent me. Therefore, when facing Hanzo, he had to maintain a high stance. He had the imposing manner of the first ninja village. Even if Hanzo was a demigod, he was already old. For him to choose to give up in the second ninja war meant that he knew how to weigh the pros and cons. This kind of person has eaten soft for a lifetime, and if he wants to deal with him, he can only use hard to convince him. You don't need to be stronger than him, as long as you can make him feel the strength of Konoha. Of course, if he is attentive to you. You can ask him what he wants, and Konoha can consider satisfying him. This is the mission list for this time, and the mission will last for 3 months. If you have time, try to gather as much information as possible about the various aspects of the Rain Country. Kakashi nodded indifferently. He got up and took the mission list from Uchiha Tunan, then left with his subordinates. After a long time, Uchiha Tunan picked up the slightly warm tea on the table and took a sip. Then, he looked at the calendar on the wall and revealed a meaningful smile. At this time, in a forest outside the Konoha village, Obito, who was wearing a tiger skin mask, was sitting on a thick branch, quietly looking at the distant Konoha. A moment later, a pig cage grass appeared on the surface of the branch next to Obito, and the pig cage grass split open from the middle, revealing a face. Obito, it's been so long, but the Kakashi you mentioned still hasn't left the village. Hearing this, Obito's eyes flashed, and he muttered. He hasn't left yet? Could it be that the situation has changed? Why don't you let your companion sneak into Konoha and investigate? White-faced Setsu instantly changed his face, looking as if he had just eaten something big. There is a barrier in Konoha. This is a barrier that contains profound seal principles. My companion will be discovered as soon as he goes in. Obito immediately snorted and said indifferently. This is for our plan. It doesn't matter even if we make a little sacrifice. Moreover, I will be fine even if I go in for a while. Blackface said in a low, muffled voice, but if my companion is exposed to the eyes of the ninja world, it will be very bad for our future plans. Obito muttered to himself for a moment, then let out a long sigh. There aren't many days left. Even if Kakashi hasn't left, he can't stop my plan. Suddenly, White-faced Setsu was stunned, and then said with a happy face. They came out. One of my companions saw the white-haired kid leading Konoha with a group of people. Obito's eyes lit up, and a cold laugh came out from under the tiger skin mask. Very good. Fate is on my side this time. As long as I can capture the Kyuubi, I believe it won't be long before I can realize the Eye of the Moon plan. 10th month, 9th day. In the afternoon, the weather was gloomy. Outside a small wooden house in the forest on the edge of Konoha, Minato, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Uchiha Tunan brought Kushina, who was about to be in labor, here. Jinchuriki labor naturally could not be in the village. Even if everyone was fully prepared, no one could guarantee that no accident would happen. Once the nine tails broke out of the seal, it would cause a large number of casualties in the village. The ground around the wooden house was covered in complicated seal runes. These runes were all completed by the ninja in the sealing group after several months. It could strengthen the seal in Kushina's body when she gave birth. Squeak! The wooden door was closed by Sarutobi Biwako. After all, 3 men naturally could not watch women in labor. Minato wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned his head, and bowed to Uchiha Tunan on the wheelchair. Tunan, thank you for guarding Kushina these days. Tonight, I will have to rely on you to arrange security. Uchiha Tunan waved his hand and smiled gently at Minato. This is what I should do. Don't worry, Hokage-sama. I just informed him. The Umbu were basically all mobilized. They have already started forming a vigilance circle nearby. I will personally lead the team tonight, and I believe no one will be able to break through the defense line and disturb Senior Kushina. At this time, Hiruzen Sarutobi rarely brought his tobacco pipe with him and laughed. Minato, don't worry. Biwako is very experienced with births. There won't be any problems. Moreover, it was not the first time in Konoha that the Jinchuriki produced such a thing. Just wait outside the delivery room and be a father. I have to go back to the village and arrange it, in case the enemy village spies come out to make trouble. Minato looked back at the quiet wooden house, nervously rubbing his hands, and smiled. Sorry to trouble you. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded, then turned and walked toward Konoha. Uchiha Tunan reached out and patted Minato's arm, smiling. The mother and son are safe. After that, he pushed the wheelchair to the cordon. After a long time, Uchiha Tunan, who had arranged the security matters, pushed the wheelchair out of the mountain in the distance. He looked indifferently at the small wooden house that was covered by the shade of the trees below. It was early winter in October. Due to the geographical location of the wood leaves, the climate was not cold. At this time, the dark clouds covered the originally fiery red setting sun, revealing only a white circular outline. After a long time, a strong wind blew on the top of the mountain. It blew the surrounding trees, making them howl like wolves, sounding slightly gloomy. Woo! Uchiha Tunan slowly opened his arms, and the wind became stronger and stronger. He roared like a bull, blowing Uchiha Tunan's sleeves into a biting cold. Uchiha Tunan's face revealed a look of anticipation, and the corners of his mouth curled into a gentle smile. He muttered, "The wind is rising. It seems that I can see the moon tonight." Chapter 328 Lame Fantasy. Coo! 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 Roar! The night fell. The roars of beasts and birds rose and fell in the forest. The dark clouds that covered the sky during the day had been blown away by the wind unknowingly. A half-moon rose up, like a lamp hanging high in the sky. In the endless night sky, there were silver lights scattered like stars. The entire Konoha village was bathed in the silver light, as tranquil and peaceful as usual. At this time, on the platform of the Hokage summit, the space suddenly distorted. Uchiha Bito, who was wearing a tiger skin mask, came out of the edge of the rooftop with soil. He glanced back and forth at the village below a few times, his eyes revealing a thick look of doubt. He muttered, "He's not at home, nor is he in the hospital. Where did he go?" Abito raised his head to look at the slightly red moon in the sky. His eyes narrowed as he muttered, "There won't be any changes, right? Why do I feel like I'm being stared at? Is Konoha's barrier really that powerful?" After thinking about it, he shook his head and let out a long breath. "It seems that we can only find one place at a time." As soon as he finished speaking, a space vortex appeared in his right eye and he disappeared without a trace. An hour later, Abito, who had been searching everywhere for nothing, came out of a big tree in the forest at the edge of Konoha. Under the tiger skin mask, his scarlet Sharingan scanned his surroundings. There seemed to be something wrong here. Suddenly, Abito's eyes narrowed, and his figure flashed out of the ground not far away. The whole person crouched down and reached out to touch the marks on the ground. This was the marks from the wheels. And it appeared recently. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in his mind. Uchiha Tunan. So Kushina should be nearby. She actually went to such a remote place to give birth? Unfortunately, I still found traces of him. A cold smile flashed across Abito's face. Then, he jumped to the top of the tallest tree nearby and looked at the edge. Where exactly is he? At this time, on the top of the mountain in the distance. Uchiha Tunan looked at the small wooden house below indifferently. He was like a statue, motionless. Suddenly, Uchiha Tunan frowned, turned to Konoha, and murmured. So fast. It's not the time for you to go on stage yet. After all, Naruto was the most important thing to Uchiha Tunan. Before Naruto was born, Uchiha Tunan did not allow anyone to disturb Kushina's delivery. If there was an accident, he would die in the womb. Uchiha Tunan had suffered a great loss. Although the cells in the column also had the so-called Asura power. But Uchiha Tunan was not willing to add other people's cells to his body and become a stitched monster. He saw Uchiha Tunan raise his right hand and slowly pull down the bandage, revealing his clear and pure right eye. In the next moment, Uchiha Tunan closed his right eye and opened it. The scarlet and demonic kaleidoscope slowly rotated. Under the control of vast eye power, a red light flashed. At this time, Obito, who was watching, just happened to move his sight to the top of the mountain where Uchiha Tunan was. The two people's eyes met in the air. Rumble. Before Obito could see anything clearly, he felt a roar in his brain. The white half-moon on the top of the mountain turned into a blood moon. It reflected the entire world into a disgusting blood-red color. This is an illusion? It seems that I was discovered. However, there was actually someone who cast an illusion in front of Uchiha Obito. He really did not know the immensity of the heaven and earth. A hint of ridicule flashed in Obito's eyes. With his poor knowledge reserves, he still didn't know what level of illusion he was facing. He immediately prepared to use his Mangekyo to break the illusion. However, in the next moment, Obito swept his eyes around. The whole person immediately shook, and tears poured out uncontrollably. The soil that was originally covered with grass under Obito turned into a rocky shore. Crash! The sound of the waves hitting the reefs reached his ears. There was even a faint smell of salt on the soil. This was the smell of the sea breeze. And on the ground below him, Kakashi's right hand flashed with lightning. With a cruel and cold smile, he walked step by step towards Rin, who he had been thinking about day and night. At this time, Rin was retreating with a frightened face. She shook her head repeatedly and said, "No. Kakashi. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Obito, where are you? Quick, save me. Bastard. Stop!" Obito, who was on the tree, instantly lost his mind. The whole person flew down directly. But the strange thing was that even though Obito jumped down from the tree, it was as if he had jumped down from thousands of miles in the sky, and he could not fall to the ground. He was clearly close, but he was far away. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as Kakashi inserted the lightning into Rin's heart. After Rin died, the illusion was reset again. The cycle repeated over and over again. It was simply an immersive experience when the fear of hell was combined with the five senses. The more he experienced the illusion, the more he would lose himself and be unable to differentiate reality and illusion. Even if Obito knew that this was an illusion, his subconscious was not willing to break it immediately. It could only be said that this was his personal obsession, something that Obito wanted to change the most. Now that they had met in the illusion realm, he subconsciously wanted to change it, and not break free from the illusion. Of course, although Uchiha Tunan's Mangekyo was on the same level as Obito, the power of both sides could be said to be different. In terms of quality, there was no difference, but in terms of quantity, he could firmly suppress Obito. Even if Obito wanted to break free from the illusion, it was not that easy. In the real world, Obito stood at the tip of the tree, as if he had lost his mind. Pale red tears formed under the chin of the tiger skin mask and dripped to the ground. Seeing this, a strange expression appeared on Uchiha Tunan's face. He simply wanted to use his eye power to suppress and delay Obito for a period of time. He was completely useless in constructing the characters in the illusion. On the inside, Kakashi and Rin's words and actions were even a little illogical. However, he did not expect that such a lousy illusion could cause Obito to fall into a trap. With such rich emotions, why did you come out and do bad things? Uchiha Tunan shook his head speechlessly and gently pulled up the bandage. Then, he crossed his fingers and sat on the wheelchair, waiting for Kushina to give birth. Time passed bit by bit. Midnight. Ah! Kushina finally cried out in pain in the cabin. This made Minato and Uchiha Tunan, who were on the top of the mountain, feel a little nervous and expectant. Kushina! Minato shouted anxiously. What are you shouting for? Shut up. The voice of Sarutobi Biwako sounded in the room. Minato quickly closed his mouth and looked at the tightly closed wooden door. His eyebrows were full of anxiety, and he kept whispering. It will be fine, it will be fine. Come, listen to me, inhale and exhale yourself. Ah! After a long time, Kushina's voice suddenly came from the wooden room. Kyuubi is breaking free of the seal. At the same time, Biwako's calm voice sounded. Don't use chakra, don't worry about Kyuubi, leave the seal to me. As soon as she finished speaking, Minato found that the seal runes around the wooden house were shining with a golden light. A golden transparent barrier rose up, covering the entire wooden house. The barrier seemed to have a sound insulation effect. The sound inside and outside the wooden house was also isolated. In the tail beast's space, the Kyuubi had just broken a golden chain. In the next moment, a golden iron cage suddenly fell from the space above and covered the Kyuubi. Seeing this scene, the nine-tailed beast narrowed its eyes and bared its fangs. It roared fiercely. Damn it! Wait for me to leave. I will kill all of you. After that, he continued to tear the chains on his body. After all, this opportunity was hard to come by. In order to regain freedom, Kurama knew that he had to seize this opportunity. On the top of the mountain, Uchiha Tunan could naturally hear the movement from the cabin through wind. Reaching out, he touched his chin and muttered. Ninetail. Speaking of the Jinchuriki, it was quite interesting. It could be studied. Chapter 329, Crisis Strikes. Midnight. At the edge of the Konoha village. The forest was dense, and the shadows of the trees were heavy. The cold wind rustled, and the trees fell. Uchiha Tunan, who was on the top of the mountain, looked at the small wooden house below. A hesitant expression appeared on his face as he muttered. It should be about time. This timing was really hard to control. After saying that, he saw Uchiha Tunan push the wheelchair and leave the top of the mountain. After a long time, a black shadow suddenly rose from the top of the tree. It climbed up from his feet and gradually spread to the back of his neck, turning into a large shadow hand. From a distance, it looked like someone had covered the back of his head with his hand. He saw that Obito's body kept twitching, and his eyes were still confused. A moment later, the shadow giant hand completed its mission and gradually faded away, as if it had never appeared. After a few breaths, Obito suddenly opened his eyes, and then bent down with his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. Who? My head hurts. He rubbed his temples and raised his head to look at the silent forest. With a puzzled expression, he said, What happened just now? I seemed to be distracted. No matter how Obito thought about it, he couldn't remember what had just happened. Then, he shook his head and threw his doubts out of his mind. He muttered, Forget it. Let's get down to business. After saying that, a spatial vortex appeared in Obito's right eye and he was sucked into it. Almost at the same time, in a corner of the forest in the distance, Obito appeared in the dense forest. His scarlet eyes pierced through the layers of leaves. He saw the small wooden house on the empty ground and the golden barrier that covered the surface. A hint of coldness flashed in Obito's eyes as he muttered, Is that a barrier? It seemed that Kushina was inside. In the next moment, the space vortex wrinkled, and the soil disappeared again. In the wooden house, Sarutobi Biwako, who was delivering Kushina, felt the enchantment fluctuation, and her expression suddenly changed. She turned his head and shouted, "Who?" In the corner of the wooden house, a distorted shadow gradually solidified, revealing Obito's figure. Obito glanced at Kushina, who was lying on the bed in pain and confusion. Under the mask, his scarlet eyes flashed with a cold and cruel light. If he released the Kyuubi, Kushina would die, right? It doesn't matter, it's just a fake world. When the time comes, I will let you be reborn in the new world. At this time, Biwako quietly held kunai, and stared at Obito with a serious face. Minato is outside. Moreover, the barrier could felt the trespasser inside, but it did not trigger any warning. It seems to be the same time-space ninjutsu as Reikage. If he wanted to inform Minato, he had to stop the barrier. But without the suppression of the barrier, Kushina would be in danger. The Jinchuriki is mine. An indifferent voice came out from under the tiger skin mask. With a shake of his hand, a long black chain was revealed and he pounced towards Biwako. Biwako's eyes narrowed and he quickly threw out kunai towards Obito. Duh! The kunai passed through Obito's body without any obstruction and stuck into the wall. Biwako's pupils suddenly contracted. She was shocked by this strange scene. What was going on? In the next moment, the black chains wrapped around the neck of Biwako. Obito slightly pulled it. Biwako was a partial ninja who was good at sealing, and with her old age, she was no match for Obito. In the blink of an eye, she was strangled by Obito's black chains. Just as Biwako passed out, the golden barrier that enveloped the cabin quickly faded. Outside the cabin, Minato, who was anxious, saw this and was slightly happy. The barrier disappeared. Did she succeed? Suddenly, Minato's ears twitched, and he suddenly looked serious. Bang! The door was pushed open by Minato. The scene in front of him made Minato feel like he was about to explode. He saw the silent Biwako fall to the ground, and a man in black reached out his hand to grab his wife. Yellow flash, I'll take Jinchuriki away. Minato immediately shouted, let go of Kushina. Minato suddenly disappeared and appeared next to Kushina. Obito took Kushina in his arms, and the two of them teleported out of the wooden house, out of the empty ground on the other side of Konoha. Obito's eyes flashed with anger, following the spatial fluctuations left behind by Hiraishin no Jutsu. At the same time, he activated space movement and followed. On the empty ground, Minato gently put Kushina on a flat stone with a worried face, and without looking back, he said, with me here, you can't take her away. Obito sneered, and with a determined tone, he said, I didn't expect you to leave a space spell on Hiruzen. However, it doesn't matter. If there is no special seal to suppress Jinchuriki during childbirth, the Kyuubi will naturally break the seal. Unless you kill her with your own hands, Konoha will also lose the Kyuubi. Sure enough, as soon as his voice fell, Minato's back trembled slightly, and his face turned ugly. A trace of pride flashed in Obito's eyes, and he said calmly, if I'm not wrong, there must be a seal rune engraved in that place just now. In this case, you can only defeat me and take her back. Otherwise, I will stop you. Minato slowly got up and looked at Obito, his face full of determination, and said coldly, then I will defeat you. Swish! Minato threw a kunai at Obito. Obito stood there with an indifferent face. The first kunai penetrated Obito's body. In the next moment, Minato appeared in his current position, and with a backhand, he shot the kunai at the back of Obito's head. A trace of mockery flashed in Obito's eyes, and he turned around and reached out his hand to grab Minato. As long as he touched it, Obito was ready to lock Minato into the Kamui space. Although Obito had both eyes, if the other eye wanted to suck him in, he would need to stand still. And if the other side moved fast, it would suck nothing. If the speed was slow, the other side's body would be strangled by the power of space. Obviously, Obito subconsciously did not want to hurt Minato. It was the same even for Kushina, but she was a Kyuubi Jinchuriki, so she really couldn't bypass this hurdle. It's useless, your fighting style is too simple. Flying Thunder God is very difficult for ordinary ninjas. But for me, who also has time and space ninjutsu, it's completely useless. At the same time, somewhere bright, Uchiha Tunan, who had just put on his medical mask, shook his head and said, soft-hearted. Then, he no longer paid attention to the battle here and began to carry out the most important work. Chapter 330, In Hindsight. Goo goo. A group of dark bird shadows flashed under the bright half-moon. At this time, on the empty ground below, Minato's second kunai pierced through the back of Obito's head. At this time, Obito also turned around and reached out his hand to push Minato. Just as kunai left Obito's body, a hint of joy flashed in Obito's eyes. Got it. However, in the next moment, Minato suddenly disappeared. Obito felt a strong chakra fluctuation coming from behind him. He was shocked, but it was too late, and he could no longer control his body to fade away. Hiraishin no Jutsu, second stage. Bang! The high-speed spiral pill slammed into Obito's back. Obito's eyes almost split open, and he flew into the distance in a spinning posture. Boom! One tree after another was broken. I was careless. Obito staggered up from the ground, and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Because of the butterfly effect, Obito did not merge with Zetsu, and naturally did not have a strong recovery ability. Minato did not continue to talk to Obito, and instead threw several kunai towards Obito. He was prepared to continue to use Hiraishin no Jutsu to kill his opponent. However, at this time, Obito didn't dare to hold back. Obito's left eye suddenly opened wide, and his scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan rapidly rotated, unleashing Kamui. The space between the two of them began to twist and spin, turning into a pitch-black vortex. When Minato's special kunai passed through the whirlpool, it was as if it was stuck in a different space, disappearing without a trace. But Minato frowned, and he thought. Hiraishin kunai was transferred, and he couldn't sense the coordinates at all. Obito coughed twice, and glanced at Kushina, who was still in the distance, with a cold and proud smile on his face. Ha ha ha. As expected of Yellow Flash. However, today, I just need to drag you. It seems that she is going to die soon. Minato clenched his right hand and once again gathered a Rasengan. He coldly said, Who the hell are you? Hearing this, Obito stood up a little and coldly said, In fact, there's no harm in telling you. I founded Konoha. Uchiha Madara. Hearing this, Minato was slightly stunned. His eyes solemnly stared at the Mangekyo Sharingan revealed under the tiger skin mask. In an instant, he believed most of it, and his face revealed a look of disbelief as he said, Uchiha Madara, why did you do this? Obito slowly shook his head, and muttered like he was talking in his sleep. Everything in this world is false. You won't understand my thoughts because we are not at the same height. Maybe you don't understand now and treat me as an enemy. But in the near future, you will be grateful to me. This fake world is not perfect. And I will create a perfect world. After saying that, Obito glanced at Minato and found that he was deep in thought. Minato-sensei, you are indeed a genius. You know how to think about my words. Unfortunately, without these eyes, you can't understand it at all. The corner of the mouth under the tiger skin mask had just curled up into a smile when a flash of light suddenly flashed through the brain sea. No! Shouldn't he be very anxious at this time? Obito's eyes narrowed, and he looked at Kushina in the distance. It had been so long, and by right, most of the seal on the Kyuubi had dissipated, and it was time to reveal the aura of a Biju. But now, it was as if Kushina was asleep, and there was no reaction at all. Obito suddenly thought of something and shouted, She is not Kushina. Bang! Kushina, who was on the ground, turned into white smoke. I was tricked. Seeing this, Obito's eyes widened. How could he not understand that he had been lured away by a tiger? he said fiercely. Shadow clone, hateful. Immediately, he activated his spatial ninjutsu and headed towards the wooden house. Minato also launched Hiraishin no Jutsu to follow. Time went back to several minutes ago. In the corner of the cabin, the warm chandelier hung from the ceiling, shining on Kushina, who was lying on the bed. And around Kushina, Uchiha Tunan covered her with a curtain. At this time, Uchiha Tunan was wearing a surgical mask and gloves to deliver Kushina. Because there was a barrier in the wooden house, Uchiha Tunan didn't know when Naruto was born. Therefore, he didn't have a good grasp of the timing and let Obito arrive early. Of course, Uchiha Tunan also followed him in order to be safe. Seeing that Kushina had not successfully gave birth, he used the sound of wind to inform Minato and cast a hypnosis spell on Obito. This made Obito unable to see him and Kushina, and he took the shadow clone as the real Kushina. Minato knew Uchiha Tunan's plan, and in order to not let Obito disturb Kushina's delivery, he took the opportunity to lure Obito out. On the bed, in order to make Kushina feel more comfortable, Uchiha Tunan removed the sealed ninja from her limbs. Kushina was sweating from the pain, and she cried out, "Tunan! The seal is getting weaker and weaker." Uchiha Tunan smiled gently, took out the towel from the hot water basin and wrung it dry. He carefully wiped the sweat on Kushina's forehead and said softly, "Don't worry about this. Right now, you only need to focus on giving birth." In the Biju dimension, the golden chains binding the Kyuubi had completely snapped, leaving only the 9 tails that were nailed to the ball. Nine-Tailed looked up at the space above the tail beast and fiercely said, "Damn it, we must be fast, otherwise this little brat Uchiha will definitely activate the seal later." Immediately, he stretched out his 2 claws and desperately pulled out the seal pillar. At this time, the 9-tailed seal could be said to be weak to the extreme. The Kyuubi's chakra took the opportunity to invade Kushina's body. This allowed Kushina to temporarily possess a part of the Kyuubi's ability, such as sensing malice. Now, Kushina only felt that the Uchiha Tunan in front of her was like a warm flame, dispersing the darkness around her. The incomparable warmth made her feel a sense of security. A smile appeared on Kushina's pale face as she pleaded, "If there's any danger, please protect Naruto first. Don't worry about me." Uchiha Tunan held Kushina's hand and comforted her. "Don't worry, this is not the first time I've helped with labor. Your physique is very good, not to the point where you need to choose between big or small." As he spoke, his other hand gently patted the back of Kushina's hand, indicating her to be at ease. Kushina frowned in pain, looking at Uchiha Tunan's bright starry eyes, full of sincerity, and nodded gratefully. "Tunan, thanks to you." Uchiha Tunan smiled and reached out to take out a syringe from the medical box beside him. He said in a deep voice, "I said that if someone wants to hurt you, they have to step over my body first." Kushina pursed her lips, tears flowing from the corners of her eyes. She could not help but think of Uchiha Tunan's lonely and helpless appearance in her childhood. "I used to protect you, but now it's your turn to protect me. Tunan, you have really grown up." Uchiha Tunan took the prepared solution into the syringe and injected it into Kushina's vein. Kushina felt a slight pain and asked doubtfully, "What is this?" Uchiha Tunan stared at the solution in the syringe and controlled the rate injection. He said gently, "I have already prepared a special injection. You suffered from shock. The best way to absorb this thing should be vein drip. But I believe in my own technique control more." Chapter 331, The Birth of Naruto. The cold moonlight shone on the small wooden house on the grass. In the wooden house, Kushina had reached the critical moment of her labor. At this moment, a space vortex appeared in the house. The pair of scarlet eyes stared at the curtain illuminated by the light and the figure on the curtain. What exactly is going on? How could I not have noticed them before? Could it be that Tunan cast an illusion on me? But isn't he blind? Could it be that he burned his life again and used some kind of forbidden technique to deceive me? Listening to Kushina's wail from behind the curtain, and the Biju chakra permeated the room. Obito knew that the seal had reached its weakest point. He was about to rush in and release Kurama. Suddenly, Obito, who was extremely familiar with space ninjutsu, felt the fluctuation of the space. With his eyes focused, he jumped to another corner of the room in a flash and threw away the black robe to the outside. In an instant, Minato, who was holding the Rasengan, appeared in the black robe. Obito was a little scared and said coldly, "Fortunately, I was alert. You actually put the space-time jutsu on my clothes during the battle." As expected of Yellow Flash, Minato did not reply. Instead, he stared at Obito, and at the same time, looked at the situation behind the curtain. The two of them did not move. Obito only felt that this matter had become tricky. He did not expect that after opening his eyes, he was still unable to crush his former mentor, and was instead suppressed by him. If not for Kushina holding him back, I might really have had to run away. Under the mask, the expression on his face turned extremely ugly. After a few breaths, with the help of Uchiha Tunan, this top doctor, along with Kushina's shrill cry, the protagonist of this world was finally born. Hearing Kushina scream and then end, Minato became nervous. But now he had to pay full attention to control Obito, and did not dare to ask. In the curtain, Uchiha Tunan cut off the umbilical cord in an orderly manner, wiping off the amniotic fluid on Naruto's face. Then, he reached out and gently patted Naruto's back. Wah, wah, wah. Seeing that Naruto was starting to open his mouth and cry, Uchiha Tunan revealed a strange smile on his face. He lifted Naruto up high and muttered, "Finally, I waited for you." At the same time, Uchiha Tunan had used the hypnotic eye to put out the flame of disguise he had planted for himself. Kushina looked at the newborn Naruto, and a smile appeared on her face as she prepared to speak. Suddenly, Kushina's pupils shrank. Malice. It was so thick that it was suffocating. It was like a dark forest in the middle of the night, where the bonfire suddenly ignited, and the darkness around them rushed over like the wind. At this moment, Kushina suddenly remembered what Kurama had said to her when she first met Uchiha Tunan. "I feel that the little devil has a very heavy evil intention in his heart. My perception can't be wrong. His evil chakra makes me very uncomfortable. But compared to the evil thoughts in his heart, it's nothing. He seems to have evil thoughts about you." Since the last time they met, Kushina never heard Kurama say that Uchiha Tunan had evil thoughts about her. But now, Kushina finally experienced what Kurama meant when he said evil. Looking at Uchiha Tunan, who was holding Naruto up high, Kushina's relaxed body suddenly tensed up. Cold sweat squeezed out from all the pores on her body, and she felt a bone-piercing chill all over her body. She tried to open her mouth, but found that she had already lost her voice. Only the tears in the corners of his eyes kept flowing, telling the fear of his body. Uchiha Tunan glanced at Kushina with his deep eyes under the bandage, feeling a little surprised. "Oh, she seems to be afraid of me. Where am I exposed?" However, it did not matter. Outside the curtain, Minato saw the shadow of a baby being held up high above the curtain, as well as the crying of a baby. His heart was filled with ecstasy and emotion, and he said, "I'm a father now." Just as Minato was lost in thought, Obito seized the opportunity to move out of the curtain. At this time, Obito's Mangekyo was spinning rapidly, and he desperately released his eye power towards Kushina, and proudly said, "It's too early for you to be happy." Uchiha Tunan glanced at Obito with his eyes under the bandage, and immediately activated the Mangekyo at the same time. "Your eye power is too weak, so let me help you." In an instant, the terrifying Mangekyo broke through the extremely weak seal in Kushina's body and entered the Biju space. In the Biju space, Kurama's eyes turned into the Mangekyo. With the help of his Mangekyo, the seal on its 9 tails melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ah! Kushina felt that the Kyuubi was about to break out of the seal, and the unbearable pain finally made her let out a shrill cry. "Not good!" Minato's pupils shrank, and a Hiraishin appeared beside Kushina and hugged her. Uchiha Tunan gently held Naruto in his arms, and said lightly, Take Kushina-senpai away. Naruto is very safe here. I'm ready for this. With that, Minato and Kushina disappeared from the room, leaving only a short echo. Tunan, protect Naruto. I'll be right there. At this time, Obito, who was wearing a black suit and a tiger skin mask, was laughing crazily. Ha ha ha, it's useless. The seal was lifted, and no one could stop the nine-tail breakthrough. I succeeded. At this moment, Uchiha Tunan unhurriedly wrapped Naruto in his swaddling clothes. The corners of his mouth curled into a strange smile, and he turned his head to face Obito. Congratulations, but your mission is over. When Obito heard this, his laughter stopped abruptly. He looked at the indifferent Uchiha Tunan and said coldly, "What do you mean?" Uchiha Tunan maintained a smile on his face. He slowly pulled down his bandages and said gently, "Since you think this world is a false world, then I will take you to the paradise realm." Obito. When Obito heard this, he felt as if he was struck by lightning, but he still forced himself to say, "I don't know what you are talking about." Suddenly, Obito's eyes widened, and he collapsed to the ground. His two hands held his head tightly, rolling back and forth in pain. He only felt a cold tingling sensation in his brain, as if a big hand was stirring his brain. Ah! At this time, Uchiha Tunan had completely removed the bandage, revealing a scarlet and strange kaleidoscope. With a smile in his eyes, he admired Obito, who was rolling on the ground and wailing. He said gently, "I once said that. Your eyes are very beautiful. I like them very much. However, you are a bit of a worrywart. Let me help you fulfill your wish. Create a world without pain or sadness, full of beauty. Everyone is like a dragon, everyone is equal. As long as there is a God in the sky, everyone will restrain themselves. As for me, I will be the God above them. What I need is their sincere acknowledgement." Ah! What the hell is in my head? After several breaths, Obito seemed to have lost the strength to roll, and he lay on the ground, twitching. Red blood flowed out from under the tiger skin mask and spread on the ground. Obito raised his hand shakily and pointed at Uchiha Tunan. He said hatefully, "It's you. It's something you planted for me in the past. You don't treat me as a partner at all. Just wait for me to open my kaleidoscope. You wanted my eyes for a long time." Yes. Uchiha Tunan got up from the wheelchair, came to Obito, bent over and looked at him, then said thoughtfully, "People will become smarter before they die. You're like this, looking at Kushina's state just now, it seems to be the same." Obito's eyes, which were originally weak to the point of squinting, suddenly widened, and he said in disbelief, "Are you going to kill her?" Uchiha Tunan shook his head, then nodded and said, "Including, but not limited to." As the saying goes, when a man is about to die, his words are good. There was no longer the madness in Obito's eyes, and instead, he pleaded, "Please, let go of Minato-sensei and Kushina-senpai." The corners of Uchiha Tunan's mouth curled up slightly. He shook his head and said softly, "Sorry, I can't do that." As soon as he finished speaking, a large pool of blood suddenly spurted out from under the tiger skin mask. His eyes were wide open, but he died with a grievance. Uchiha Tunan felt a surge of heat rising from his body. A large amount of heat flowed into his eyes, transforming and upgrading his kaleidoscope. In an instant, Uchiha Tunan had the Divine Might kaleidoscope ability. He closed his eyes and felt it for a moment, his face overflowing with joy. He muttered, "It's a very good ability. It's really convenient. After all, with this thing, not to mention the effect of space movement and blurring. Just the storage function of the Kamui space was enough to satisfy Uchiha Tunan." After saying that, Uchiha Tunan reached out and closed his eyes with soil. He put them in his hand and looked at them carefully. He raised his eyebrows and said, "It's just on the surface, but it's not active at all." Then, he clenched his 5 fingers and crushed the eyeballs that had lost their purpose. Then, he activated Divine Might and pulled Obito's corpse into the Divine Might space. Uchiha Tunan had always been a man of his word. He said that he wanted to bring Obito into the Paradise Realm, so he naturally couldn't break his promise. In Uchiha Tunan's line of sight, a white soul was floating in the room, staring at him with a face full of hatred. Since he was already dead, Uchiha Tunan naturally would not argue with Obito. Uchiha Tunan's kaleidoscope slowly rotated in his left eye, and his face revealed a gentle smile. "Don't be so unhappy, you will see Rin soon." As soon as he finished speaking, the earth spirit that was originally filled with hatred suddenly became sluggish. He said in disbelief, "Why? Could it be that you killed Rin as well? Why exactly did you do this? The expert that White Zetsu was talking about was you, right? Everything was designed by you. We are your companions. Are you worthy of your heart by doing this? It's all a lie. It's all a lie. Everyone has been deceived by you. You will be punished sooner or later." In an instant, Obito's soul was sucked into the wine-swallowing space. Hearing Obito's words, Uchiha Tunan chuckled and shook his head. He pulled up the bandage and said, "It's a pity that you all missed the best time. In this world, no one will be able to punish me soon." Chapter 332, Substituting Obito. A faint half-moon hung in a corner of the sky. In the early winter of October, the cold wind was like a sharp sword dancing in the forest, blowing the leaves and making sharp screams. In a deserted forest on the edge of Konoha, Minato carried Kushina out of the ground. He gently placed her on the ground. At this time, there was a dark hole in Kushina's abdomen, and the seal around the hole was fading at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Minato's eyes narrowed, and his expression was extremely ugly. "No, I can only try." He quickly made a series of hand seals, and the 5 fingers of his right hand opened, pressing on the hole. 8 trigram seal. However, before the 8 trigram seal could be planted, a fierce and vast chakra shook off Minato's right hand. "Ah!" Along with Kushina's painful cry, blood-red chakra gushed out from the hole and shot into the sky. Minato looked up, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth. Damn it. Blood-red chakra gathered together. In the next instant, it turned into a red 9 tails. However, at this time, the 9 tails had already been taken over by Uchiha Tunan. Of course, his eyes were still in the shape of the Divine Might Mangekyo. Roar! The thunderous roar of a beast resounded in a radius of dozens of miles, startling the Umbu members on watch near the cabin. "What kind of monster is that?" "It's the 9-tailed fox. Go and inform Lord Tunan." As soon as the 9-tailed fox appeared, under the control of Uchiha Tunan, it clawed toward Minato and Kushina, who were on the ground. Boom! The ground suddenly shattered. However, there were no traces of Minato and Kushina. At the same time, in the Konoha village, in Kushina's courtyard, Minato and Kushina instantly appeared in the room. Minato put the dying Kushina on the bed and said with a face full of concern, "Kushina, you have a good rest here. I have to find a way to delay Kurama and buy time for him to arrange." However, Kushina grabbed Minato's hand and said with a crazy look, "Quick, go and save Naruto." Minato's face showed a trace of embarrassment, and he said in a deep voice, "I am the Hokage, and this is my duty. Tunan is very strong, and I believe he will protect Naruto." Upon hearing the word Tunan, Kushina's emotions became even more agitated. She shook her head and said, "No!" Tunan was no longer the same Tunan as before. I just felt it. Darkness. It was the kind of suffocating darkness. Minato frowned and shouted, "Kushina, don't think too much. Calm down. I remember you said before that Tunan's heart was full of darkness. Perhaps his experience made him really have a demon in his heart, but he has always been using his will to suppress it, and he has never done anything wrong to Konoha. This situation, isn't it the same as you as a Jinchuriki? If not for him this time, Naruto would not have been born smoothly. He is our family's benefactor. Sure enough, after Minato's persuasion, Kushina calmed down a lot. Thinking about it carefully, she immediately said, "Yes, yes." Minato put away his serious expression, revealing a warm smile, and gently patted the back of Kushina's hand. He then changed into the Hokage's god cloak, activated the Flying Thunder God, and left. Only Kushina was muttering to herself in the room. Am I really thinking too much? But, that level of darkness. Was it really something that could be suppressed by willpower? No, I have to find Naruto. At this time, on the top of the mountain outside the small wooden house, Uchiha Tunan sat on the wheelchair, coaxing Naruto while paying attention to the Kyuubi that was wreaking havoc under the moon. Uchiha Tunan found that his vision was still too short in the past. The amount of chakra of Kyuubi could be described as endless. It was completely different from the Sanbai that he had met before. From such a distance, Uchiha Tunan could clearly feel that vast sea full of tyrannical chakra. But seeing Uchiha Tunan raise his hand and gently stroke his chin, he said slowly, "It's a good thing." A moment later, Uchiha Tunan put down his hand and smiled meaningfully. However, he had secretly changed his follow-up plan in his heart. Swish! An Umbu used the body blink technique and appeared in front of Uchiha Tunan, kneeling on one knee and saying, "Lord Tunan, the nine-tailed fox has come into being. Please give the order." At this time, Uchiha Tunan's expression had already changed to a solemn one. He said righteously, "Do your best to hold the nine-tailed fox, at all costs." Yes. After the Umbu members left, Uchiha Tunan continued to watch the Kyuubi calmly. Psychic pressure technique. Minato shouted from afar. A huge toad suddenly appeared in the air and pressed the Kyuubi to the ground. The collision of the two giants created a fierce wind, and countless rocks and sand flew in all directions. Just the residual power of this battle made those Umbu members under Uchiha Tunan unable to join the battlefield. Uchiha Tunan teased Naruto's wrinkled little face with his fingers and murmured, "The toys of the toads." Suddenly, a light flashed in Uchiha Tunan's mind. His movements paused, and his face became solemn. His eyes under the bandage stared fixedly at Naruto in his arms. Toad, daimyo, monks. These three had existed in the ninja realm for thousands of years, and they were all linked to the Rokudo Sennin. Gamamaru guided Rokudo Sennin to resist Kagaya and unify the world. The daimyo originates from the bloodline of ancestor Tenno in the ancient times, who was the father of Rokudo Sennin. Although he did not know if they were related by blood, at least in name. And Rokudo Sennin seemed to be a monk. Even though Rokudo Sennin had already gone to the Pure Land, the three forces that were related to him still existed for a long time. This made Uchiha Tunan suspicious. Rokudo Sennin and his younger brother took away Kagaya's power. The two worked together to seal Kagaya. Rokudo Sennin had two children, Azura and Indra. Did these two want to divide his power? However, Rokudo Sennin was not sealed. Azura and Indra were both dead, leaving only the so-called chakra for reincarnation. These two sets of chakra belonged to Azura and Indra. It was still taken back by Rokudo Sennin and put back in the ninja realm. Thinking of this, Uchiha Tunan chuckled and touched Naruto's little nose with his finger. He muttered, "The reincarnation of chakra has nothing to do with the soul. Are you the tools to control the ninja realm according to his wishes?" With that, Uchiha Tunan raised a seal with one hand. He split out a clone with half his strength. The clone stood next to the wheelchair, his eyes free of bandages. In the next moment, the clone's hands turned into afterimages as he formed the seals of the transformation spell. The clone transformed into Uchiha Bito with a speed visible to the naked eye, including the pair of Scarlet Divine Might Kaleidoscope. The clone raised his palm, and the tiger skin mask on Uchiha Bito's corpse appeared in his hand. The clone slowly put on the mask and gradually disappeared. Uchiha Tunan raised his head and looked at the bright moon in the sky. The corner of his mouth was slightly outlined as he murmured, "This script seems to be quite good. Konoha, prepare your blood to welcome your hero." Chapter 333, The Final Moments. 5 minutes later. In the quiet and peaceful village of Konoha. Only the busiest shopping streets and the shrines of various shinobi clans are still lit up. There were a few drunk men walking unsteadily on the streets. At the top of an ancient tree in the center of the Konoha village, a spatial vortex appeared. Uchiha Bito, who was wearing a tiger skin mask and a black outfit, stepped out of the spatial vortex. It was Uchiha Tunan's clone. On the wide field, 2 drunkards happened to pass by. One of them happened to see the appearance of the masked Tunan. The whole person shook his head and rubbed his eyes with his hand. He muttered drunkenly, "Tamura, I seem to have drunk too much." I saw the air shaking. A person walked out from inside. "It's only a few cups. You weren't like this in the past." That person's eyes are so red. He seems to be looking at me. No. There, on the tree. The 2 drunkards stood under the tree in a daze. They raised their heads and stared at the masked Tunan in confusion. A happy and pitiful ant. The masked Tunan's pair of scarlet divine might kaleidoscope glanced at the 2 people below without any human emotions. Then, he formed a seal with both hands and raised his right hand high. Then, he patted the top of the tree and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Psychic spell, 9 tails." Bang! White smoke that covered the sky burst out and instantly enveloped the nearby area. The violent wind shook the surrounding houses and lifted up a large number of roofs, smashing one innocent unlucky person after another to death. 2 streaks of red light pierced through the dust like 2 red lanterns. Roar! In the next instant, the dust was blown away by the wild wind, revealing the roaring 9-tailed fox demon. The civilians who woke up from their sleep ran out of their houses and looked at the giant monster in the center of Konoha in panic. What kind of monster is that? Run away! To the fallout shelter. Only the ninjas can deal with this monster. Look! There is a person standing on top of the monster. The masked Tunan stood firmly on the head of the Kyuubi, his hands behind his back, and his eyes were indifferent and ruthless. He began to control the Kyuubi to destroy Konoha. The nearby ninjas spontaneously rushed over, trying to work together to stop the Kyuubi. In the forest at the edge of Konoha, Minato and a group of Umbus suddenly found that the Kyuubi had disappeared without a trace. One by one, with a puzzled look on their faces, they murmured, "Did the Kyuubi run away? It seems like he was summoned by a psychic spell." Impossible, that's a Biju. Who can tame it as a psychic beast? That's true. Maybe the Kyuubi just regained his freedom and was afraid of Konoha, so he used some method to escape. Listening to the discussions of the Umbu, Minato's eyebrows were full of seriousness. Was Uchiha Madara just trying to take the Kyuubi away? Suddenly, Minato thought of something and suddenly turned to look in the direction of Konoha. Because of being blocked by the mountains, Konoha could not be seen here. However, Minato always felt uneasy. Uchiha Madara, adjudicating Konoha. He was defeated by the god of ninja in the Valley of the End. He came back to retaliate against Konoha. Not good. Everyone, go back and protect the village. Minato shouted anxiously, and then he disappeared without a trace. The remaining members of the Umbu turned their eyes to the leaders of the Umbu group. After all, their immediate top boss is Uchiha Tunan. Overstepping his orders is likely to touch their boss's head. One of the leaders of the Umbu group said in a deep voice, "Listen to the Hokage. The order of Tunan is for us to delay the Kyuubi. This is the same mission." The Umbu nodded, and then they rushed towards Konoha using their body flicker technique. At this time, outside the small wooden house that Kushina labored before, the pale face of Kushina ran over from Konoha with an anxious look. He pushed the door open and shouted, "Naruto." However, there was no one in the wooden house. Kushina's legs went soft, and she sat on the ground, panting heavily. As of now, she had just given birth and had undergone the nine-tailed broken seal. She had even forced herself to run all the way from home to here. If not for the fact that the physique of the Uzumaki clan was too abnormal, she would have died long ago. Even so, if Kushina did not take good care of herself, her body would become weak in the future. Kushina's eyes were full of tears as she looked at the ground and said, "Naruto, you will be fine. Mom will protect you." Just then, a gentle and magnetic voice came from outside the house. "Kushina ne-san." When Kushina heard the familiar voice, her whole body trembled and she quickly turned around to look. She saw that on the edge of the forest outside the wooden house, Uchiha Tunan was holding the sleeping little Naruto with a smile on his face. The moment she saw Naruto, Kushina seemed to forget her fear and ignored him. Her eyes fixed on the little Naruto in Uchiha Tunan's arms, tears flowing down her face as she murmured, "Naruto, my child." Uchiha Tunan smiled and slowly pushed the wheelchair towards Kushina. He gently said, "Naruto is in good condition. That person seemed to be afraid of me and did not attack me. It's just that his space-time ninjutsu is too strange, and I can't keep him. He ran away." Kushina didn't seem to listen to Uchiha Tunan at all. She put her whole heart on Naruto and said, "Naruto. Come, let me hug Naruto. After a while, he should eat. The first mouthful of milk for a newborn would be breast milk. This is good for the body." Uchiha Tunan gently handed Naruto to Kushina, who was obviously disturbed out of her mind. Kushina grabbed Naruto and held him tightly in her arms. "Naruto, I will never leave you again. I will protect you well." The corners of Uchiha Tunan's mouth slightly curved, and he decided not to disturb the last time the mother and son got along. He pushed the wheelchair toward Konoha and said, "The situation seems to have reached a very serious point. I have to save the village. If anything happens to me in the future, I will ask you and Hokage-sama to protect the village for me. Don't let the will of fire go out." Kushina heard Uchiha Tunan's last words. He woke up and looked up at the back of Uchiha Tunan, who was about to enter the forest. At this moment, Kushina's fear and prejudice against Uchiha Tunan instantly vanished, and a strong sense of guilt rose in her heart as she shouted, "Tunan-kun." Uchiha Tunan's action of pushing the wheelchair paused slightly, and he slowly turned his face to the side. Seeing Kushina kneeling on the ground with tears in her eyes, she said, "Thank you." A warm smile appeared on Uchiha Tunan's face. He slowly shook his head and said softly, "No need to thank me." After saying that, Uchiha Tunan continued to push the wheelchair and gradually disappeared into the dark forest. Chapter 334, Solo Battle. In the chaotic Konoha village. Every time the red Kyuubi moved, countless houses would collapse into ruins. Dust flew everywhere, mud and blood mixed together. Countless ninjas returned from the battlefield and launched their own ninjutsu to snipe the Kyuubi. But in front of the strongest tail beast, these ninjutsu were like scratching an itch. Even the defense of the Kyuubi could not be broken. Under the control of the masked Tunan, the Kyuubi had become unparalleled. It was simply killing indiscriminately. A large number of civilians and ninjas lost their lives under the claws of the Kyuubi. "Help! Don't pull me, my child is still in the house. Don't be impulsive, go to the fallout shelter quickly." The masked Tunan standing on the head of Kyuubi looked indifferently at the ant-like villagers and ninjas below, muttering, "How dark the night is, how bright the dawn is. There are still too many heartless people. There are still many people in Konoha who don't agree." In the underground chamber of the Hokage building, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in front of the table and looked at the situation in the village with a cold expression. At this moment, the door of the secret room was opened. Danzo came in and looked down at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was silent. He said in a low voice, "Aren't you going to make a move?" Hiruzen Sarutobi picked up the pipe and took a puff. He exhaled a puff of smoke and narrowed his eyes. "I'm old. I'm no match for the Kyuubi. I believe Minato and Tunan can solve this crisis. Danzo's face remained unchanged. Hypocrite. Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at Danzo, ignoring his old friend's ridicule, and continued to observe the scene in the crystal ball. Hypocrite. Perhaps it was true. As the third Hokage, I actually used the safety of the villagers to threaten others one day. In fact, that is because I know that both of them care more about this village than I do. I am indeed incompetent. Danzo pulled a chair and sat opposite Hiruzen Sarutobi. He looked at the crystal ball and said lightly, "You still haven't mobilized the sealer group." Hiruzen Sarutobi's face turned cold, and he said coldly, "Biwako is dead, and the right to take charge of the sealer group naturally belongs to Minato. I don't have the right to mobilize." Danzo squinted his eyes and nodded. "Hiruzen, you are more serious than me." After a long time, Danzo reached out and knocked on the table. "If we don't rely on sealer group, I'm afraid only the demon seal can seal the nine tails." Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his head and looked into Danzo's eyes, saying coldly, "During Kushina's pregnancy, I have taught Minato the demon seal in the Book of Seal. Moreover, if he wanted to seal the Kyuubi, the effective method was not only demon seal. The four-symbol seal was also possible." Danzo heard this and shrugged. "I am the same as you. I believe Minato and Tunan can solve the problem." Suddenly, the crystal ball lit up with a blinding light. Both of them turned their attention to the crystal ball at the same time. Konoha Village. The masked Tunan looked up. At some point, Minato appeared in midair, his right hand pushing a huge pale blue Rasengan toward Kurama. Moreover, Minato had changed his appearance, and a picture of toad oil appeared on his face. Immortal Technique, Great Jade Rasengan. The Great Jade Rasengan, about the size of 9 tails, instantly gave hope to the villagers and ninjas below. One by one, they shouted, "It's the Hokage-sama! We're saved! What kind of ninjutsu is this? It looks so powerful." The masked Tunan looked at the huge jade spiral sphere that was smashing down from the sky, but his eyes didn't show the slightest bit of emotion. This was a demonic immortal art. This level should only last for a short while. Harmless. With that thought, the masked Tunan's left eye divine kaleidoscope slowly rotate. An extremely terrifying amount of eye power gushed out. Divine might. In the void, a huge black space vortex suddenly appeared, blocking the great jade spiraling ball. In an instant, the great jade spiraling ball touched the space vortex and was sucked in. There was not even a sound. The moment the great jade Rasengan was sucked into the space vortex, Minato used Hiraishin no Jutsu to come out of the house not far away. Looking at the mask on the head of Kyuubi, Tunan said with an ugly face, "Damn it. I can't do anything to this guy at all." The masked Tunan glanced at Minato, controlling the Kyuubi under him to attack Minato. Minato had no choice but to use his flying thunder god to dodge to the other side. Suddenly, the masked Tunan faintly said, "The breath of a toad." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a bright light sweeping across, just brushing past the head of Kyuubi and brushing past Tunan's waist. When the blade flashed, everyone looked at it. Not far away, they saw a toad about the same size as the Kyuubi. He slowly put the huge short blade into the scabbard, and at the same time, said in a flashy tone, "Minato, how is it? Is my blade technique very exquisite?" Minato quickly shouted, "Careful, Bunta. That guy knows spatial ninjutsu." In the next moment, 9 red tails instantly wrapped around Bunta. Bunta felt a huge pressure coming from his body, and an indifferent and cold voice sounded behind him. "How can a monster like you have the qualifications to participate in matters between humans?" As soon as he finished speaking, a huge cloud of blood mist rose up. Toad Bunta's figure had already disappeared without a trace. It was the masked Tunan who controlled the 9 tails who strike at Bunta's back with Black Tiger. When the sharp claws had just pierced through the back of Bunta, Minato had barely managed to remove the psychic spell. This saved Bunta from dying. Swish! Between the electric light and flint, a kunai shot towards the back of the masked Tunan. Ding! The masked Tunan grabbed that kunai with 2 fingers. The sharp kunai could not hurt his fingers at all. Minato's pupils suddenly shrank. Grabbing kunai with his fingers was not a profound skill. But it also depended on who the 2 sides were fighting. It was the first time that his kunai was caught with bare hands. The masked Tunan picked up kunai and placed it in front of him to size it up. Minato originally intended to use Hiraishin no Jutsu to get close to the opponent. But after the previous fight, the opponent already knew that his kunai was the coordinates of Hiraishin no Jutsu. Looking at the other side's calm and composed appearance, Minato, who had always been cautious, suspected that there was a trap, and he hesitated for a moment. After a few seconds, the masked Tunan turned his face to Minato, waved the kunai in his hand, and said, "Fourth Hokage, Yellow Flash. If nothing goes wrong, there should be 2 outcomes for you to choose today. Either you die. Either I live. If you can please me, I will consider letting Konoha go. Don't make me wait too long." As soon as his voice fell, a spatial vortex appeared, and the masked Tunan disappeared without a trace. Chapter 335, Susanoo. Minato focused his senses and found that the kunai had appeared in the forest on the edge of Konoha. He immediately looked up into the distance and murmured, "A battle that decides the fate of the village?" But in the next moment, Minato's eyes showed a determined look, and he activated Flying Thunder God to follow. In a short period of time, Minato actually made a decision in his heart. If he wanted to seal the Kyuubi, he could only defeat the masked man who called himself Uchiha Madara. Then he would find a way to lead the Kyuubi to the small wooden house and use the sealed runes to seal the Kyuubi into the body of the new Jinchuriki. If he couldn't leave the Kyuubi over, then he could only rely on himself to activate the corpse ghost to seal it up. As for the candidate for the Jinchuriki, it was naturally his own child, Naruto. The Jinchuriki would naturally be ostracized. But that was because the upper echelons of this world had brainwashed the people below. After all, if they wantonly announced the benefits of the Jinchuriki, then everyone would covet their identity. To become a Jinchuriki means to have a Kage-level strength in one adult. In this world, strength was supreme. Otherwise, why did most people have noble statuses? They were either the Kage of a village, or the son or confidant of the Kage. Most importantly, as long as Naruto became a Jinchuriki, Konoha would do everything in its power to protect him. In addition, the villagers thought that becoming a Jinchuriki was a very painful thing. In this way, Naruto would be supported by the villagers in the future. After Minato left, no one in Konoha could stop the destruction of Kyuubi. Outside Uchiha's territory, a group of Uchiha clansmen led their families to the fallout shelter. At the entrance of the road, Uchiha Fugaku crossed his arms over his chest and stared at the faraway Kyuubi. And Uchiha Jounin used the body flicker technique to appear beside Uchiha Fugaku and said with an anxious expression, "Patriarch, what should we do? Should we make a move?" Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and said, "Let's wait and see. As the strongest tailed beast, Nine-Tail is not something that can be stopped by numbers." But the Uchiha Jounin wanted to say something but was interrupted by Uchiha Fugaku. "Don't say any more. The duty of the garrison is to evacuate the villagers. Hurry up and do your things." Yes. Under the orders of the clan leader, this Jounin could not resist and could only continue to evacuate the villagers in the village. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Nine-Tailed scarlet eyes and muttered, "Those eyes are not Tunan's kaleidoscope. Which clan member is controlling the Nine-Tailed?" On the streets of the clan grounds. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Itachi Uchiha held Sasuke in his arms and walked with the crowd while turning his head to look at Kyuubi in the distance from time to time. Hearing Sasuke in his arms begin to cry loudly, Uchiha Itachi hurriedly lowered his head. "Sasuke, don't cry, don't cry. Brother will protect you." Under the roof of the Hatake house, Hatake was lying in the arms of Hatake Do, trembling all over. "Do, is that a monster? Would it eat us?" A gentle expression appeared on Do's face as he gently stroked Yi's hair and comforted. Don't be afraid. Big brother is here. Then, he raised his head and gazed at the distant nine-tailed fox. He thought to himself, Sir, is this your doing? What exactly do you want to do? If it really is you, then me and Yi should be safe. After all, I still have value. Compared to the location of the various ninja clans, the villagers in the commoner area were much more flustered. After all, the ninja clan only needed the clan leader to order them to go wherever they wanted. The commoners did not have an organization, so those who were afraid of death ran away first. Some are worried about the loss of the belongings at home, and holding them will be a burden, and they will not be able to leave for a long time. Some of them have a fluke mentality, and feel that the nine tails will not come to their side, or be killed by Konoha's ninja before coming here. Most of the members of Konoha's garrison were evacuating the civilians here. Villagers, go to the fallout shelter. Whoever dares to steal from someone else's house in this situation will be dealt with directly as a traitorous villager. Suddenly, a member of the garrison looked in the direction where Ninetail was moving. His eyes showed panic and he shouted to the captain of the garrison not far away. Oh no, Ninetail is going to the orphanage. Whose jurisdiction is the orphanage? Captain once told us that Lord Tunan is in the orphanage. There are no civilians living nearby. The members of the garrison cannot go there casually. What? The children and old people in the middle have not been transferred yet? The incident happened too suddenly. We didn't think of it. It's too late now. Oh no! The captain of the guards broke out in a cold sweat. Although he didn't have to take responsibility for this matter, Uchiha Tunan was the pride of Uchiha's clan. If the children and old people he took in were killed by Kurama, how would Uchiha's clan, who was in charge of the garrison of Konoha, explain to Uchiha Tunan? At this time, Uchiha Fugaku, who was in Uchiha's territory, also noticed this situation. He asked a member of the garrison who was evacuating the people not far away, have the people from the orphanage not been evacuated? When the member of the garrison heard this, he was stunned and said in a daze, I don't know. Just as everyone thought that the nine-tailed fox was about to destroy the orphanage. A low voice rang out in the chaotic Konoha village, echoing in everyone's ears. Oh my village! Why do you always have to suffer so much? Step by step until now, I have thought about it. What is the strongest power in this world? Not a huge amount of chakra, not a powerful forbidden technique. But love and courage. Love makes people have the power to protect. Courage can make people forget life and death and press forward. As soon as the voice came out, Kurama stopped moving forward. He turned around and stared in the direction of Hokage Monument with fierce eyes, opened his mouth and roared loudly. Roar! The villagers and ninjas in the village were all excited and shouted. It's Lord Tunan's voice. Lord Tunan has appeared? The voice came from the direction of the Hokage Monument. Lord Tunan will definitely be able to stop the Kyuubi. That's right, Lord Tunan is an existence capable of killing Kages. I, Uchiha Tunan, never relied on my eyes, but on love and courage. Ninetail. Get out of Konoha! Susanoo. On the monument, a soft golden light suddenly lit up, instantly dyeing the entire Konoha in gold. A huge golden Buddha slowly rose. Looking from afar, the Buddha had his hands clasped together and was sitting cross-legged on the rock. The Buddha looked solemn, his face full of compassion. Seeing this scene, the people in the village felt that their hearts were unprecedentedly clear. It was as if the fear, hatred, and uneasiness that had just been produced because of the nine tails had been dissolved by the golden Buddha light. Of course, this was only their illusion. The real situation was naturally that Uchiha Tunan absorbed their negative emotions with his eye technique. One side was to replenish one's own emotions. Ding! Gain the approval of Sakata Harada. Ding! Gain the recognition of Chiyu Matsuhana. Ding! Gain the recognition of the Hijikata Tomohiro. Ding! Get the approval of the Takuya Yamanaka. Ding! obtained the recognition of Mita Ichiro. In the underground chamber of the Hokage building, Danzo suddenly stood up, his hands on the table, and said in disbelief, "Isn't he blind? How can he use this technique?" Hiruzen Sarutobi had a solemn expression on his face as he fiercely took a few puffs of smoke and said thoughtfully, "This is the initial form of his Susanoo. Could it be that he has already broken through the limitations of his Sharingan? This is truly a terrifying talent." Chapter 336, Capturing Kyubi. In the forest on the edge of Konoha, the tree trunks, ground, and other places were all stabbed with specially made kunai, and Minato's figure was constantly flashing between them. From time to time, he would attack Masked Tunan from the side. And the space ninjutsu of the Masked Tunan was a bit inferior to that of Flying Thunder God. He saw that the forest was full of black space vortexes that had just formed and were about to dissipate. For ordinary people, the appearance of these space vortexes was only a matter of the blink of an eye. However, Minato was proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique and was extremely sensitive to space, so he could always determine the location of the Masked Tunan in advance. However, the Masked Tunan had the ability to instantly blur, so he was not at a disadvantage. The two seemed to be fighting non-stop, but in fact, until now, both sides had not touched each other. Suddenly, Minato flashed out of the top of a big tree and looked at the sky in the direction of Konoha. The sky over there was dyed a bright golden color, giving people a peaceful and stable feeling. Seeing this, Minato's dignified expression relaxed a little. That was Tunan's chakra aura. It seems that Konoha can be saved. Then I have to work hard. Uchiha's descendant seems to have produced a great character. The Masked Tunan appeared at the tip of the big tree, his hands behind his back, looking in the direction of Konoha. Minato looked cold, took out several kunai, and said in a deep voice, "With me and Tunan here, even if you are Ashura, you can't destroy Konoha." At this time, in the Konoha village, the civilians in the alley and the ninjas standing on the roof were all looking at the Buddha in the direction of Hokage Monument. Their eyes were filled with excitement. "It's Lord Tunan! We're saved!" It's completely different from the form on the battlefield. I remember that Lord Tunan used this ninjutsu when he was resisting the Tsunade. A Buddha that symbolizes benevolence? No, it's not benevolence, but love and courage. Under Uchiha Tunan's control, the nine-tailed fox no longer moved towards the orphanage. Instead, it roared towards the sky and leaped high into the air, grabbing towards the golden Buddha. The huge body of the nine-tailed fox covered the half-moon hanging high in the night sky. The shadow that was projected to the ground moved quickly, as if it wanted to swallow the golden Buddha that was shining brightly on the flaming rock. Uchiha Tunan, who was sitting in a wheelchair below the golden Buddha, did not change his expression. He controlled the golden Buddha to retract his hands and then push them towards the nine-tailed fox who was diagonally above him. Clang! A voice that was as loud as a bell resounded throughout the entire village. The golden Buddha's palms barely managed to resist the claws of the nine-tailed fox. Roar! Seeing that his attack was actually blocked, the nine-tailed fox roared furiously. At the same time, it used its 9 tails to spread up along the golden Buddha's arms, wanting to tie him up. In an instant, the 9 tails of the nine-tailed fox had already tightly bound the golden Buddha. The nine-tailed fox opened its big mouth and roared at the golden Buddha's compassionate face. The 9 tails suddenly tightened, and a huge pressure came. The golden Buddha seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure, and the originally bright golden light became a little dimmer. The people in the distance cried out in alarm. Lord Tunan seems to be in a disadvantageous position. Damn it! If Lord Tunan wasn't injured in the war. Lord Tunan, good luck! Don't tell me we can't help at all? We can't help. Our ninjutsu is completely useless to nine-tailed. What about the sealing class? Maybe they are still setting up the seal. If they want to seal the tail beasts, they must be preparing for a long time. On the surface of the Hokage monument, cracks had already appeared on the surface of the golden Buddha. But there was no panic on the face of Uchiha Tunan. He leisurely took out a tissue from his pocket, covered his mouth and coughed twice, then said in a hoarse voice, as expected of the strongest tailed beast, even this level of Susanoo could not withstand it. It seemed that it was time to say goodbye to this world. It's really very frustrating. Konoha, my village. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Tunan's desolate and free laughter was transmitted to everyone through the wind. The people in the distance all revealed sorrowful expressions. There were also many Konoha ninjas who retreated from the battle arena, kneeling on their knees, their heads facing the direction of the monument. Because they knew that Uchiha Tunan was about to use the forbidden technique of burning his life. Listening to Uchiha Tunan, this time, he was afraid that he was going to burn up all his remaining life. In the underground chamber of the Hokage building, Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the laughing Uchiha Tunan in the crystal ball and were slightly moved. They couldn't help but feel some respect in their hearts. But in the midst of this laughter full of emotions, Uchiha Tunan's originally black hair gradually turned white from the tip of his hair and gradually spread towards the root of his hair. At the same time, a terrifying chakra aura burst out from Uchiha Tunan's body, and a powerful airflow instantly spread throughout Konoha. Ninetailed seemed to feel threatened, and kept roaring, wanting to kill him before Uchiha Tunan could activate the forbidden technique. Uchiha Tunan suddenly stopped laughing, clapped his hands, and shouted, "Nine-tailed demon fox, the first-generation Great One can subdue you. Today, I, Uchiha Tunan, can do the same. 1,000 hands of true count, top of all." Rumble. The entire Konoha village seemed to have experienced an intense earthquake. The mountain range where Hokage Monument was located disintegrated at a speed visible to the naked eye, and was controlled by Uchiha Tunan. At this moment, the Golden Buddha seemed to be unable to withstand the killing power of the Nine Tails anymore, turning into specks of golden light and dissipating. However, before the Nine Tails could touch Uchiha Tunan, countless huge rock arms broke out from the ground and grabbed the Nine Tails tightly. The next moment, an Akala tens of times more massive than the Nine Tails rose up from the ground. A moment later, the Akala formed from rocks completely appeared in everyone's sight. Sitting half fallen on a stone lotus platform, with thousands of hands on three sides. The left side shows compassion, the right side shows wrath, and the front side shows Rudra. The stone statue gave everyone an ancient and boundless feeling. The densely stretched arms were like a peacock spreading its tail, making people dizzy and dizzy. The shadow of Akala had completely covered Konoha. In front of it, the huge Kyuubi was like a child's doll. The original Hokage monument had completely disappeared. On top of Rudra's head, Uchiha Tunan seemed to be in a very bad state. He was sitting on the wheelchair and coughing non-stop. The paper towel covering his mouth had also been soaked in blood. Chapter 337, Dead Bones in the Tomb. In the underground chamber of the Hokage building, Danzo looked at the crystal ball in shock and said in disbelief, "Isn't this legendary ultimate move of the Senju Hashirama?" Too thick smoke came out of Hiruzen Sarutobi's nose, and he said in a daze, "He must have learned it in the Temple of Fire. I didn't expect him to be able to replace wood with earth. It seems that this crisis has been resolved." Danzo glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi and raised his eyebrows. "You seem to regret it." Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed heavily, and in an instant, he seemed to have aged a lot. He murmured, "Say, if he is not injured, will Konoha have a new ninja god?" It was a pity. It was impossible for him to survive using such a powerful forbidden technique. At this moment, Akala in the crystal ball moved, attracting the attention of the two people. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo even put their hands on the table and moved their heads to the crystal ball. They seemed to want to witness Uchiha Tunan's victory and fall. For Hiruzen Sarutobi, he had a grudge against Uchiha Tunan for killing his son. From the day they fell out, it was impossible for him to be the same person. As for Danzo, he had been set up by Uchiha Tunan during the elections, and his heart was filled with resentment. No matter how hypocritical the two of them were on the surface, in their hearts, they were eager for Uchiha Tunan to die. The Akala grabbed the tail of the Kyuubi and lifted it up. No matter how the Kyuubi struggled, it was useless. Roar! The Kyuubi roared and opened its mouth to aim at Uchiha Tunan, who was on the Akala. A jet-black tail beast jade was gathered in its mouth. Bang! A huge palm the size of a mountain slapped Ninetail's face, directly knocking its head off. The half-condensed tail beast jade also became a mute cannon. At this moment, when everyone was watching, Uchiha Tunan's body stooped a little, his hands on the wheelchair supporting his body. He shouted in a hoarse voice, "Die!" Roar! The Kyuubi's roar was filled with fear, and his legs were constantly flapping. In the next instant, the thousands of fists of Akala beneath Uchiha Tunan clenched, and they smashed towards the Kyuubi. Bang! 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 A series of explosions rang out. Roar! A shrill roar and a roar echoed throughout Konoha. The people in the distance were all shocked by this scene, and they were all dumbfounded. This. Is he going to beat the Kyuubi to death? Too powerful. Igniting life force, unleashing power comparable to a god. Lord Tunan is truly an amazing person. In the territory of Uchiha. On the street, Uchiha Itachi looked at the nine-tailed hammer with a shocked expression and muttered, "Is this power of love and courage that teacher has?" On the other side, Uchiha Fugaku frowned and sighed heavily. Is Uchiha's expert about to fall? After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Ninetail was already on the verge of death. Uchiha Tunan coughed twice and raised his head. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo saw Uchiha Tunan's face through the crystal ball. He saw that Uchiha Tunan had a head full of silver hair, and his face was full of wrinkles, just like an old man who was about to die. The whole person was on the verge of death, and he forced himself to shout. The place where Konoha is flying, the fire is endless. In the next moment, an arm burning with red flames appeared on the abdomen of the motionless king, and he punched the Kyuubi. Nine-tailed roar howled and was sent flying into the air. He turned into a parabola and fell heavily into the forest outside the village, smashing down a large number of trees and raising a thick cloud of dust. At the same time, Akala was like a snowman under the sun, melting into a mountain range at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everything returned to its original state, and the difference from before was not particularly big. However, the portrait of the Hokage carved on the Naruto rock no longer existed. The entire village fell into silence in an instant, and after several breaths, a heaven-shaking cry burst out. He won! Lord Tunan won. Too strong, even the strongest tailed beasts can't beat Lord Tunan. These were all ignorant commoners. As for those Konoha ninjas, because they stood tall, they could see Uchiha Tunan standing on top of the rock like a skeleton in a tomb. All of them had sorrowful expressions on their faces as they ran towards the rock. Lord Tunan! Quick, call the people from the medical class over. Lord Tunan, you must hold on. Uchiha Tunan listened to the concerned voices around him and revealed a peaceful smile on his face. He raised his hand with difficulty and waved it. Don't worry about me. Let me be alone at the last of my life. I will accompany the village here. You guys, go and help. I'm very sorry. I was unable to completely resolve this crisis. At this time, Uchiha Tunan was surrounded by Konoha ninjas. Almost all of them were powerful Jounin and Chunin. These people lowered their heads, trying to suppress the sadness in their hearts. Some of the female ninjas even covered their mouths with their hands, sobbing non-stop. Ding, obtained the recognition of Kazuma Ayo. Ding, obtained the recognition of Aburame Ataru. Ding, obtained the recognition of Hayakaze Murata. Ding, obtained the recognition of Otano Baraki. Ding! Obtained the recognition of Sarutobi Hayato. After a short moment of sadness, one by one, Konoha's Jounin clenched his fists and shouted. Everyone, let's not disturb Lord Tunan. Yes, the Kyuubi has not been sealed. We can only rely on ourselves. Lord Tunan, don't worry. We promise not to let the Kyuubi enter the village again. Everyone, Go and stop the Kyuubi. Go! The group of Konoha ninjas used their body flicker technique and turned into a flood, rushing towards the Kyuubi in the forest. A moment later, there was no one around Uchiha Tunan. The bleak cold wind blew the dead leaves. The dead leaves came to the top of the rock and spun down from the sky, like a rain of leaves falling from the sky. It seemed to bury the dying Uchiha Tunan. Uchiha Tunan, on the other hand, lowered his head and breathed weakly again and again. In the underground secret room of the Hokage building, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo carefully looked at Uchiha Tunan in the crystal ball and confirmed that Uchiha Tunan was about to die. The two of them sat back in their seats, looking relaxed. Danzo tapped his fingers on the table and said, "It seems that he is already exhausted. Do you still want to wait?" Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi picked up the pipe and smoked. He glanced at the water crystal ball and confirmed again. From the looks of it, there should be no chance of recovery. I have finally waited for this day. He then exhaled a puff of smoke and stood up leisurely. Let's go. It seems that I overestimated Tunan and Minato. In the end, Konoha will have to rely on us old guys. Hiruzen Sarutobi took off his coat with confidence, revealing his inner clothes, and strode outside. Danzo also stood up and followed Hiruzen Sarutobi out of the secret room. As he walked, he said in a deep voice, "I'll go and mobilize the members of the Sealer class, and you try to stall Kurama." Chapter 338, Alternative Means. The movement of Uchiha Tunan using thousands of hands to hit Kyuubi caught the attention of Minato, who was fighting in the forest. Minato took advantage of the gap in the battle and saw Kyuubi's huge body flying through the night sky, heavily landing in the distance. He couldn't help but feel confident in his heart. He looked at the masked Tunan, who was walking out of a space vortex, and said in a deep voice, "It seems that your plan is going to fail." The masked Tunan's eyes were as deep as water, and he said slowly, "Failed? This is just the beginning. How can it be considered a failure?" Minato snorted, secretly recovering his strength, and said, "Although I can't defeat you, you can't do anything to me. My physical strength is enough to hold you until dawn. Konoha should be able to seal the Kyuubi very soon. I advise you to stop as soon as possible." He saw a burst of laughter coming from under the tiger skin mask of the masked Tunan. He shook his head and said, "You might have been deceived by the facade. First, it is not that you are pestering me, it is that I am hanging you. Second, it is that you are unable to do anything to me, and I have plenty of methods to kill you. Then come and try." Minato shouted coldly, and his body suddenly disappeared. A Rasengan appeared next to the masked Tunan and covered his face. "It's only 2 moves. If not for your talent, you would be ashamed of your profession as a ninja." The masked Tunan's eyes were indifferent. When the Rasengan was about to touch his body, he immediately turned around, raised his index finger and pointed in the direction of the void. "It's useless. You've played with me several times." In the next moment, Minato appeared in front of Tunan's index finger. Minato's forehead was only a few centimeters away from his index finger. However, there was no panic on Minato's face, and there was a flash of joy in his eyes. "Humph, just wait for you to lower your guard, I still have Flying Thunder God Level 3. In an instant, the index finger of the masked Tunan pointed at Minato's forehead, but as if it had popped a bubble, the afterimage of Minato disappeared without a trace. However, under the body of the masked Tunan, there was a dazzling blue light. It was actually Minato who used Flying Thunder God Level 3 in an instant, and now he was under the body of the masked Tunan. He bent over, holding a compressed Rasengan in his hand, and smashed it at the belly of the masked Tunan. At this time, Minato's mouth had already outlined a smile of victory. How could you resist the moment of physical integration? However, the reaction of the masked Tunan made Minato feel surprised. The masked Tunan calmly raised his other hand and opened his 5 fingers, blocking the Rasengan's path. "If there is no other way, then are you going to cripple this hand? Then don't blame me." In a flash, the Rasengan heavily smashed into the palm of the masked Tunan. Zip zip zip. The high-speed rotating chakra made a sharp friction sound when it came into contact with Tunan's palm. Minato's eyes lit up, and the chakra in his body poured several points into the Rasengan again. It's solid. This is great. After the Rasengan collided with the palm of the masked Tunan, it began to explode due to the imbalance of force. A blinding white light illuminated the nearby forest. The strong chakra airflow even lifted up the surrounding land. After several breaths, the light dissipated. Damn it. Minato looked at the masked Tunan's jade-like hand holding his hand tightly. His body instinctively broke out in a cold sweat and flowed down his back. What was this guy made of? Even though the masked Tunan was only Uchiha Tunan's doppelganger, he still had the defense of unbreakable diamond. The Rasengan that didn't have any chakra attribute changes couldn't hurt the masked Tunan at all. I'm not blind. I saw you plant a spell on the ground under my feet, and I was waiting for you to take the bait. The masked Tunan said expressionlessly, and at the same time, he stretched out his other hand and grabbed Minato's neck. Minato wanted to leave, but he found that his opponent's hand was like a steel pincer, and his bones were about to break. He wanted to use Hiraishin no Jutsu, but he found that the surrounding space was disturbed by his opponent's space ninjutsu. Seeing that his opponent's hand had touched his neck, Minato's face was extremely gloomy. Shit! The masked Tunan said lightly, it's over. Just as the masked Tunan clenched his fist, ready to strangle Minato to death. Swish! Minato suddenly disappeared and appeared on the ground in the distance. The moment he landed, he knelt on the ground, his hands on the ground, gasping for breath. The masked Tunan grabbed the air and looked at Minato with surprise in his eyes. This guy was really hard to kill. If he wanted to maintain this identity, he couldn't use his full power and reveal his true abilities. It seemed that he had to use some unconventional methods. He heard a series of laughter from under the tiger skin mask of the masked Tunan. He said in a low voice, "It seems that I underestimated Flying Thunder God and you. Even if the space is disturbed, you can instantly move away. I don't even have time to pinch you to death. Flying Thunder God and your abnormal dynamic talent are really too compatible. However, breaking through my space interference should consume a lot of your energy." Huff, huff. At this moment, Minato's chest was like a drum, constantly rising and falling, and his whole body was like being pulled out of water, already soaked in sweat. But he still maintained a calm expression on his face, and said in a deep voice, "As expected of the legendary ninja Madara who can fight against the ninja god. If I'm not wrong, you should still be hiding your strength. In fact, you have always been playing with me." The masked Tunan shook his head and said in a rather helpless tone, "I don't want to hide it either. However, once my strength is exposed, I'm afraid it will make you feel despair. If someone else sees it, the impact will not be good." Cruelty? Minato frowned. He did not understand the meaning of the masked Tunan. He thought that the other party wanted to express the great gap between the two sides. Minato wiped the sweat from his forehead and slowly stood up. "Are you afraid that your trump card will be known by others? It seems that you are really a qualified ninja." "Yes, so I will use all means to kill the enemy, including certain ways to make people despise you." The masked Tunan nodded and then bent down to pick up the special kunai left behind by Minato. He looked at Minato meaningfully and smiled. "I will give you 10 seconds to follow me. Otherwise, you will regret it for the rest of your life." In the next moment, the masked Tunan stepped into the dark space vortex and disappeared into the forest. Chapter 339, Hostage-Taking. The surrounding trees had long been destroyed by the explosion of the Rasengan, becoming a barren land. Without the obstruction of the trees, the cold wind was like a scraping knife, scratching Minato's face. Listening to the battle between the Kyuubi and Konoha ninjas in the distance, Minato sensed the location of the kunai, only to find that it was not there. Minato looked in the direction of the kunai, his face full of doubts, and muttered, "This is not the direction of the Kyuubi either. Out of caution, Minato did not rashly teleport to the location of the kunai. Suddenly, Minato was stunned and found that the location of the kunai was very close to the cabin that Kushina gave birth to. In an instant, the pores on Minato's body suddenly opened, and cold sweat poured out again. His expression became a lot more flustered, and he shook his head and said, "No, he won't. Such a strong person wouldn't use such a method. Moreover, if Tunan could find time to defeat Ninetailed, Naruto should be with him. Maybe Naruto has been sent home by now, staying with Kushina. Yes, that must be it." Although he said that, as soon as his voice fell, Minato disappeared. A silver hook in the night sky sprinkled infinite light, illuminating a valley at the edge of Konoha. Crash! The creek water that crossed the valley flashed with fine scales under the moonlight, as if it was made of silk. The water ran through the rocks, and the bell rang like a bell. The sound was clear, mellow, and divine. An exquisite kunai was stuck in the soft soil beside the creek. Swish! A cool breeze blew in all directions. Minato, who was wearing a god cloak, said, "There is nothing else to be done." He looked around and saw Minato bending down to pull out the kunai from the soil. This place was too far away from where the Kyuubi and Konoha ninjas were fighting. There was still a village in the middle, and there was almost no sound. It was quiet all around, and there was no sound of birds or beasts, only the sound of the stream. Seeing that this was not a small wooden house, Minato breathed a sigh of relief. This proved that Tunan had protected Naruto at that time. However, he did not see the figure of the masked Tunan. Minato kept looking around vigilantly. This is... Suddenly, a shout that Minato was extremely familiar with came from above. "Minato!" Minato suddenly raised his head, and his eyes turned red as he roared. "Kushina! Naruto! Uchiha Madara, let them go!" On the edge of the cliff above the valley, the masked Tunan grabbed Kushina by the neck with one hand and held her in the other. His scarlet eyes stared at Minato, and there was a hint of ridicule in his eyes. "Hey, we are all adults. Don't be so childish. I am obviously holding them hostage to force you to submit. How can I let them go? I have no choice. You are too cunning, and I have to make this plan. If you want them to live, it's very simple. You can kill yourself." Minato's eyes were full of anger. He reached out and pointed at the masked Tunan on the top of the cliff, and word popped out between his teeth. "Despicable." The masked Tunan heard this, and his scarlet eyes were full of surprise. He said in a strange tone, "How do people like you become jounin? Isn't it normal for ninjas to do this kind of thing? When is it necessary to be fair and square when killing people? Don't be long-winded. If you want them to live, you can only commit suicide." At this time, Minato was completely angry. Looking at the masked Tunan, his eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Do you think you can force a ninja to commit suicide with such a despicable method? I am not that stupid. Once I die, you will still kill them. You might even be able to destroy Konoha." The masked Tunan sighed and nodded. "It's within my expectations that you don't agree. Since you don't care about their lives, I will kill them first before killing you. A family will die together, so that we won't be lonely on the road to the underworld. In the next life, we will be a family, and this is a happy ending." As he spoke, he saw the masked Tunan tighten his grip on Kushina's neck. "Don't!" This time, Minato was really panicking. After shouting, seeing that the masked Tunan did not continue to attack, he clenched his fists in anger and said, "You bastard." The masked Tunan shook his head lightly and said with a smile, "I am a reasonable person. My only weakness is being soft-hearted. It is a bit too cruel to let your whole family die. But you are not willing to commit suicide. How about this, let's change the way. I'll give you a small choice question. I'm going to kill someone to disturb your mood. This will help us in the battle of life and death." As he spoke, the masked Tunan shook the dying Kushina. You want me to kill your wife, who has been with you day and night and never left you for years? Then he shook his hand and cried. Or do you want me to kill your love, your life, and your son? After hearing these two choices, Minato was so angry that his whole body trembled, and his teeth chattered. His bloodshot eyes stared straight at the masked Tunan, and he said word by word. If you dare to touch any of them, I will kill you. The masked Tunan was not afraid of Minato's threat. He chuckled and said, I am a great ninja Madara, and I am a man of my word. I was very serious just now. You really must choose one. If you don't choose, I will help you kill one. If you rush up impulsively, then there is no choice. Your wife and children have to die. Minato took a deep breath, and there seemed to be tears in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, What good is it for you to kill them? The masked Tunan shook his head and said, No good, it's just a fight between experts. It's easy to defeat a person with a flaw in his mind. I just want to disturb your heart and kill you. You are the most important. Don't think about it, my reaction speed is a little faster than your Hiraishin no Jutsu. Minato looked at the dying Kushina and the crying Naruto, but he couldn't bear it. His legs went soft and he knelt on the ground. He raised kunai with his right hand and said, I'll use my life to exchange for their safety. The masked Tunan narrowed his eyes and said lightly, Really? You won't lie to me, right? You didn't agree at first. At this time, Kushina, who was in the hand of the masked Tunan, saw that Minato was about to commit suicide. Two streams of tears flowed out from the corners of his eyes and flowed down his cheeks. He endured the feeling of suffocation and said with difficulty, Minato, don't worry about me. Kushina's words seemed to work, and Minato was stunned. Seeing that Minato was about to commit suicide, but was stopped by Kushina, how could the masked Tunan let the duck fly away? The eyes of the masked Tunan focused, and he turned his head to Kushina and said earnestly, You are not a competent mother at all. It doesn't matter to you, but the child is innocent. Although you gave birth to him, you can't make a decision for him. The fact that you can become a mother and son is destiny. In my opinion, let your husband die. At the very least, you have left a bloodline for him. In the future, you will raise your child well. When the child grows up, he will come to me for revenge. Saying that, he turned to look at Minato, who was struggling and hesitating, and said, I am not familiar with you. I wonder if you are a qualified father and a qualified husband. On the contrary, I would rather die myself than let my wife and children lose a single hair. Of course, if you are such a selfish person, then just pretend that I didn't say anything. Minato seemed to have lost his mind, and his hand that was holding the kunai trembled crazily. The whole person looked at Kushina with tears in his eyes, and the couple seemed to be communicating with each other in the eyes before they died. Kushina. Naruto. The masked Tunan let out a long sigh and quickly tried to comfort him. A man should shed blood instead of tears. Why are you crying? People will die anyway, you should be more open-minded. Chapter 340, The Fragrance Fades. Minato and Kushina exchanged a look. The two of them smiled and nodded at each other. Then Minato slowly lowered his hand. Taking a deep breath, he wiped his tears and said to Kushina with a determined look. Kushina. I'm sorry, I'm the Hokage. Now the Kyuubi has been released. If I didn't hold him back, Konoha would be finished. I hope you can understand my difficulties. Everything is for Konoha. If Tunan can give everything for Konoha, how can I fall behind him? Kushina revealed a relieved smile on her face and said weakly, I understand. I can understand. Being able to know you in this life is my greatest fortune. As the Hokage, you should prioritize protecting the village. You should be a hero like Tunan. Cough! Cough! The masked Tunan coughed and interrupted Kushina. He advised Minato. Young man, you are still young and naive. As the saying goes, if a house is not swept, how can it sweep the world? You can't even protect the small family, how can you protect everyone? Are you so cruel to watch your wife and children lose their lives and be indifferent? Is a person like you worthy to be the Hokage? Morality kidnapping was always the most effective way to deal with someone like Minato. Minato was stunned and shouted at the masked Tunan, "What the hell are you doing?" The masked Tunan sneered and said in a disdainful tone, "I can see it now. You are actually afraid of death." Looking on coldly as his wife and child died, he remained indifferent. "Coward!" Hearing this, Minato's face turned red, and he shouted, "I am not a coward. I am not afraid of death, but there are thousands of villagers behind me. I can't die." The masked Tunan smiled and shook his head, saying, "You are dead, you are the fifth Hokage. Don't think too highly of yourself. You are really not important at all. Don't put all those heavy burdens on yourself. This is too hard. As a person, happiness is the most important thing. Listen to this old man's advice and commit suicide. Sacrifice you to save two people. You are the two most important people in your life." It was really too calculating. Will the old man, the dignified ninja Madara, still lie to you? As soon as he said this, Minato's expression changed, showing how complicated his mood was. Gradually, Minato's eyes dimmed, and he lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "What guarantee do you have?" The masked Tunan saw that Minato was tempted, and his tone instantly became much gentler. He whispered, "Naturally, it is my character." Minato obviously choked and shook his head, "I don't believe it." The masked Tunan narrowed his eyes and coldly said, "Then what do you want as a guarantee? Money or power?" As soon as he said that, the scene fell into silence. Minato was struggling in his heart. Once he committed suicide, if the other party did not keep his promise, he would be a big fool. Then he would be a fool. And if he did not have his own control, with the strange space ninjutsu of the other side, it would cause huge damage to Konoha. On one hand, it was the responsibility of the Hokage, and on the other, it was the responsibility of his husband and father. For a moment, Minato was indecisive and once again fell into a dilemma. How could the masked Tunan let Minato continue to delay? If it dragged on for too long, if the Kyuubi could not hold on and was sealed by Konoha, then this game would not earn much. The masked Tunan sighed and shook his head. He turned to Kushina in his hand and said, "Little girl, now you see what kind of scum you have married." This kind of person was usually full of sweet words, and seemed to be honest. When it came to the point of life and death, he hesitated, not daring to do so at all. "I feel cold for you." Kushina opened her eyes and closed them. Her eyes were full of ridicule, and she said weakly, "You don't have to provoke our relationship. I believe in Minato." However, the masked Tunan was not trying to sow discord, but to make Kushina show her attitude in front of Minato. As the saying goes, the most difficult thing to endure is the grace of a beauty, which is not unreasonable. The innocent Kushina was caught in the mask of Tunan, but she did not know. The masked Tunan's eyes flashed with a hint of emotion, and he suddenly turned to look at Minato below, saying in an unbelievable tone, "I really didn't expect that your wife would trust you so much. A wife like this is simply a blessing that you have cultivated for 3 lifetimes. To be honest, this old man is starting to be jealous of you. A wife like this who is considerate and has unwavering determination and believes in you without a doubt. Do you really have the heart to let her die for you? Are you still a man?" To a man like Minato, this was simply a fatal blow. Minato immediately stopped hesitating and put kunai on his neck, saying with a serious face, "You're right. As a husband and father, you should protect your family in times of danger. After I die, you must let them go immediately. I hope you can do what you say." Seeing Minato ready to commit suicide, Kushina, like a dying light, suddenly became spirited and shouted excitedly, "Don't! Minato, don't!" Minato had made up his mind, and his face was full of a relieved smile. He said gently, "Kushina, promise me that you will live well. Take good care of Naruto for me. When he grows up, I will tell him." His father was not a coward. Ah! Just as Minato was about to commit suicide, Kushina screamed, and a thick golden chain shot out from her abdomen toward the masked Tunan. The powerful sealing aura coming from the golden chain made Tunan alert. There was a feeling of a villain turning over at the final moment. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the masked Tunan had instinctively made a decision. Kill! Thump! The crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. The crescent moon was like a silver boat. A gust of cold wind broke through the mountain range and came to the valley. It lifted the hair on Minato's ear, bringing with it a bone-chilling coldness. Minato only felt his brain buzzing, and the world in front of him gradually turned red, as if it was covered by a layer of blood curtain. Kushina's body fell from the cliff like a candle in the wind. Minato still had a silly expression on his face, and instinctively reached out his hands to catch Kushina's body. He then looked down at Kushina, who was already dead, in his arms, and a drop of blood fell on her pale face, blooming like a rose. "Kushina, I'm sorry. I didn't protect you well." At this moment, another masked Tunan quietly came out from the soil behind Minato. He stretched out his index finger and slowly pointed at the back of Minato's head. At this time, Minato was still immersed in grief. When his index finger was about to touch the back of Minato's head, it suddenly accelerated. The tip of his finger was emitting a faint blue light, and in a flash, it formed a lightning needle. Chapter 341, Falling into Insanity. Bang! The white smoke exploded. Minato lowered his head, but his right hand was holding kunai, and he did not look back. From this position, just as the shadow clone of the masked Tunan was about to succeed, Minato used kunai to break it. Seeing that the shadow clone did not succeed, the masked Tunan on the cliff said in an innocent tone, "This has nothing to do with me. As you can see, she is courting death." Minato did not speak and slowly raised his head. He saw that Minato's eyes had turned blood red, and there were 2 lines of scarlet on his cheeks. He no longer had his usual gentle and refined image, but instead gave off a crazy feeling of wanting to devour someone. When the masked Tunan saw this, the corner of his mouth under the tiger skin mask slightly curved. Very good, although he did not commit suicide, it was obvious that he could no longer maintain his calm. In this state, he only needed to spend a bit of effort and he would be able to kill him soon. As expected of the princess of the Uzumaki clan, she had mastered a terrifying sealing technique. Once bound by the Vajra blockade, I'm afraid that even the space jutsu cannot break me free. If she was not a girl and had a rash personality, she would have been able to beat most of the Kagya rank experts. Looking down at Minato, he gently put down Kushina's body. The masked Tunan shook the crying little Naruto on his palm and said, "Don't be impulsive, there is still one more." Minato's eyes moved slightly to little Naruto, and his face eased a little. Then he looked at the masked Tunan again and growled, "Bastard." The masked Tunan shook his head and sighed. "Sigh, I don't want to either. Who knew that the abilities of the Uzumaki clan were so special? I have already suppressed her acupuncture points, but she can still cast a seal. I was shocked, and I was only defending myself in response." "Calm down first, do you still want your son?" Minato pulled out a crazy smile and said hoarsely, "Yes." The masked Tunan raised his hand, indicating that Minato should quickly commit suicide. Then continue, "Be a pair of mandarin ducks with your wife. Don't worry, I will keep my promise and won't hurt your son." Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Minato's body twitched slightly, and he raised his head and laughed wildly. Then, he suddenly stopped laughing. His blood-red eyes stared straight at the masked Tunan, and he growled, "I won't believe you anymore. I will take Naruto back with my own hands." In the next moment, a strange pattern of toad oil appeared on Minato's face again. In the blink of an eye, he entered the sage mode of Mount Maiboku. The strong chakra air current uprooted the surrounding vegetation. The terrifying power even caused the ground under his feet to crack. The masked Tunan saw that Minato was ready to fight to the death, so he naturally wouldn't waste time threatening him with Naruto. Namake's Minato's explosive state at this time seems to be strong, but for masked Tunan, there are weaknesses everywhere. The eyes of the masked Tunan became cold, and he looked at Minato and said indifferently, "It seems that your son is not important enough. And yes, after all, you've only just met." As soon as his voice fell, a pitch-black space vortex appeared on the palm of the masked Tunan, and he put Naruto into the Kamui space. Swish! In the blink of an eye, Minato's figure disappeared. The masked Tunan smiled and shook his head. Then, he slowly raised his head and looked at the deep night sky. He said slowly, "Come on. If you lose, your son will die a terrible death." In the next moment, a dazzling blue light suddenly lit up in the middle of the night sky. Immortal technique, Great Jade Rasengan. A blue light appeared, and then it expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a flash, the huge spiral pellet was like the sun, illuminating the entire night. Even Konoha ninjas who were fighting with the Kyuubi in the distance saw this scene in the night sky. Under the high-speed rotating light blue spiral pellet, Minato looked like a madman, holding it up with one hand. The god cloak on his body was blown by the overflowing chakra air. It looked like a prison, which was very frightening. "Die!" Minato shouted angrily, pushing the huge Rasengan to the cliff where the masked Tunan was. The masked Tunan looked at the huge Rasengan that was getting closer and closer, and there was no fluctuation in his indifferent eyes. Sure enough, once a person went crazy, he would lose his mind. Minato was now an example. He saw a huge pale blue Rasengan hit the cliff heavily, and the masked Tunan was submerged in it. Rumble! A blinding white light suddenly lit up in the valley. In an instant, the sky and earth suddenly brightened. The shockwave from the explosion spread in all directions, flattening everything in the surroundings. The moment before the Rasengan exploded, Minato did not forget to use Hiraishin no Jutsu to pick up Kushina's body and teleport it to a small wooden house more than 10 kilometers away from the valley. A few breaths later, Minato only heard an earth-shattering explosion in his ears, followed by a fierce wind that was like a monstrous wave. It blew Minato to the point where he could not bend down, and protected Kushina's body in his arms. The wind was like a fierce tiger, and even though they were so far away, the trees around them could not withstand the impact of the wind, either rising from the ground or snapping at the waist. After a while, the residual power of the explosion dissipated. Minato raised his head and breathed heavily. Looking around, the valley in the distance was still shrouded in thick smoke. The trees around him collapsed in the same direction. At this time, Minato vented the anger in his heart and calmed down a lot. There was no joy of victory in his heart, but his face was extremely ugly. He was too impulsive. This is what he said before, "Did Kushina's death break my heart? Even though I knew that he had spatial ninjutsu, I still couldn't help it. You used so much force, but it was a pity that it couldn't hit me." Suddenly, a space vortex appeared in front of Minato, and the masked Tunan stepped out of it unscathed. Looking at the pale face of Minato, the masked Tunan was ready to add another fire. "By the way, I want to tell you something. You can only catch me alive to save your son. Otherwise, your son will starve to death in my space." As soon as his voice fell, Minato's pupils suddenly shrank, and his calm heart once again rose with anger. "Ah!" Minato roared, and he launched Flying Thunder God at the side of the masked Tunan, stabbing toward his face with kunai in his hand. However, the masked Tunan did not dodge, just watching kunai getting closer and closer. Suddenly, the kunai stopped a centimeter away from the masked Tunan. It was as if there was an invisible barrier in front of the masked Tunan, blocking the kunai's advance. The masked Tunan's eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule, and he said slowly, "You showed mercy? What's the point of fighting so hard? You better listen to me and commit suicide early. It will save everyone's time." Minato's hand kept shaking, but he did not dare to send kunai forward. He was afraid that if the masked Tunan did not resist, he would die in misery. This way, Naruto would be trapped in his opponent's space. Whoosh! The masked Tunan used his black tiger heart to dig out air. At this moment, Minato was already on the empty ground in the distance, and he quickly made a series of hand seals to hit the ground. Bang! 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 The 3 balls of white smoke dispersed. The 3 giant toads, including Gamabunta, surrounded the masked Tunan. The masked Tunan looked at Minato, who was holding Kushina's body and kneeling on one knee on top of Gamabunta's head, and said in a strange tone, "Is your brain broken? What can these big guys pose a threat to me?" Gamabunta came out and complained, "Minato, my injuries have not healed yet." The other 2 toads turned their eyes to Minato and asked, "Minato? What happened to you?" Minato looked up like a walking corpse, staring straight at the masked Tunan, and coldly said, "Kill him. Capture him alive." Chapter 342, You Fell for It. On the other side. Under the leadership of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo, all of Konoha's departments came out in full force. A large number of Konoha ninjas divided the work and gradually suppressed Kyuubi. Suddenly, the night sky behind them lit up with a dazzling white light. A few minutes later, a strong gust of wind blew over, causing everyone's clothes to rustle. Danzo, who was in command at the back of the crowd, watched as the white light dispersed, his eyes narrowing slightly. "What's going on over there?" Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was beside him, took a puff of his cigarette, his eyes fixed on Ninetail, who was at a disadvantage. He said in a low voice without turning his head, "To be able to create such power, it should be Minato who is fighting with the masked man. It seems that the masked man is very strong." Danzo pondered for a moment and meaningfully glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi's calm side face. He tried to probe, "Should we send someone to help? With such a big commotion, ordinary ninjas will not be able to help." Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head and waved at the same time. The ape demon who was standing by his side immediately turned into the diamond scepter and fell into Hiruzen Sarutobi's hand. "Let's seal the Kyuubi first." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Hiruzen Sarutobi use the body flicker technique to charge into the crowd that was fighting Ninetail. It seemed like he was planning to personally take action. "It seems like you want both of them to die." Danzo looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi's back, his eyes flickering, and then he gently waved his hand. Root Ninja Yamato instantly knelt down on one knee in front of Danzo. "Go take a look at the situation over there." Yamato responded in a low voice, "Yes." In the next moment, he activated his body flicker technique and left. On the side of the Kyuubi, with the addition of Hiruzen Sarutobi, a Kage-level expert, Konoha's ninjas suddenly felt much more relaxed. Shadow imitation technique. Vajra prison wall. Swamp revolving art. Come on the sealer, fix the Ninetails first. Time was almost dawn. A few thin clouds appeared in the night sky. The originally clear and bright half-moon flickered under the clouds. The faint stars seemed to be hidden behind a layer of gauze. Bang! 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 The 3 balls of white smoke dispersed, and the psychic beasts summoned by Minato all lost their ability to fight. The originally exquisite cabin was now in ruins. Minato's royal god's robe was broken, and he lay weakly on the ground, his body twitching slightly. The masked Tunan sat on the ruins, looking at Minato with a proud look, and said with a contemptuous tone, "People like you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Now, I'm afraid you don't even have the strength to commit suicide, and you still have to let me send you off for the last time." Hearing this, Minato raised his head with difficulty, and the dirt on his face was mixed with tears, firmly sticking to his skin, looking battered and exhausted. Minato looked at Kushina's body, and his eyelids opened and closed, as if he would not be able to open them again in the next second. "Kushina, I am very sorry. I couldn't save Naruto. I am not a qualified father. I am really useless." With that, Minato stretched out his trembling hand with difficulty and slowly moved his body toward Kushina's body. I promised you. I will be good. Protect you and your mother. I went back on my word. I went to another world. You can hit me, scold me. Seeing this, the masked Tunan became depressed, and even his eyes dimmed a little. He did not provoke Minato anymore. Minato was not far from Kushina, and an ordinary person could reach her with a small jog. But this short distance is like a great wall to the physical condition of Namake's Minato at this time. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Time seemed to have passed for a long time. Minato finally climbed up to Kushina, lying on her body. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked her pale cheeks. Seeing this scene, the masked Tunan suddenly let out a long sigh and slowly got up. He took a step forward and stood not far from Minato, looking down at the dying Minato with a complicated gaze. There seemed to be no mask in Minato's eyes. He gently stroked Kushina's cheek and murmured, "We are husband and wife. Even if we die, we will die together." Sigh. The masked Tunan looked up at the sky and sighed. His scarlet eyes looked at the faintly discernible stars in the sky and he said in a deep voice, "This fake world is full of tragedy. The reason why this situation is like this is because our heights are different. In fact, you don't have to be sad. You are a sacrifice for me to create a new world. When the time comes, I will let you and your wife reunite in the new world." Huff, huff. Minato took a few quick breaths, his hands supporting his body as he struggled to turn in a direction. As he crawled towards the masked Tunan, he pleaded, "I beg you, one thing. Naruto is innocent. Please let him go." The masked Tunan looked down at the pitiful Minato. He shook his head in annoyance, then closed his eyes and sighed. Sigh, the good fortune is making people. At this time, Minato was already sobbing, and he moved his body bit by bit, begging. "I'm begging you. The current me is just a father who wants the child to be safe. I beg you, I beg you. Madara, sir. Please, be merciful." As he spoke, Minato grabbed Tunan's ankle. Tunan closed his eyes and nodded. He waved his hand and said, "I'm old, I can't stand this kind of scene. All right, I promise you, I won't hurt his life. Now you can die in peace. You can also die in peace." At the same time, Minato was extremely calm. Corpse Ghost Seal. A strange fluctuation burst out from Minato's body and enveloped the two of them in an instant. The masked Tunan felt something was wrong, and he suddenly opened his eyes, his whole body trembling violently. Looking at Minato, who was under him in disbelief. "You." Minato was no longer as sad as before. His bloodshot eyes stared straight at the masked Tunan, his face full of resentment and joy. "I didn't expect that I would use a more despicable method to deal with someone like you." In a flash, a white Grim Reaper appeared in the air above Minato. However, the appearance of the Grim Reaper was just like that of the legendary Uchiha. Seeing that the Grim Reaper had completely appeared, the body of the masked Tunan suddenly stopped shaking. His scarlet eyes narrowed in satisfaction and he said with a smile, "You finally fell for it." Chapter 343, The Couple Returns. Hearing this, Minato sneered and coldly said, "You can still laugh when you are about to die. This is the forbidden technique of the Uzumaki clan. It can summon death and seal all life in this world. Even if you are a god in the ninja realm, in front of death, your soul will only be deprived. I will die with you forever. Use the lives of my family to protect Konoha." The masked Tunan looked down, indifferently looking at Minato with an expression of victory, and said, "You actually used my sympathy. But it's a pity. Your disguise is full of loopholes in front of me. To think that I saw you release your chakra without caring about your life during the battle. I was worried that you had a trump card that I didn't know. As a result, this was it." Minato saw that the god of death had appeared, but the masked Tunan still looked fearless. A bad premonition arose in his heart, and he frowned. What do you mean? Suddenly, Minato saw the masked Tunan leisurely put his hands behind his back and looked up at Shinigami. The whole person was shocked. How can you move? With that, Minato quickly used the power of death to pull out the soul of the masked Tunan. Minato grabbed Tunan's ankle and pulled hard. What he saw was not the soul that Minato had expected, but a thick and terrifying chakra. Minato paused and exclaimed, "You are not human. Be good, don't curse people." The masked Tunan kindly reminded Minato. Then he continued to comment on the Shinigami above his head. Is this Shinigami? It looks familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere. Minato, who was under him, looked at the chakra in his hand, and a flash of light appeared in his mind, and he suddenly came to his senses. He smiled bleakly and murmured, "Is it a special physical clone?" The masked Tunan raised his eyebrows and urged, "Hurry up and use your life to invite the others out. It would be inappropriate not to take something with you." Minato closed his eyes, and 2 drops of tears flowed down from the corners of his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it. Even if I can't seal your soul, I have to seal your chakra." Thinking about it, Minato suddenly opened his eyes, and a determined look appeared on his face. He continued to drag the masked Tunan to maintain the chakra of his clone. However, the masked Tunan had half of Uchiha Tunan's original chakra, so how could he let death take advantage of him? A golden chain suddenly sprang out of the trousers of the masked Tunan and heavily struck Minato's wrist. Snap! Minato's wrist suddenly broke, and blood sprayed out, revealing his white joints. You really want to take him away? Minato was in so much pain that his veins bulged, and his other hand made 5 blood marks on the ground, but his eyes were fixed on the golden chain that was pulled back from his trousers. Seeing that the connection of the seal was broken, the masked Tunan nodded with satisfaction. This thing is really useful. At this time, Minato only felt that his whole world had collapsed. He endured the pain and gritted his teeth. Diamond seal. It was clearly the blood of the Uzumaki clan. How could you? However, the masked Tunan was too lazy to explain to him, who was about to die. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Death God, muttering, "It's too similar. It's really too similar." In the next instant, he saw that the body of the masked Tunan surged with jet-black solidified chakra, gradually transforming into a pitch-black Yiksha. This was the Yiksha form of Uchiha Tunan's Mangekyo, Heavenly Hound. From a distance, there were 2 Yiksha, one black and one white, in the air, but the white Yiksha finally shouted a short blade, while the black Yiksha's claws were longer. In addition, the 2 were almost the same. Minato saw this scene in a daze, and he was even more shocked. This is... However, at this time, Minato was already exhausted, and his soul was pulled out of his body by the Death God, slowly drifting towards the Death God's mouth. Minato's soul tried to struggle, but found that it had no effect at all, so he looked at Kushina's body with a reluctant look. Am I dead? Sacrificing the soul to summon the Death God, it seems that I won't be able to see Kushina and Naruto in the future. What greeted me was hell. Thinking of this, Minato's soul looked at the masked Tunan. This hateful guy. Is that his Susanoo, which is quite similar to death? Is there any relationship? Forget it, I'm already dead, what's the point of thinking so much? Suddenly, a low voice came from under Tunan's tiger skin mask. Hey, this is my dish, don't move. In the next moment, the masked Tunan's pair of scarlet kaleidoscope quickly changed forms. An invisible force was used on Minato's soul, pulling it along with Death's pull. At this time, Minato's soul was completely stunned. He looked at the familiar kaleidoscope and shook his head in disbelief. This pair of eyes. Impossible. Impossible. Suddenly, the words that Kushina told him tonight appeared in Minato's mind. No! Tunan was no longer the Tunan of the past. I felt it just now. Darkness. It was the kind of suffocating darkness. Dark. Clone. I know the time and location of Kushina's delivery. After I left with Kushina, they didn't seem to fight. In an instant, Minato figured everything out, but it was too late. In this fight between souls, the masked Tunan won with overwhelming superiority. Minato's soul was sucked into the devouring space. At the same time, the masked Tunan also absorbed Kushina's soul into it. It also fulfilled their wish to die together. Feeling the pleasure coming from the depths of his soul, the masked Tunan narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Everything is possible." Roar. After his sacrifice was taken away, Death was obviously angry. He immediately roared at the masked Tunan and reached out to remove the short blade in his hand. Of course, only the masked Tunan could hear this kind of roar. The masked Tunan looked at Death, who was holding a short blade in his hand, and said slowly, "Do you want to make a move?" As soon as he finished speaking, the black Yikshaw rushed to the hand of Death, who was holding the short blade under the control of the masked Tunan. He was prepared to seize this seemingly unusual short blade first. However, the moment the two touched, a strange feeling suddenly rose in the heart of the masked Tunan. At this moment, time seemed to have been pressed a pause button, and everything around became still. The eyes of the masked Tunan seemed to have crossed endless time and space as he looked at the existence in the darkness. As for what it was, the masked Tunan could not see clearly either. He could only see a pair of grayish-blue reincarnation eyes. In the Pure Land. Who? Rokudo Sanin, who was meditating with his legs crossed, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. Next to him, Hamura opened his eyes and looked at Rokudo Sanin's back with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Rokudo Sanin was silent for a moment. He narrowed his eyes and muttered. Just now, Death was summoned to the world of ninjas. Through Death, I saw a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. It seemed that the other party should be the descendant of Uchiha. He looked at me. It's just that the connection was suddenly cut off. When Hamura heard this, he frowned. To be able to see you through Death, it seems like you have touched the power of the soul. Could it be that someone among Uchiha's descendants awakened the same eyes as you? Could it be related to the earthquake of the Pure Land last time? Rokudo Sanin nodded when he heard this. He shook his head and said, "Those eyes give me a very strange feeling. They seem to be similar in nature, but also completely opposite." Rokudo Sanin frowned, and after pondering for a long time, he sighed heavily and said, "Just a little longer. After Azura and Indra's chakra resonate, I will be able to observe Ninja Realm at any time. At that time, I will know which descendant those eyes belong to." Chapter 344, Ninja Don't Cry. The cold moonlight shone on the small wooden house on the grass. In the wooden house, Kushina had reached the critical moment of her labor. At this moment, a space vortex appeared in the house. The pair of scarlet eyes stared at the curtain illuminated by the light and the figure on the curtain. What exactly is going on? How could I not have noticed them before? Could it be that Tunan cast an illusion on me? But isn't he blind? Could it be that he burned his life again and used some kind of forbidden technique to deceive me? Listening to Kushina's wail from behind the curtain, and the Biju chakra permeated the room. Obito knew that the seal had reached its weakest point. He was about to rush in and release Kurama. Suddenly, Obito, who was extremely familiar with space ninjutsu, felt the fluctuation of the space. With his eyes focused, he jumped to another corner of the room in a flash and threw away the black robe to the outside. In an instant, Minato, who was holding the Rasengan, appeared in the black robe. Obito was a little scared and said coldly, "Fortunately, I was alert. You actually put the space-time jutsu on my clothes during the battle." As expected of Yellow Flash. Minato did not reply. Instead, he stared at Obito, and at the same time, looked at the situation behind the curtain. The two of them did not move. Obito only felt that this matter had become tricky. He did not expect that after opening his eyes, he was still unable to crush his former mentor, and was instead suppressed by him. If not for Kushina holding him back, I might really have had to run away. Under the mask, the expression on his face turned extremely ugly. After a few breaths, with the help of Uchiha Tunan, this top doctor, along with Kushina's shrill cry, the protagonist of this world was finally born. Hearing Kushina scream and then end, Minato became nervous. But now he had to pay full attention to control Obito, and did not dare to ask. In the curtain, Uchiha Tunan cut off the umbilical cord in an orderly manner, wiping off the amniotic fluid on Naruto's face. Then, he reached out and gently patted Naruto's back. Wah, wah, wah. Seeing that Naruto was starting to open his mouth and cry, Uchiha Tunan revealed a strange smile on his face. He lifted Naruto up high and muttered, "Finally, I waited for you." At the same time, Uchiha Tunan had used the hypnotic eye to put out the flame of disguise he had planted for himself. Kushina looked at the newborn Naruto, and a smile appeared on her face as she prepared to speak. Suddenly, Kushina's pupils shrank. Malice. It was so thick that it was suffocating. It was like a dark forest in the middle of the night, where the bonfire suddenly ignited, and the darkness around them rushed over like the wind. At this moment, Kushina suddenly remembered what Kurama had said to her when she first met Uchiha Tunan. "I feel that the little devil has a very heavy evil intention in his heart. My perception can't be wrong. His evil chakra makes me very uncomfortable. But compared to the evil thoughts in his heart, it's nothing. He seems to have evil thoughts about you." Since the last time they met, Kushina never heard Kurama say that Uchiha Tunan had evil thoughts about her. But now, Kushina finally experienced what Kurama meant when he said evil. Looking at Uchiha Tunan, who was holding Naruto up high, Kushina's relaxed body suddenly tensed up. Cold sweat squeezed out from all the pores on her body, and she felt a bone-piercing chill all over her body. She tried to open her mouth, but found that she had already lost her voice. Only the tears in the corners of his eyes kept flowing, telling the fear of his body. Uchiha Tunan glanced at Kushina with his deep eyes under the bandage, feeling a little surprised. "Oh, she seems to be afraid of me. Where am I exposed?" However, it did not matter. Outside the curtain, Minato saw the shadow of a baby being held up high above the curtain, as well as the crying of a baby. His heart was filled with ecstasy and emotion, and he said, "I'm a father now." Just as Minato was lost in thought, Obito seized the opportunity to move out of the curtain. At this time, Obito's Mangekyo was spinning rapidly, and he desperately released his eye power towards Kushina, and proudly said, "It's too early for you to be happy." Uchiha Tunan glanced at Obito with his eyes under the bandage, and immediately activated the Mangekyo at the same time. "Your eye power is too weak, so let me help you." In an instant, the terrifying Mangekyo broke through the extremely weak seal in Kushina's body and entered the Biju space. In the Biju space, Kurama's eyes turned into the Mangekyo. With the help of his Mangekyo, the seal on its 9 tails melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ah! Kushina felt that the Kyuubi was about to break out of the seal, and the unbearable pain finally made her let out a shrill cry. "Not good!" Minato's pupils shrank, and a Hiraishin appeared beside Kushina and hugged her. Uchiha Tunan gently held Naruto in his arms, and said lightly, "Take Kushina-senpai away. Naruto is very safe here. I'm ready for this." With that, Minato and Kushina disappeared from the room, leaving only a short echo. "Tunan, protect Naruto. I'll be right there." At this time, Obito, who was wearing a black suit and a tiger skin mask, was laughing crazily. "Ha ha ha, it's useless." The seal was lifted, and no one could stop the 9-tail breakthrough. "I succeeded." At this moment, Uchiha Tunan unhurriedly wrapped Naruto in his swaddling clothes. The corners of his mouth curled into a strange smile, and he turned his head to face Obito. "Congratulations, but your mission is over." When Obito heard this, his laughter stopped abruptly. He looked at the indifferent Uchiha Tunan and said coldly, "What do you mean?" Uchiha Tunan maintained a smile on his face. He slowly pulled down his bandages and said gently, "Since you think this world is a false world, then I will take you to the paradise realm. Obito. When Obito heard this, he felt as if he was struck by lightning, but he still forced himself to say, I don't know what you are talking about. Suddenly, Obito's eyes widened, and he collapsed to the ground. His two hands held his head tightly, rolling back and forth in pain. He only felt a cold tingling sensation in his brain, as if a big hand was stirring his brain. At this time, Uchiha Tunan had completely removed the bandage, revealing a scarlet and strange kaleidoscope. With a smile in his eyes, he admired Obito, who was rolling on the ground and wailing. He said gently, I once said that. Your eyes are very beautiful. I like them very much. However, you are a bit of a worrywart. Let me help you fulfill your wish. Create a world without pain or sadness, full of beauty. Everyone is like a dragon, everyone is equal. As long as there is a God in the sky, everyone will restrain themselves. As for me, I will be the God above them. What I need is their sincere acknowledgement. What the hell is in my head? After several breaths, Obito seemed to have lost the strength to roll, and he lay on the ground, twitching. Red blood flowed out from under the tiger skin mask and spread on the ground. Obito raised his hand shakily and pointed at Uchiha Tunan. He said hatefully, It's you. It's something you planted for me in the past. You don't treat me as a partner at all. Just wait for me to open my kaleidoscope. You wanted my eyes for a long time. Yes. Uchiha Tunan got up from the wheelchair, came to Obito, bent over and looked at him, then said thoughtfully, People will become smarter before they die. You're like this, looking at Kushina's state just now, it seems to be the same. Obito's eyes, which were originally weak to the point of squinting, suddenly widened, and he said in disbelief, Are you going to kill her? Uchiha Tunan shook his head, then nodded and said, Including, but not limited to. As the saying goes, when a man is about to die, his words are good. There was no longer the madness in Obito's eyes, and instead, he pleaded, Please, let go of Minato-sensei and Kushina-senpai. The corners of Uchiha Tunan's mouth curled up slightly. He shook his head and said softly, Sorry, I can't do that. As soon as he finished speaking, a large pool of blood suddenly spurted out from under the tiger skin mask. His eyes were wide open, but he died with a grievance. Uchiha Tunan felt a surge of heat rising from his body. A large amount of heat flowed into his eyes, transforming and upgrading his kaleidoscope. In an instant, Uchiha Tunan had the Divine Might kaleidoscope ability. He closed his eyes and felt it for a moment, his face overflowing with joy. He muttered, It's a very good ability. It's really convenient. After all, with this thing, not to mention the effect of space movement and blurring. Just the storage function of the Kamui space was enough to satisfy Uchiha Tunan. After saying that, Uchiha Tunan reached out and closed his eyes with soil. He put them in his hand and looked at them carefully. He raised his eyebrows and said, It's just on the surface, but it's not active at all. Then, he clenched his 5 fingers and crushed the eyeballs that had lost their purpose. Then, he activated Divine Might and pulled Obito's corpse into the Divine Might space. Uchiha Tunan had always been a man of his word. He said that he wanted to bring Obito into the Paradise Realm, so he naturally couldn't break his promise. In Uchiha Tunan's line of sight, a white soul was floating in the room, staring at him with a face full of hatred. Since he was already dead, Uchiha Tunan naturally would not argue with Obito. Uchiha Tunan's kaleidoscope slowly rotated in his left eye, and his face revealed a gentle smile. Don't be so unhappy, you will see Rin soon. As soon as he finished speaking, the earth spirit that was originally filled with hatred suddenly became sluggish. He said in disbelief, Why? Could it be that you killed Rin as well? Why exactly did you do this? The expert that White Zetsu was talking about was you, right? Everything was designed by you. We are your companions. Are you worthy of your heart by doing this? It's all a lie. It's all a lie. Everyone has been deceived by you. You will be punished sooner or later. In an instant, Obito's soul was sucked into the wine-swallowing space. Hearing Obito's words, Uchiha Tunan chuckled and shook his head. He pulled up the bandage and said, "It's a pity that you all missed the best time. In this world, no one will be able to punish me soon." Chapter 345, Sealing Ceremony. Nine-Tail Battle. At this time, Nine-Tail was like a trapped beast. It was firmly locked in the King Kong prison that Hiruzen Sarutobi cast. The ground beneath Nine-Tail was not flat, but a huge swamp lake. The more he struggled, the more his body sank. When the group of Konoha ninjas saw this, they all heaved a sigh of relief and retreated behind Hiruzen Sarutobi, waiting for his orders. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a sealing-class ninja came up to Hiruzen Sarutobi and bowed. He said in a low voice, "Lord Third, the sealing ceremony has been set up. It can be activated at any time." Hiruzen Sarutobi silently nodded and narrowed his eyes at Nine-Tail. Then, he raised his hand and waved at the crowd. A young man around 7 years old walked out from the crowd and stood beside Hiruzen Sarutobi. This young man was Sarutobi Kamiya, and he was a genius that the Sarutobi clan was capable of in this generation. Kamiya had already heard the elders talk about his arrangements and the subsequent series of pros and cons. His tender little face was full of excitement. However, he saw a deep sense of guilt and pity between Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyebrows. He squatted down in front of everyone and gently patted Sarutobi Kamiya's thin shoulder. He said earnestly, "Kamiya, Konoha must have a suitable person as a pillar. For Konoha, I have wronged you." Kamiya nodded, his face serious. "Everything is for Konoha." When the surrounding Konoha ninjas saw this, most of them couldn't bear it. Only a few higher-ups who knew the truth had dissatisfaction in their eyes. But in this situation, no one would stand up to snatch the candidate for the Jinchuriki. After all, once they snatched it, it would cause others to suspect whether the Jinchuriki was as miserable as the rumors said. And now, the third had the right to speak. There were only 3 people in Konoha who were qualified to steal the pillars: Danzo, Minato, and Uchiha Tunan. Minato and the masked man were nowhere to be seen, and Uchiha Tunan only had 1 breath left, and Danzo did not step forward. Although the higher-ups of Konoha were envious, they did not say anything. They watched as Sarutobi Kamiya, under the arrangement of Hiruzen Sarutobi, followed the sealer class to the altar and lay down. Seeing that everything was ready, Hiruzen Sarutobi issued the order. "Activate the seal." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of sealing ninjas spread out in all directions of the altar, formed a seal and slapped their bodies. The complex seal runes and stationery lit up with a blood-red light, turning into red chains that wrapped around the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi naturally knew what the consequences would be if he was entangled by these red chains. He immediately struggled even more desperately. However, the nine-tailed fox's body was already bound by the seal chains, and its lower body had sunk into the mud. It could only use its 9 tails to continuously whip at the Vajra prison wall. "Hiruzen, hurry up. It hurts a lot." The Vajra prison wall that the ape demon king had transformed into emitted a urging sound. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression remained unchanged as he focused his attention on the 9-tailed fox that was about to be bound by the red chains. Soon, Uchiha Tunan was about to die. Judging from the sounds of the battle just now, the masked man seemed to be extremely powerful. If Minato was killed or seriously injured, the Sarutobi clan that has a Jinchuriki will be an important stepping stone for me to climb to the position of Hokage. Not long ago, in order to make Danzo give up on the idea of fighting for the Jinchuriki. However, he promised many prices. For example, the expansion of the roots and the several departments that Uchiha Tunan controlled. With this power, Danzo could basically be on equal footing with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo knew that his wings had withered, and the chances of him being able to fight for the Jinchuriki were low. After weighing the pros and cons a few times, he agreed. the moment the red chain touched the Kyuubi. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned and said with a serious face, "Something is wrong." Pfft. Kamiya, who was lying on the sacrificial altar, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and wailed mournfully. "Ah! Save me!" Before everyone could understand what was going on, they saw Kamiya's abdomen shrivel at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face darkened. Looking at Kamiya, who died with his eyes open, he said word by word, "Time, space, nin, ju, tsu." Sarutobi Kamiya suddenly died, causing the ceremony to be interrupted. The red chains also dissipated on their own. That was close. My pet was almost locked up by you. Everyone looked over and saw a black-clothed man with a tiger skin mask on his head, revealing a pair of scarlet kaleidoscope. On his left and right were the corpses of Minato and Kushina. Minato. When Hiruzen Sarutobi saw Minato's body, his pupils contracted slightly. In this case, he was not happy at all. When the Konoha ninjas saw the bodies of Minato and Kushina, they all exploded. That's fourth Hokage and Kushina. Damn it! He actually killed the fourth generation. Everyone, attack together. Kill him. Take revenge for the fourth and Kushina. Attack! A group of ninjas who had received Minato's favor or worshipped him spontaneously rushed toward the Kyuubi in the diamond prison. Seeing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately shouted, "Don't be impulsive." But at this time, how could the ninjas listen to him? One by one, they transformed into countless black lights and rushed into the diamond prison. The masked Tunan looked down at Konoha's ninjas, a trace of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The people who rushed up now were all people who valued friendship and loyalty. To be able to fight for Minato, they were naturally people who recognized him. It was edible rations. Although he praised these people in his heart, Tunan still had to act against his conscience on the surface. He snorted and said, "Clown." The next moment, Ninetail's eyes turned into the shape of a kaleidoscope and quickly rotated. Roar! Bang! A huge cloud of smoke rose up and enveloped the area in an instant. PSSSSH. Outside the smoke, everyone could only hear a series of sounds like sharp blades piercing through flesh. At the same time, a pitch-black iron rod flew out from the smoke and stabbed into the soil in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Bang! A small puff of white smoke rose, and the iron rod returned to the appearance of Ape Demon King. Ape Demon King stood up with his hands on his waist, grimacing, "It hurts." Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the Ape Demon King and saw that he was fine. Then he looked up worriedly. Suddenly, Ka! Hiruzen Sarutobi clenched his left hand, which was hidden in his sleeve, and pinched the pipe that accompanied him into several pieces. He said with a serious face, "Oh no!" Several breaths later, fire style, fiery pillar. The hot flames turned into a pillar of fire, rising from the ground to the sky, and the smoke also disappeared. Countless Konoha ninjas were stunned on the spot. He saw that the Kyuubi was bathing in the fire pillar without any painful reaction. Moreover, it had completely broken free from its bindings, and the swamp lake beneath it had already turned into a scorched black hard earth. The most terrifying thing was that the 9 tails of the Kyuubi were densely covered with the corpses of Konoha ninjas. The masked Tunan, on the other hand, had his hands behind his back, and together with the Kyuubi, they were placed in the fire pillar. The corpses of Minato and Kushina, as well as the Konoha ninjas, were all turned into ashes in the flames. The black hair of the masked Tunan fluttered in the flames, and he slowly opened his arms and said arrogantly, "There are about 10 minutes before the sun rises. I pray that there are still some of you who can see the sun tomorrow." Chapter 346, The Savior. Everyone listened to the arrogant words of the masked Tunan. Although they were angry, they did not have enough confidence to refute. Their eyes reflected the raging flames. They clenched their fists and glared at the masked Tunan standing on top of the 9-tailed head. At this time, Danzo knew that he could not sit still and wait to die. He came to Hiruzen Sarutobi's side and said with a serious face, Have you thought of a countermeasure? Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression was gloomy like water. He kept looking at the masked Tunan, trying to find a flaw. He said in a low voice, "With the support of those eyes, it is too difficult for us to seal the nine-tail." Danzo slightly narrowed his eyes, staring at the pair of scarlet and strange Mangekyo Sharingan on the tiger skin mask of Tunan, and coldly said, "Just now, my subordinates have finished investigating. Recently, other than the people of Uchiha clan in the Misty Battlefield, the others are all in the clan grounds. This person has such powerful strength, it is very likely that he is from the older generation of Uchiha clan. We can only find out his identity later. Let's get through this crisis first, or Konoha will really be finished." After Hiruzen Sarutobi finished speaking, he took a deep breath and reached out to pat Danzo on the shoulder. Danzo was slightly startled, looking at Hiruzen Sarutobi and nodding in tacit understanding. At this moment, the two seemed to have forgotten their past and returned to the time when they fought side by side in the first ninja war. Danzo clenched his fists and said, "Evil Uchiha clan, I have already said that they are the hidden danger of the village. This clan should not exist in Konoha." Hiruzen Sarutobi did not answer this topic. He squatted slightly and shouted, "Ape Devil, transform into the Diamond Staff." When the Ape Demon King heard this, he ignored the pain on his body and instantly turned into the Diamond Rui Scepter and fell into Hiruzen Sarutobi's hands. In an instant, Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed to have turned back into the once all-powerful ninja in the ninja battlefield. An invisible aura spread out, causing the ninjas of Konoha to raise their morale. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at the Kyuubi and the masked Tunan, who was standing on top of his head, and began to calculate in his heart. If he wanted to defeat the current Kyuubi, he estimated that he would have to use a super powerful compound ninjutsu such as the 5-style technique. As for this masked man, maybe Danzo and I will have to sacrifice one today. However, I'm afraid that the 4-symbol seal will allow the other party to use spatial ninjutsu to escape. Do I really have to use the corpse ghost seal in the end? Damn it. Other than me, only Minato knows this technique. If I had known earlier, I would have found a few more young people with potential to learn this technique. In a flash, Hiruzen Sarutobi had no time to think. Hiruzen Sarutobi moved forward and turned into a stream of light, rushing towards the Kyuubi who was bathed in flames. The stream of light split into 5 and spread out. As an old comrade, Danzo naturally understood Hiruzen Sarutobi's ultimate killing move and immediately ordered, "Everyone, use long-distance ninjutsu to bombard the Kyuubi." The group of Konoha ninjas listened to the order, and one after another, they made a series of hand seals to launch a variety of ninjutsu towards Kyuubi. Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu. Fire style, Majestic Fireball Technique. Shadow Imitation Technique. Soft Fist, 8 trigrams Empty Palm. Lightning style, Thunder Blast Spell. Fire style, Fire Dragon Bullet Spell. Earth style, Earth Rock Chain Bullet. At this time, Hiruzen Sarutobi and his 4 shadow clones had already stood at the corresponding position. The 5 Hiruzen Sarutobi's hands turned into afterimages, forming complicated seals. They shouted in unison, "5 style, Great Chain Bullet Technique." Faced with the crowd's furious bombardment, the masked Tunan narrowed his eyes. Tunan naturally didn't need to worry about the Kyuubi being unable to withstand the attacks of those ordinary ninja techniques. But facing Hiruzen Sarutobi's big killing move, the masked Tunan didn't dare to let the Kyuubi take it head-on. One must know that Hiruzen Sarutobi's 5-style, Great Chain Bomb technique was the peak of compound ninjutsu. The main body and the 4 shadow clones each used 5 different attributes, wind, fire, water, earth, and thunder, to attack the enemy. Not only was it powerful, but it also had a wide range and could also cause a destructive explosion. The masked Tunan also knew this move, so he naturally knew the power of this move. If the Kyuubi took this move head-on, he might not die, but if he was seriously injured, he probably wouldn't be able to escape. The masked Tunan who was bathed in flames had an indifferent expression in his eyes. When many ninjutsu were about to hit the body of the Kyuubi, The left eye of the masked Tunan suddenly widened, and the scarlet kaleidoscope quickly rotated. In an instant, an invisible space barrier seemed to appear around the body of QB. The densely packed ninjutsu struck the space barrier like a misty lake under the rain, stirring up circles of pitch-black space vortex. Even when the 5 big shots hidden in the ninja arts hit the space barrier, only a circle of space vortex that was several times larger than the space barrier. Of course, this was not a space barrier. Rather, it was the masked Tunan who had used his Mangekyo Sharingan's terrifying dynamic vision to capture the trajectory of these ninjutsu. In advance, he had used his miniature Kamui in the direction of these ninjutsu. One must know that the eye power of the masked Tunan was far more than Obito. Even the eye power of Eternal Mangekyo was only superior to the current Tunan, but in terms of quantity, it was far inferior. To use so much divine power in one go, for the masked Tunan, it was just a bit more consumption. Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't expect that the opponent's space ninjutsu would be so powerful. His face became even more gloomy, and he thought in his heart, "It seems that I have to get rid of that masked man first." When Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his hands, the light in his eyes flickered slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he finally gave up the idea of using the corpse ghost seal immediately and planned to try other methods. Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately removed the other 4 shadow clones. As the strength of the 4 shadow clones returned to the main body, Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath and secretly used a special ninja art to temporarily strengthen his strength. The hand-holding scepter suddenly tightened and shouted in a low voice, "Ape Demon, it's up to you." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Hiruzen Sarutobi stomp his feet forcefully, and the ground beneath his feet immediately caved in. He jumped high into the air, standing at the same height as the masked Tunan on the head of the nine-tailed fox. At this time, the diamond scepter also became thicker at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hiruzen Sarutobi held the rapidly extending diamond scepter with both hands and heavily swung it towards the masked Tunan. The speed of Hiruzen Sarutobi swinging the diamond Rui scepter was extremely fast. Coupled with the terrifying length of the diamond Rui scepter, the speed of the tip of the rod was already so fast that it was out of everyone's sight. When the weight and speed reached the extreme, it could release a terrifying destructive power. Hiruzen Sarutobi guessed that the opponent needed to see the strange time and space ninjutsu. Once the speed was faster than sight, then the opponent would not be able to use the time and space ninjutsu in time to block it. Moreover, with the volume and hardness of the diamond scepter, even if the opponent could capture the movement trajectory, if he wanted to use the space vortex to shift it, he could only move the entire diamond scepter away. As for the blurring that the opponent displayed in Konoha Village, as long as the diamond scepter hit the position of the opponent, not only would it inflict heavy damage to the QB, but it could also occupy the space where the opponent recovered his physical body with a huge volume. In this way, the other side must leave the QB. The Konoha side also has an opportunity. There was no problem with Hiruzen Sarutobi's tactics. The current masked Tunan really couldn't use Kamui to block such a big diamond stick. However, the masked Tunan could not only use Kamui and blur. As an unknown powerhouse, possessing physical skills and combat awareness that far surpassed ordinary people was not too excessive, right? Clang! The sound that was like hitting a bell resounded throughout the battlefield. Not far away, Konoha's ninjas felt their ears ring and their eyes go dizzy just hearing this sound. One by one, they covered their ears with their hands and looked at the masked Tunan who stood on the head of the QB in shock. He caught it. Is this really an opponent that we can defeat? How can a ninja's body reach this level? At this time, the masked Tunan's right hand held up the sky, firmly catching the ridiculously large scepter. And the 9 tails beneath him were all affected by the rebound force, both feet deep in the hard scorched earth. Although the current masked Tunan only had half the strength of his original body, he also possessed the unbreakable body, almost no less than the ape demon king who had transformed into the diamond scepter. Moreover, after undergoing the transformation of the soft body, the body cultivated both inside and outside. He would not suffer internal injuries like the ape demon king. On the other side of the diamond scepter, Hiruzen Sarutobi had already fallen to the ground. He held the scepter with both hands and continued to press down. He gritted his teeth and said, "You! Who are you?" The masked Tunan's eyes flashed with a hint of contempt. He said slowly, "Don't come out and embarrass yourself when you are old." As soon as he finished speaking, the masked Tunan loosened his right hand. Taking advantage of the moment when the diamond scepter was quickly falling, he punched the tip of the diamond scepter. Clang! The huge impact was transmitted to Hiruzen Sarutobi in an instant. The entire diamond scepter dragged Hiruzen Sarutobi deeply into the mountain wall behind him. The moment Hiruzen Sarutobi sensed that something was wrong, he released his hand. However, the powerful inertia still slammed him heavily into the mountain wall, and he was embedded into the mountain wall. Blurg! Hiruzen Sarutobi spat out a mouthful of blood and hung his head, dying. However, he lost his fighting strength in one blow. The Ape Demon King, who had transformed into the Diamond Scepter, could not bear the internal injuries and directly turned into a puff of white smoke, dispelling the psychic spell on his own. Seeing his old comrade being beaten like this, Danzo subconsciously shouted anxiously, "Hiruzen!" Then, he stared at the masked Tunan with eyes full of anger. He quickly made a series of hand seals and said, "Wind style, vacuum bomb." At this moment, Danzo finally showed his strength in front of the living. He seemed to have transformed into a Gatling gun, spitting out a dense mass of vacuum bombs that covered the masked Tunan in all directions. The number of these vacuum bombs was even more than the number of ninjutsu released by those Konoha ninjas. Of course, it was only a number. The vacuum bombs shot into the pillar of flames, and the wind-attributed cutting attribute seemed to tear the pillar of flames apart. The masked Tunan was in the midst of the vacuum bombs, but he was unscathed. All of the vacuum bombs pierced through the body of the masked Tunan and landed on the body of the Kyuubi. However, as the strongest tailed beast, the Kyuubi could be considered as having thick skin and thick flesh. These vacuum bombs only made him feel a slight pain when they hit his body. At this time, the Kyuubi was controlled by the Mangekyo of the masked Tunan, so it didn't have much of a reaction at all. It just subconsciously kept roaring. A moment later, the vacuum bomb was released. The masked Tunan had his hands behind his back. He smiled and shook his head. "There's something, one-eyed dragon." Seeing this, Danzo calmed down. However, Danzo didn't have much chakra, and was far inferior to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Just now, in a moment of desperation, he didn't control the consumption of chakra, and he hadn't fought for too long. After this battle, Danzo was out of breath. His cold eyes stared at the masked Tunan, muttering, "Physical attacks are useless?" At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had fainted in front of everyone, suddenly woke up and said weakly, "Cough cough. To deal with him, you must use a sealing spell." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Hiruzen Sarutobi drop his head and faint again. Seeing this, Danzo took a deep breath, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. It seems that this old man will be sacrificed for Konoha today. Suddenly, Danzo frowned, and his eyes narrowed as he carefully looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi. A flash of anger appeared on his face, and he turned around and shouted, "Sealing group, use the enchantment to trap him." A dozen or so members of the sealer class used their body flicker technique to form various positions around the nine-tailed, and they formed a seal in unison. Barrier, multiple purple yang formation. If you want to trap me, it's up to you kittens and little fish. However, the multiple purple yang formation had just risen and had yet to take shape. The masked Tunan chuckled as his left eye quickly spun. Divine might. In an instant, these 10 or so members of the sealed class who were unable to move due to the sealing barrier became live targets. Small spatial whirlpools appeared within their bodies, removing all of their weapons. The dozen or so members of the sealing class stared at him with fear on their faces. In the blink of an eye, blood flowed out from their 7 orifices and their abdomen shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. Only 2 minutes had passed since Hiruzen Sarutobi led the attack. However, no matter what kind of tactics Konoha used, they were easily defeated by the other side. This made the Konoha ninjas feel like they were playing a mouse against a cat, and they couldn't help but feel a deep sense of despair. Some of them even collapsed on the ground, muttering, "I don't want to fight anymore. We are on a completely different level from him. Why would such a strong person target Konoha? What is the background of this masked man? His eyes are Uchiha's people. Doesn't Uchiha belong to Konoha? Why did he become our enemy? He killed the 4th generation. The 3rd generation is no match for him. Normal attacks can't hit it, and powerful attacks can't beat it. We are also no match for the QB." Fear and despair quickly spread out, filling the hearts of the Konoha ninjas. "There are still 8 minutes left, and I will take care of you in 5 minutes. When you die, you will be finished." The masked Tunan put up the flame pillar and controlled the QB to slowly walk toward Konoha. Many Konoha ninjas were unwilling to wait for death, and they released ninjutsu at the QB like crazy. However, those ninjutsu were the same as before, and they only shook a circle of space vortex, and then there was no more sound. At this time, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was embedded in the mountain wall, opened his eyes. He glanced at Danzo in the crowd and then sighed. A determined look appeared in his eyes as he began to form seals. Just as Hiruzen Sarutobi was forming seals and everyone was in despair, a weak and ancient voice came from the back of the crowd. "With me here, Konoha will not be finished." Chapter 347, Playing 2 Roles. When everyone heard this familiar voice, they were all shocked and subconsciously turned around to look. They saw dozens of UMBU members wearing cat-faced masks scuttling into the crowd from the rear, splitting into 2 rows and kneeling down, using their bodies to create a passage. At the end of the passage, Hataki Do wearing gold-rimmed glasses pushed the wheelchair expressionlessly, walking through the crowd. Behind him, Hataki E was holding his finger, timidly pulling on the corner of his clothes. The one sitting on the wheelchair was Uchiha Tunan, who had burned his life to cast the forbidden technique. Everyone saw that Uchiha Tunan's face was withered, and his body was so thin that only his skin was left, as if he was going to die in the next second. When Danzo saw Uchiha Tunan, he raised his eyebrows slightly and thought, "Is this guy going to die like this?" But he once opened a kaleidoscope after all. Perhaps there really was a way to solve the current predicament. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had already formed a seal halfway, slowly put down his hands when he saw Uchiha Tunan. His eyes couldn't help but narrow. He actually came. With his character, he would probably die at the hands of the masked man in the end. In that case, I will wait a little longer. Before I sacrifice myself for Konoha, I have to personally witness the death of my enemy. In this way, in another world, I can give Asuma and Shinosuke an explanation. When the group of Konoha ninjas saw that it was Uchiha Tunan, the despair in their hearts did not fade, but instead, there was a hint of sadness. After all, anyone could tell with a glance that Uchiha Tunan was on the verge of death. Coming to the battlefield now was nothing more than throwing their lives away in advance. Many of the kind-hearted Konoha ninjas had sorrowful looks in their eyes, and they all advised, "Lord Tunan. Lord Tunan. Please go back and rest. We are here. Yes, please go back." A gentle smile appeared on Uchiha Tunan's pale face, and he said weakly, "The noise here is so loud that I can't sleep." On the top of the nine-tail head, the masked Tunan crossed his arms and looked down at Uchiha Tunan, who was pushed to the front of the crowd. He said in a high and mighty tone, "You are Uchiha Tunan. I have heard of your deeds. You are indeed a very amazing young man." Uchiha Tunan seemed to be aware of the existence of the masked Tunan. He slowly raised his head, his expression a little absent-minded. He murmured, "Just now, I felt like I was going to sleep forever. But I seemed to hear the call of Minato-sensei and Kushina-senpai. They were talking about Konoha's predicament in my ears. Tell me not to sleep first. Let me take a look first." When the masked Tunan heard this, he chuckled and said in an apologetic tone, "Then I'm really sorry. Didn't you say the will of fire? Burning yourself and illuminating the village. The two people you mentioned have been burned to ashes by me and have successfully dedicated themselves to me. You don't have to thank me. It was just a hand lift." Hearing this, Uchiha Tunan's body stiffened. He immediately lowered his head and his body trembled slightly. "Ha ha ha ha!" The bleak laughter echoed in the battlefield. Everyone looked at Uchiha Tunan's weak back and felt an indescribable sadness and sorrow welling up in their hearts. A moment later, Uchiha Tunan stopped laughing and let out a long sigh. He said in a sad tone, "They left just like that. Looks like I really can't rest." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Uchiha Tunan suddenly raise his head and say coldly, "Where's Naruto?" The masked Tunan stretched out his hand and rubbed his temples, pretending to be recalling something. He said slowly, "Are you talking about that baby? It seems that I casually threw him into a different space. Looking at your appearance, do you want to take him back?" Hearing this, Uchiha Tunan slowly nodded and put his hand on his abdomen. His 5 fingers slightly bent, tightly clutching his clothes, and he said in a calm tone, "If you don't hand him." Hearing this, the masked Tunan's eyes were full of disdain, and he sneered. "Look at you now, you look like you're going to die. I want to ask you where your confidence comes from." Uchiha Tunan said seriously, "Love and courage." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire battlefield fell into silence. The Konoha ninjas present all silently lowered their heads. At this moment, everyone felt that Uchiha Tunan was too naive. At this time, he still believed in this kind of nothingness. After all, this kind of thing could be used as a slogan to shout. Just like when Uchiha Tunan burned his life before, shouting a few words was not a big deal. It was just to deliver some positive energy to the younger generation of Konoha. But in this situation, everyone might die here. This kind of slogan had no meaning. Except for a few particularly simple ninjas, almost no one would believe this thing. The masked Tunan widened his eyes, as if he had heard a big joke. He reached out his hand and pointed at Uchiha Tunan below. He shook his head and smiled. "Ha ha ha. It's so funny. I took back what I said before. To think that I thought you were an excellent descendant of Uchiha. But I didn't expect you to be so stupid. What love and courage. It's just a toy to fool children. How did you become Jounin?" I'm dying of laughter. However, Uchiha Tunan's face was full of determination. He shook his head and said, "You don't believe it, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. At the end of the day, the level difference between us is too great. You simply can't understand the greatness of love." The masked Tunan's eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule when he heard this, and he lightly said, "Oh, then I have to properly experience it. This is what you said." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Uchiha Tunan grab his clothes and tear them apart, revealing his skinny upper body. "Pop!" Uchiha Tunan clapped his hands and shouted, "As long as my heart is still beating, I will not allow anyone to hurt Konoha. Vajra, seal!" In a flash, a dark hole appeared in Uchiha Tunan's abdomen. The hole was filled with golden chains. Not far away, Hiruzen Sarutobi was shocked when he saw Uchiha Tunan using the Vajra seal. How could he use the seal? Did Kushina teach him in private? But Minato only told me that Kushina taught him the Divine Mind's Eye. It seems that Minato is not on the same side as me to actually hide such an important thing from me. But even so, didn't this sealing technique require the blood of the Uzumaki clan to be released? Could it be that his innate talent was able to break through the restrictions of the blood? If that was really the case, then the heavens really cared for him too much. On the head of the nine-tailed fox, the instant the masked Tunan saw the golden chain, his pupils suddenly shrunk, and his eyes revealed a dense look of shock. He shouted in shock, "Impossible! You are clearly a pure descendant of Uchiha. How could you use the blood-sealing art of the Uzumaki clan?" At this moment, Uchiha Tunan slowly opened his arms, and a divine radiance seemed to appear on his face. He said in a clear voice, "Love exists above the highest. Possessing love has infinite possibilities. People who have love in their hearts can often break the rules. How can a villain like you, who only dares to hide in the dark, understand? At this time, the masked Tunan seemed to have turned into a demon who was afraid of sunlight. He could not help but take a few steps back and said in disbelief, "Impossible. You obviously have no strength. How could such a ridiculous thing like love give birth to power?" Roar! Ninetail instinctively hated the aura of these golden chains. He opened his big mouth and roared angrily. His 9 tails began to swing continuously, striking towards the golden chains. However, the Vajra was originally a heaven-defying beast, let alone Uchiha Tunan is the one casting it. No matter whether the Kyuubi used its tail to attack or its claws to tear, it was useless. When the masked Tunan saw that the Kyuubi was about to be entangled, he quickly opened his left eye, and the scarlet kaleidoscope rapidly rotated. Divine Might activated. One by one, pitch-black spatial whirlpools appeared in front of the golden chains. However, the golden chains seemed to have a mind of their own. When they touched the spatial whirlpools, they automatically circled around the edges of the whirlpools. The spatial whirlpools were like windows that closed once again. Seeing this scene, the masked Tunan had an ugly expression as he said, "Damn it! The space has been sealed." After the golden chain broke through the space vortex, it touched the body of the Kyuubi as it wished. As time passed, the desperately struggling Kyuubi was gradually tied up by the golden chains, becoming a dumpling. At the same time, Uchiha Tunan's low voice sounded again. "In fact, I have always been against the existence of Jinchuriki. The Biju was full of tyranny and mystery, but people coveted its power and created a war weapon like Jinchuriki. Konoha's ninjas should learn to be strong and not rely on the power of the Biju. Today, let the Kyuubi accompany me." As soon as Uchiha Tunan finished speaking, the golden chains suddenly tightened. The 9 tails that were the size of mountains actually moved towards Uchiha Tunan bit by bit under the dragging of the golden chains. The masked Tunan seemed to have been completely restrained by Uchiha Tunan. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it. Is Lord Tunan going to win? This is unbelievable. Lord Tunan clearly lost his power before. Heavens, can love really give birth to power? I thought Lord Tunan was too idealistic just now. I didn't expect that my level was too low and I was not qualified to touch the power of love." At this moment, Uchiha Tunan faced the masked Tunan and shouted, "Hand Naruto over." The masked Tunan let out a long sigh, as if he knew that the 9 tails were sealed and could no longer be stopped. He immediately gave up struggling and shook his head with a smile. "I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. Konoha actually has a hero like you. In order to destroy Konoha, I have been planning for a long time. But it doesn't matter. With your current physical condition, you are going to die soon. I will come back. Who can stop me then? Ha ha ha." After saying that, everyone saw the masked Tunan raise a spatial whirlpool in his right eye, sucking him into it. But in the next moment, Uchiha Tunan's actions shocked everyone again. Just as the pitch-black spatial vortex was about to disappear, several golden chains plunged in. The space vortex suddenly stopped at the last moment, and the sound of a baby crying and the angry voice of the masked Tunan came out from it. "Don't go too far. Wah, wah." He saw blue veins bulging on Uchiha Tunan's shriveled body, and 2 streams of blood flowed out of his nostrils. He shouted, "Return my teacher's flesh and blood. Do you believe that I will risk my life to seal you as well?" The masked Tunan's panicked voice came from the spatial vortex. "With your current body, sealing the 9 tails is already the limit. Don't think that I can't tell. Then I will give up the 9 tails and only seal you." Uchiha Tunan's expression became sinister and terrifying, making people feel that Uchiha Tunan was suffering quite a bit at this time. There was no reply from the spatial vortex. The other parties seemed to be measuring whether what Uchiha Tunan said just now was true or false. Uchiha Tunan's face trembled crazily as he roared in a low voice, "Let go!" In the next instant, the golden chain was pulled out of the spatial vortex. The tip of the golden chain was wrapped into a sphere, protecting little Naruto inside. Without the interference of the golden chain, the spatial vortex also closed. Uchiha Tunan controlled the golden chain and carefully placed Naruto on the ground. At the same time, without the control of the masked Tunan, the eyes of Kyuubi returned to their original state. Being controlled by the Sharingan, only losing control of the body. Kyuubi had always known what had happened. However, when the masked Tunan controlled the Kyuubi, he used the Divine Might Kaleidoscope. The Kyuubi also did not know the real identity of the masked Tunan. Seeing that the masked Tunan had already left, but Uchiha Tunan still did not stop. It seemed that he was determined to seal himself into his body. The Kyuubi could only struggle crazily while roaring. "Damn little brat Uchiha, let me go!" Kurama would rather stay in Kushina's body than enter him. After all, the other side was about to die, and he would die with them. Although the Biju would not die, every time it died, its vitality would be greatly damaged, and its strength would drop. And after death, he did not know how long it would take for him to be reborn into the ninja realm. At this time, Uchiha Tunan's 7 orifices were bleeding, and his body was twitching violently. He said hoarsely, "Ninetail, you caused chaos in Konoha, and how many lives were killed? Today, I will let you have a taste of death." As the distance got closer and closer, Ninetail found that the suppression of the seal was getting stronger and stronger. This kind of strength was several times stronger than before. Suddenly, Ninetail thought of a key point. That was that the Vajra seal that Uchiha Tunan used was too powerful. It was not something a dying person could use. Even in her prime, Kushina could not reach this level. As for the power of love, Kurama did not believe it. After all, Kurama could clearly feel that Uchiha Tunan in front of him was the embodiment of darkness. His whole body was filled with suffocating evil thoughts. There was no trace of kindness at all. There was something wrong with this guy. In a split second, the nine-tailed beast eyes saw the corner of Uchiha Tunan's mouth reveal a hint of a greedy smile. The nine-tailed beast's pupils suddenly contracted, and like a drowning person, it desperately stretched its neck and shouted, "Don't! Let me go!" Konoha's ninjas, change the Jinchuriki. "I beg you, please." Before Kyuubi could finish speaking, it was already dragged in front of Uchiha Tunan. Its body seemed to be melting, turning into a red chakra that was sucked into the empty hole in Uchiha Tunan's abdomen. Immediately after, Uchiha Tunan stretched out his right hand while trembling, his 5 fingers slightly bent, inserted into his abdomen, and rotated for half a round. For Symbol's seal. Chapter 348, The Hero Departs. The eastern horizon was already white, and the mountains were inlaid with a faint golden edge. After Uchiha Tunan sealed the Kyuubi, he sat on the wheelchair without moving his head. From the time Uchiha Tunan went on stage to sealing the Kyuubi, less than 5 minutes had passed. Behind him, the group of Konoha ninjas had not even recovered. One by one, they stared blankly at the back of the stoop figure sitting on the wheelchair in front of them. "We are saved. Yes, Lord Tunan saved us. It feels like I am dreaming." Even if the Kyuubi killed so many of our companions, he would still be afraid in front of Lord Tunan. Once the human pillar dies, the Biju will also die. The Kyuubi was not afraid of Lord Tunan, but afraid of death. Have you forgotten what the masked man said? You are saying, Lord Tunan. Yes. More and more people reacted. Each of them took heavy steps and slowly approached Uchiha Tunan. The nearest Konoha ninja walked behind Uchiha Tunan. He took a deep breath and whispered in a trembling voice, "Lord Tunan, are you all right?" Everyone raised their heads and looked at Uchiha Tunan's back, hoping that he would react. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished, and Uchiha Tunan remained motionless as if he was asleep. A female ninja with rich emotions saw this and could no longer bear the sorrow in her heart. He powerlessly knelt on the ground, his hands supporting the ground. He raised his head and cried out, "Lord Tunan, don't die. Konoha need you." The rest of the Konoha ninjas all walked a few meters away from Uchiha Tunan and stopped. They all lowered their heads and revealed sorrowful expressions. At this time, Danzo slowly walked up to Uchiha Tunan, his eyes slightly narrowed, and he said expressionlessly, "Where are the medical ninjas? Hurry up!" Several medical ninjas passed through the crowd and came to Uchiha Tunan. They took out their stethoscope to check. Then he shook his head and sighed, "I don't hear any heartbeat." As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding crowd began to wail in grief. "Lord Tunan. Woo! It's all our fault for being useless." At some point in time, Hiruzen Sarutobi had already arrived by Danzo's side, staring at the dead Uchiha Tunan, his eyes flickering slightly. Was he finally dead? Although the process was a bit thrilling, the result was still very perfect. The only pity was that this guy dragged the Kyuubi and died together. Without the Biju as their trump card, Konoha would be very passive in the village. Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi take a deep breath, his face revealed a deep sadness. He looked up at the sky and sighed, "In the land where Konoha is flying, the fire is endless." Tunan burned himself, illuminating everyone. Konoha will always remember him. At this moment, Hataki-do squeezed out of the crowd, holding the crying little Naruto in one hand and holding Hataki in the other. He pulled out the hand holding E, put it on Uchiha Tunan's wrist and took his pulse. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, and he froze in place. Really no heartbeat. This shouldn't be. How could Master die? Is Master preparing to fake his death and leave Konoha? So many unfinished experiments were not done? The others saw the incredulous look on Hataki-do and thought that he could not accept the fact that Uchiha Tunan had died, so they did not think too much about it. The scene fell silent for a moment. Everyone silently lowered their heads, mourning for Uchiha Tunan. At the same time, inside the tailed beast's space within Uchiha Tunan's body. It was different from other people's pillar-like space. Uchiha Tunan's tailed beast's space was pure darkness. This made Kurama, who had just been sealed inside, somewhat go crazy, only knowing that he was tied up by something. "Damn it! I can't see anything," Nine-Tailed complained, accompanied by the sound of chains rubbing against each other. Suddenly, there was the sound of a snap in the darkness. Nine-Tailed's eyes suddenly lit up. The sudden light, on the contrary, made Kurama somewhat uncomfortable and subconsciously narrowed his eyes. He saw that the entire tailed beast's space seemed to be in a huge ancient palace. A thick coiling dragon pillar stood in the innermost part of the palace. Nine-Tailed was firmly tied to the pillar by dozens of golden chains. In the center of the palace, there was a short table with exquisite patterns. A tea set was neatly placed on the short table, and the mouth of the teapot was still emitting white smoke. Sorry, the Biju space is a product attached to the spirit space. There was a small flame here before, but it was extinguished not long ago. However, I can change everything here. This is an environment that I specially built for you. Do you like it? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Uchiha Tunan's figure appear in front of the short table. However, Uchiha Tunan's eyes were not wrapped in bandages, and he looked completely normal. It looked so gentle and harmless. The moment Kurama saw Uchiha Tunan, his eyes turned red and he roared angrily, "Damn Uchiha brat, let me out!" Uchiha Tunan smiled and shook his head. He slowly picked up the teapot and filled a cup of tea. He said slowly, "You are no longer a teenager. Why are you still so childish? Use your brain and think about it." You should have said this to every individual Jinchuriki many times. Which Jinchuriki did you see? Response. Hearing this, Nine-Tailed paused for a moment and thought about it carefully. There was no problem with what the other party said. Then, he stared at Uchiha Tunan with a ferocious gaze and said fiercely, "What are you trying to do?" Uchiha Tunan picked up the teacup and blew on it a few times. After taking a sip, he slowly put down the teacup and said lightly, "I have a few questions to ask you. I hope you can cooperate with me." Kurama didn't say anything. He just stared at Uchiha Tunan with resentment. Uchiha Tunan asked the next question. What is the use of Azura and Indra's chakra reincarnation? Kurama didn't answer, still staring straight at Uchiha Tunan. Uchiha Tunan narrowed his eyes slightly, reached out his hand and tapped the table, asking the next question. What do you need to completely reappear in the ninja realm? After that, he quietly looked at Kurama. After about the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Uchiha Tunan's expression gradually turned cold. He gently picked up the teacup and slowly turned it in front of his eyes. His eyes sized up the patterns on the cup and he said casually, "What's the name of the chibi?" Once this question was asked, Ninetailed finally replied, "Shikaku." Uchiha Tunan nodded and put down the teacup. He chuckled and shook his head. "It seems that you don't answer the question because you hate me. You simply don't want to answer the first two questions." After saying that, he saw Uchiha Tunan sigh and slowly stand up. Step by step, he walked towards Ninetailed. Ninetailed saw Uchiha Tunan approaching step by step, and a sense of uneasiness welled up in her heart. His expression became nervous, and he said in panic, "I don't understand what you are talking about. Don't come over. What are you doing?" "Naturally, I will look for the answer myself." As Uchiha Tunan approached, Ninetailed suddenly discovered that the golden chains binding his body had actually retreated, shrinking back into the ground. "Roar!" Ninetailed roared at Uchiha Tunan, raising his right claw to grab at Uchiha Tunan. But seeing that Uchiha Tunan's complexion didn't change, he also didn't activate the Mangekyo to restrain tail beasts. He merely raised his index finger unhurriedly and precisely pointed at the tip of Kyuubi's claw. At the moment when his index finger and claw came into contact, Kyuubi felt as if he had become a weak human, and this little genius Uchiha in front of him was a true tail beast. An unmatched great force attacked, sending Kyuubi flying and heavily smashing into Coiling Dragon Pillar. Bang! Ninetailed Fox was hit so hard that he could see stars in his eyes. He shook his head vigorously and looked at his claws. He said in disbelief, "How is this possible?" Uchiha Tunan did not stop. He walked toward Ninetailed and said slowly, "Outside, you are not my opponent, let alone in my body." The tail beast space was attached to the spirit space. And the mind space was originally virtual. As long as a person's mind was strong enough, their faith was strong enough, and they could control their own subconscious. Then I can control everything in my mind space. You saw it before, how pure my mind is. I can control everything here, be it time, space, or quality. How can you fight with me? When Ninetail heard this, he recalled that when he was sealed in this place, his surroundings were pitch black, without any trace of light. He immediately stared warily at Uchiha Tunan, who was walking towards him, and said in a deep voice, "Pure darkness? What kind of monster are you?" As Uchiha Tunan got closer and closer, Ninetail's hair instinctively exploded. He leaned against the Coiling Dragon Pillar and bared his teeth at Uchiha Tunan, trying to scare him away. Uchiha Tunan came under Ninetailed and slowly raised his palm. At the same time, Ninetailed suddenly felt his body become abnormally heavy. His body fell heavily to the ground, unable to move. And Uchiha Tunan's palm just happened to touch Ninetail's lower jaw. He immediately used the ninjutsu of the Yamanaka clan to search for memories of Kyuubi. Kyuubi only felt a strand of cold chakra enter his body, constantly drifting away. As time passed, he saw that Uchiha Tunan's brows gradually wrinkled. After a long time, Uchiha Tunan withdrew his palm and said thoughtfully, "Interesting. So you're not a real creature." In essence, it was really a ball of chakra. How did you, who didn't have a brain, store your memories? This time, Kurama saw the huge gap between him and Uchiha Tunan. He curled up under the Coiling Dragon Pillar and closed his eyes. He said coldly, "I don't understand what you are talking about. I don't want to see you now. As for the question you asked before, it's not that I don't want to answer it, but I really don't know." When Uchiha Tunan heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was judging whether what the Kyuubi said was true or not. After several breaths, Uchiha Tunan still decided to put this matter aside and come back to interrogate him when he had the time. However, before leaving, he still needed to inform the Kyuubi to fulfill his duties. A bright smile appeared on Uchiha Tunan's face, and he said gently, "I still have things to deal with outside. Before you leave, please release your chakra for me to use later." Hearing this, Kurama opened his eyes and looked at Uchiha Tunan. Perhaps it was because Uchiha Tunan looked too kind at this time that Kurama forgot his own situation. Ninetails snorted coldly and said softly, "In your dreams." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Uchiha Tunan's smile suddenly stop. Seeing this, Ninetails stood up nervously and took 2 steps back. "What are you going to do?" As the saying goes, people have to lower their heads under the eaves. Animals are animals. They don't even understand such a simple principle. Uchiha Tunan raised his right hand, and a thick golden chain shot out from the center of his hand. He aimed his whip at the left side of Ninetail's face. Crack! Roar! Ninetail closed his eyes in pain and subconsciously opened his mouth to roar at Uchiha Tunan. However, its roar did not improve its situation. A series of whipping sounds rang out in the palace hall. The angry roar of the nine-tailed fox gradually turned into a dog-like wail. Even the Ninetails couldn't help but clamp together. "The reason why you still dare to resist my orders in such a situation is because of your undying body." Uchiha Tunan expressionlessly whipped the Ninetails and said indifferently, "From the moment I came in, I changed the flow of time between this place and the outside world. I have plenty of time to properly deal with a beast like you until you submit to me." Seeing Uchiha Tunan call him a beast, Ninetail had never been insulted like this before. The pride in his heart was aroused. He endured the pain and said, "Don't even think about it. You have to understand that living a life worse than death is something even more terrifying." Roar! After an unknown period of time, Uchiha Tunan finally stopped. And Ninetail was exhausted, lying under the coiling dragon pillar, his body twitching again and again. Everything in the tailed beast's space belonged to the spiritual space, and the injuries here were actually injuries to the soul. That kind of pain was even more unbearable than physical pain. Just as Ninetail Fox heaved a sigh of relief and thought that he had already made it through, Uchiha Tunan's indifferent voice sounded again. "Now, a second has passed. Let's continue." When Ninetail Fox heard this, his body trembled violently. His eyes were filled with terror as he pleaded, Don't hit me. If you want to use it, use it." When Uchiha Tunan heard this, the corners of his mouth curled into a satisfied smile. He put away the golden chain and said in a gentle tone, "Stay here obediently. If I find out that you have any tricks up your sleeve, I will give you an unforgettable memory. As a punishment for your disobedience, before I come here next time, the lights will not be turned on. When you are bored, think back to the question I asked you just now. My patience is limited. Even if you really don't know, you must make up a reasonable answer to please me." After that, the entire palace seemed to be consumed by darkness and gradually darkened. After a while, the only thing in front of Ninetail was pure darkness. Only a pair of scarlet red and demonic kaleidoscope was staring at him meaningfully. After an unknown period of time, those eyes gradually faded away. In the dark darkness where he could not see his fingers, Ninetail's voice filled with nostalgia sounded. Minato, Kushina. Chapter 349, Blessed by the Misfortune. Everything in the Biju dimension was actually equivalent to an alternative dream. During the time when Uchiha Tunan was beating the Kyuubi, only 2 minutes had passed outside. The battlefield was full of devastation. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo, who were secretly delighted with the death of Uchiha Tunan. Hatakido could not understand the current situation, and he could not believe what he was seeing. One by one, the shinobi hierarchy, with their hearts in their mouths, began to calculate the next division of power. As well as the majority of Konoha ninjas who were sincerely immersed in the death of Uchiha Tunan, causing their hearts to be filled with grief. Everyone present, regardless of whether they were sincere or fake, stood quietly in place at this moment, lowering their heads to express their silence. At this time, the sky had just broken through and the sky was clear for thousands of miles. The darkness was slowly moving towards the horizon. The golden edges of the mountain range in the distance became more dazzling. Suddenly, Danzo, who was the closest to Uchiha Tunan, looked up. His action attracted the attention of several people nearby, and they all turned their eyes to Uchiha Tunan. At this time, golden chakra was constantly flowing out from Uchiha Tunan's body. Danzo's eyes narrowed, and he said in a low voice, "This seems to be the Kyuubi's chakra." Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at it, sighed and nodded. Yes. The nature of a Biju is chakra. The current situation of this chakra overflow should be the phenomenon of tailed beasts dying along with the Jinchuriki. It seems that Kyuubi will also die with Tunan. When Danzo heard this, his face showed a touch of greed, and he subconsciously said, "Pity that there is no way to intercept this chakra. We can try to seal Tunan's body together with the seal, and then we can slowly study it. By the way, we can not only study the chakra of tailed beasts, but also..." Before Danzo could finish speaking, Hiruzen Sarutobi coughed. Cough cough. We have to follow Tunan's last wish. Konoha really shouldn't rely too much on the power of the Biju. Danzo reacted and silently glanced around at the Konoha ninjas who were staring at him with anger. He couldn't help but feel a little angry, and he stared at them and shouted, "Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not doing this for myself, I'm doing this for Konoha." These remarks had a rare effect, and the hostility in the eyes of the calm Konoha ninjas around him disappeared. Thinking about the current Danzo, apart from the 2 or 3 kittens at the root, there was basically no support from other forces. Hiruzen Sarutobi naturally would not sit idly by and let his old comrade be hostile to the ninjas in the village. He immediately helped to explain. Lord Danzo has always been more pragmatic. But he really does not want to blaspheme the hero. With Hiruzen Sarutobi's help to speak, the Konoha ninjas put down their hostility and lowered their heads to mourn again. Thump! Suddenly, a sudden heartbeat sounded in everyone's ears. Almost everyone subconsciously raised their heads and looked in the direction of the heartbeat. At the same time, a ray of hope ignited in their hearts. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of a heartbeat was strong and rhythmic, making everyone understand that this was not an auditory hallucination. After Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo heard the sound of the heartbeat, they subconsciously looked at each other, their eyes full of disbelief. Especially Hiruzen Sarutobi, the fists hidden in his sleeves were tightly clenched, and his eyes widened as he turned to look at Uchiha Tunan. What kind of situation was this? Impossible. He's obviously dead through and through. Could he be revived in this situation? If that was the case, the heavens really cared for him. The blank look on Hatakido's face disappeared the moment the sound of his heart rang out, and he returned to his usual calm expression. Sure enough, how could someone of your level die? But has your control over your body reached such a perverse level? Not only can you control the appearance of your body, you can even control your heart to stop for a few minutes. Even I, the person who accompanied you all day and night, still can't see your true strength. This is a bit too scary. Thump, thump, thump. The beating of his heart was getting louder and louder, gradually surpassing the beating of a normal person. It sounded like a heavy hammer striking, resounding through the entire battlefield. At this moment, the night completely ended, and dawn arrived. Like a sharp sword, it split open the silent night and welcomed the rising sun. The distant mountain peak suddenly lit up with a dazzling golden light. The solemn sun rose step by step like a heavy lotus, trying to rise. For some reason, everyone present only felt that under the contrast of this sunrise, their mood became particularly excited and excited. Even the sun felt much faster than before. In the next moment, a shocking scene occurred. The golden chakra around Uchiha Tunan gradually wrapped around him. The skinny body of Uchiha Tunan was filled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short while, the sun completely rose in the sky, and like a peacock spreading its tail, it spread its golden wings. The sunlight fell on the body of Uchiha Tunan, who was wrapped in golden chakra like a golden solution, making him look so solemn and sacred. Uchiha Tunan's fingers trembled slightly, and everyone's hearts were also suspended. Finally, under the expectant eyes of everyone, Uchiha Tunan completely woke up. They saw Uchiha Tunan's hands on the wheelchair tighten, holding the wheelchair and propping up his entire body. Many female ninjas saw this scene and subconsciously reached out to cover their mouth. While crying, they looked at the golden figure with an inconceivable gaze. Uchiha Tunan turned his back to the crowd and slowly turned around. A gentle smile appeared on his face as he softly said, "I'm back." In an instant, the entire battlefield was filled with crazy shouts. "Miracle! This is a miracle! Lord Tunan has come back to life. It's incredible! Long live Lord Tunan! Is Lord Tunan the god of legends? Yes, Lord Tunan is the guardian of Konoha. Guardian of Konoha! Guardian of Konoha! Guardian of Konoha!" Ding! Obtain the acknowledgement of Hyuga Tabita. Ding! Obtain the recognition of Yatani Fusue. Ding! Gain the recognition of Shimura Saichi. Ding! Gain the recognition of Kurama Pakuma. Ding! Gain the recognition of Inuya Fue. A series of system notifications rang out in Uchiha Tunan's ears. However, there weren't too many of them. It was clear that most of the current Konoha ninjas recognized him. These were just fish that escaped the net. From now on, Uchiha Tunan's thoughts would no longer be on the Konoha ninjas of this generation. After all, he had done so many things, but they still hadn't recognized him. This proved that the rest of them were all heartless. He had to find a suitable group location to harvest leaks on a wide scale, so he didn't have to waste time on those heartless people. Beside him, Hiruzen Sarutobi forced himself to reveal a happy smile and asked Uchiha Tunan the question in his heart. "How did you do it?" When everyone heard this, they all stopped shouting and stared curiously at Uchiha Tunan's calm face. After all, everyone had seen Uchiha Tunan die with their own eyes just now. This was the first time everyone had seen someone die and come back to life. Everyone wanted to know the reason. If this situation could be replicated, who would not want to have another life in the future? Moreover, Uchiha Tunan was not simply resurrected. It seemed that the injuries on his body had almost completely recovered except for his eyes. Hearing this, Uchiha Tunan smiled warmly and said softly, "I did die just now. But before my soul disappeared, I used the love in my heart to melt the Kyuubi. It took the initiative to give half of its life to me. From today onwards, not only will I be reborn, I will also become a complete Jinchuriki." As he spoke, he saw Uchiha Tunan slowly open his arms, his face flashing with a sacred radiance. He said in a clear voice, "On the road of love, I once questioned myself. But from the looks of it today, the thing that I have always insisted on is not wrong. Love really has infinite possibilities." As soon as he finished speaking, the scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone looked at Uchiha Tunan, who was under the sunlight, with shock. They only felt that the current Uchiha Tunan was inexplicably majestic and sacred. After a few breaths, everyone came back to their senses from Uchiha Tunan's words and shouted excitedly, "Love is infinite! Love is infinite! Love is infinite! Love is infinite!" Could this be true? After listening to Uchiha Tunan's words, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo felt their worldview collapsing. The memories of their entire lives floated in their minds. Once upon a time, when the two of them were still hot-blooded youths, they seemed to have possessed something as illusory as love. But as time passed, the two of them had seen too much darkness in the world of ninjas, so they turned to believe in things like power and strength that could bring benefits. But today, Uchiha Tunan's encounter was too outrageous. While everyone was cheering, Danzo quietly whispered to Hiruzen, "It can actually change tailed beasts with love, and it is the most powerful Kyuubi. Hiruzen, what do you think?" Hiruzen Sarutobi habitually defended his image of justice, and did not dare to quietly question Uchiha Tunan in public like Danzo did. After all, a ninja's hearing is not so bad. Don't you see that several nearby ninjas who were cheering had already looked at Danzo with contempt? Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately coughed and whispered. Tunan won't lie, his current situation is the performance of Jinchuriki. Perfect Jinchuriki needs to put down his grudge against tail beasts to become partners, and also release the seal in his body. When Danzo heard this, he couldn't figure it out no matter what. He muttered thoughtfully. Could it be that Kurama didn't want to die and did this? When the Kyuubi was sealed, he had shouted that he wanted to switch to another Jinchuriki. Hiruzen Sarutobi explained in a low voice. The space to seal the tail beast is similar to a dream. Tunan should have talked to the Kyuubi for a long time before he was able to change the Kyuubi. However, the flow of time is different, and only a few minutes have passed in the outside world. Moreover, this situation isn't too outrageous. It's not like you don't know that the strength of Hidden Cloud's 8-tailed Jinchuriki, which is also a perfect Jinchuriki. After listening to Hiruzen Sarutobi's explanation, Danzo thought it was reasonable. At this moment, the golden Uchiha Tunan turned his head and said to Danzo. Danzo-san, I know that you are like many people, and you don't believe that love has such great power. But there are some things that are so wonderful. We thought that it didn't exist, but because we lost a bit of perseverance, we lost a bit of faith. If you believe it, then there is. If you don't believe it, then there is nothing. When Danzo heard this, he fell into deep thought. He reached out and touched his chin, muttering, if you believe it, then there is. If you don't believe it, then there is nothing. When Uchiha Tunan saw that he had casually made up a story and fooled Danzo, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve up a little. Seeing that everyone had stopped shouting, they all looked at him with admiration. Uchiha Tunan thought that such a big thing like the Nine-Tailed Chaos should be written into a textbook. Then he would say a few more words to pave the way for the future leak. And now that he had become a Jinchuriki, he naturally could not let the people of Konoha fear him. Uchiha Tunan put down his hands, his right hand gently stroking his abdomen, and said in a clear voice, I have to apologize to Kurama here, and I also have to uphold the name of Kurama in front of everyone. He was not a tyrannical beast, nor was he a so-called war weapon. He was also a life of flesh and blood. There was love in his heart, and he was even kinder than many people. The reason why he became the same as before was entirely because he had been used for war by humans for a long time. He told me that he hated killing the most, but humans forced him to kill a large number of lives every time. Because of this, he developed such a great hostility towards humans. After Nine-Tailed entered the tailed beast's space, he saw the flames of love burning everywhere in my heart. This made him understand that there were actually good people in the human race. It was he who took the initiative to share the other half of my life. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone had a look of sudden realization and immediately revealed a happy expression. So that's how it is. Doesn't that mean that the Kyuubi is also a companion of Konoha? As long as everyone in Konoha has love in their hearts, the Kyuubi will definitely not hurt Konoha. If Lord Tunan and the Kyuubi become partners, then we won't have to worry about the Kyuubi breaking the seal and hurting everyone anymore. After a long time, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had been thinking about how to get back his power, coughed heavily and pulled everyone back to reality from the joy. Then, he looked at Uchiha Tunan and said with a serious face, Although Tunan, it's a matter worth celebrating for you to get lucky because of a disaster. But what happened last night was too heavy for Konoha. Minato and Kushina, as well as countless ninjas and villagers, all died in the hands of the masked man. Our top priority right now is to bury the dead as soon as possible. And discuss the follow-up series of events. The masked man failed this time, and it is likely that he will make a comeback. When Uchiha Tunan heard this, he became angry and clenched his fists. With me here, as long as that guy dares to come out of Konoha, I can definitely kill him. After saying that, he looked up at the sky and sighed. Removing the Kyuubi mode, he walked towards Konoha with heavy steps. At the same time, he whispered in a lonely tone. Third Gen sir, please take care of the funeral. Minato-sensei and Kushina-senpai's bodies are gone. I want to comfort the tablet and personally carve their names for them. Hataki-do quickly carried Naruto with one hand and grabbed Ii with the other. The surrounding Konoha ninjas opened up a path and looked at Uchiha Tunan with eyes full of worship. At the end of the passage, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Uchiha Tunan's back, his eyes flashing slightly, as if he was thinking about something. Just as Uchiha Tunan was about to walk out of his line of sight, Hiruzen Sarutobi shouted, "Tunan, Danzo, and I will wait for you in the Hokage building." Hearing this, Uchiha Tunan slightly paused his steps, and nodded slightly with his back facing Hiruzen Sarutobi. Chapter 350, Clearing the Air. Outside Konoha, in a dense forest of trees. The top half of Zetsu's body emerged from the trunk of a big tree. He opened the pig cage grass and placed his hands on the trunk. While basking in the sun, he looked in the direction of Konoha. White Zetsu narrowed his eyes and enjoyed the sunshine. He said with a smile, "It's been a night. I wonder how the situation is." Black Zetsu said calmly, "No one will be able to kill him with his Mangekyo." White Zetsu thought for a moment, then put his hand on his face and muttered, "But Konoha's fourth Hokage is also proficient in space-time ninjutsu. There is also that person, who is said to be the princess of the Uzumaki clan, who can even seal a biju. Obito used to be silly, but later became crazy, and no matter how you look at it, he is unreliable." Hearing this, Black Zetsu said indifferently, "If something really happened, it can only be said that his luck is bad. Compared to him, we are the most loyal to Lord Madara." Coo! 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 At this moment, a large flock of white pigeons flew over from the sky in the direction of Konoha. White Zetsu excitedly pointed at the white pigeons in the sky and said, "Look, there are so many birds." Black Zetsu slightly raised his eyes and glanced at them. "That's a pigeon. Be careful, a lot of ninjas will raise beasts to collect information. Don't be discovered." As he spoke, he controlled the pig cage grass to slowly close. Just as the pig cage grass was about to close, a white pigeon landed firmly on the tip of the branch in front of the pig cage grass. It tilted its head and stared at the pig cage grass curiously. White Zetsu immediately controlled the pig cage grass to stop and pointed at the white pigeon excitedly. "This little guy is looking at us. Should we kill it?" Black Zetsu stared at the white pigeon and opened the pig cage grass again. He stretched out his pitch-black hand and slowly reached out to the white pigeon. As long as the white pigeon dared to move, this hand would suddenly speed up and crush the white pigeon to death. However, the white pigeon did not seem to feel the danger approaching. Its red eyes curiously sized up this black hand. It even took the initiative to jump twice in front of the pig cage grass. Just as Black Zetsu's hand was about to touch the white pigeon, a hand suddenly patted on White Zetsu's shoulder from behind. Pop! The upper half of White Zetsu's body was instantly stunned. A hoarse voice that sounded like it came from hell rang out. "What are you doing?" White Zetsu suddenly turned his head. He didn't know when, but the masked Tunan was already standing behind him, a pair of strange scarlet red eyes indifferently staring at him. White Zetsu let out a long sigh, then frowned and said with an unhappy face, "Obito, your sudden appearance is very scary. How is the QB? Did you bring it back?" "No." The masked Tunan withdrew his hand, and the white pigeon took the opportunity to spread its wings and fly away. White Zetsu had an expression that said "I knew it," and said in a helpless tone, "I knew you were not reliable. Is it because the fourth Hokage is too difficult to deal with?" The masked Tunan put his hands behind his back and said calmly, "It's not difficult. I killed him and his wife." Naturally, Zetsu knew the relationship between Obito and Minato. But he didn't expect Obito to be so ruthless. He had killed his master and wife, yet he was still able to speak so calmly. This made Obito in front of him very vigilant, afraid that this madman would suddenly kill him. In comparison, Black Zetsu remains unfazed. He said in a low voice, "Then why didn't you take Ninetail with you?" Hearing this, the masked Tunan took a step forward and then crouched down. His scarlet eyes stared at Black Zetsu's face, and an inexplicable expression appeared in his eyes. He said slowly, "The whole world will know about the specific situation in a few days. I can't be bothered to tell you in detail." Looking at the masked Tunan who was close to him, Black Zetsu felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort lingering in his heart. He couldn't tell exactly what it was, so he said in a deep voice, "Then what should we do next?" The masked Tunan tilted his head slightly, sizing up the life form of Black Zetsu. Suppressing the urge to use the Vajra seal to tie Black Zetsu away, he leisurely said, "Naturally, it's to accumulate strength and go to Mist Village first. I want to train in Mist Village for a while. Only when we have enough strength will we be able to complete our plan." When Black Zetsu heard this, he stared at Tunan's eyes without moving, as if he had turned into a dead object. White Zetsu said excitedly, "Actually, if you want to increase your strength, you can try to fuse with my cells. Before His Excellency Madara passed away, he also told you that my cells are very useful. Once they are fused, not only will your body quality be as good as mine, but you will also be able to use the wood style that only the legendary god of Chunin knows." The masked Tunan looked at it for a long time, but he still could not figure out what Black Zetsu was trying. Seeing that Black Zetsu seemed to be wary of him, the masked Tunan slowly got up and shook his head. "Sorry, I hate other people's cells very much, both physically and mentally." After saying that, his right eye raised a space vortex, and the masked Tunan said in an indifferent voice, "There is one more thing I have to remind you of. From now on, please call me Lord Madara." White Zetsu scratched his head and said casually, "Ah, I know, but I forgot too much. Remember to remind me a few more times." The space vortex sucked the masked Tunan into it, and a warning voice came from the space vortex that was about to close. "If you can't remember it soon enough, it'll kill you." When the spatial vortex completely disappeared, White Zetsu became angry and complained to Black Zetsu. "Black Zetsu, do you hear what he's saying? Who does he think he is? How dare he threaten a senior like me?" Black Zetsu said coldly, "I feel like something is wrong." "Is something wrong?" The anger on White Zetsu's face quickly faded away. He reached out and stroked his chin in a pondering manner, muttering, "Were you like me just now? You were actually a little scared by him." Black Zetsu looked at the place where the space vortex disappeared and fell silent. Why did this guy suddenly change into a different person? Was it because he killed his teacher and his wife last night that he completely lost his humanity? It was possible that after experiencing some cruel things, human temperament would change greatly. After all, his eyes could not be wrong. After a long time, Black Zetsu controlled the pig cage grass to close. The pig cage grass slowly sank into the tree trunk. Maybe it was my imagination. Half an hour later. On top of a mountain on the edge of the battlefield, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo stood side by side at the edge of the cliff, looking down at the ninjas who were cleaning up the battlefield. Danzo glanced at the wandering Hiruzen Sarutobi and said in a deep voice, "I think I need to remind you. Sometimes you can refuse to contribute, but you can't hurt the interests of the village in person." Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and murmured, "I can tell the severity and the urgency. With his current strength and his identity as a complete Jinchuriki, I will no longer be his enemy. What's more, if I continue to go against him like this, I will feel sorry for Konoha." Seeing that Hiruzen Sarutobi had expressed his opinion, Danzo nodded slightly and walked down the mountain without a word. Suddenly, Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice came from behind him. "Danzo." Danzo stopped in his tracks and turned his head in confusion. He saw that Hiruzen Sarutobi was staring at him and said in a low voice, "Do you believe what Tunan said about love?" Danzo pondered for a moment and said slowly, "For the sake of strength, I will try to understand it. However, people like us. Only Konoha is the most suitable target." After that, he continued to walk down the mountain without looking back. On the top of the mountain, Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded slightly and turned around to look at the dazzling sun in the sky. Then, he slowly took out 2 photos from his pocket and looked at them. After a long time, Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a long sigh and tore the 2 photos apart, allowing the breeze to take away the debris. Everything is for Konoha. The hatred that had accumulated for many years was finally put down. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt that he seemed to have become much more relaxed. In the afternoon, in the Hokage building. In the conference room, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, and Uchiha Tunan sat around a round table. In the present Konoha, the 3 of them could be said to have reached the top of power. They controlled the life and death of many ninjas. Every word and action could cause a big earthquake in Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi smoked cigarette after cigarette, quietly waiting for the 2 to speak first. Danzo wanted to say something many times, but he held it back. After all, they should talk about the enemy before talking about the follow-up. And the masked man exposed his identity as Uchiha's clan in front of everyone. So this matter would definitely affect Uchiha's clan. It just so happened that Uchiha Tunan was a member of Uchiha's clan. The 2 of them repeatedly thought about how to speak of this matter in their hearts, but they couldn't arouse Uchiha Tunan's dislike. After a long time, Uchiha Tunan spoke first. I have adopted Naruto. From now on, I will be his guardian. I want to give him enough fatherly love on behalf of Minato-sensei, so that he can grow healthily. Hiruzen Sarutobi breathed out lightly and nodded with a smile. Tunan, you are still the most loyal. You have more experience in taking care of children than us 2 old men. I trust you the most with Naruto. Will Naruto's surname become Uzumaki, or Uchiha? Uchiha Tunan pondered for a moment and said solemnly. Of course Uzumaki. Kushina-senpai taught me all the sealing techniques she knew. I also plan to teach Naruto in the future. This is also a way to repay to Kushina-senpai. Naruto is not a Jinchuriki now, and his parents are dead. No one would care about how to deal with a little baby without a background. For Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo, how to settle Naruto was not even as important as Uchiha Tunan's face. Not to mention adopting Naruto as a son, even being a daughter was fine. Danzo's breathing was obviously not as good as Hiruzen Sarutobi's, seeing that the 2 were still discussing an insignificant baby at this time. He immediately knocked on the table with his finger and said in a deep voice, Let's talk about the masked man first. Last night, when the masked man appeared, I had already arranged root ninjas to inform Uchiha Fugaku. Under the surveillance of root ninjas, Uchiha Fugaku counted the members of the clan. In the end, no members were present, so we could roughly eliminate the suspicion of Uchiha's clan. As for the members of Uchiha in the Misty Field, it will take 2 days to get the exact information. Seeing that Danzo went straight to the point, Hiruzen Sarutobi was a little worried that Uchiha Tunan would be unhappy and quickly coughed. Cough cough, Tunan, it is not that we do not believe in your family. Rather, it is that masked man who possesses the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. This means that in front of him is definitely the genius of Uchiha clan. This kind of person should have received a lot of attention, but for a moment, we cannot find any clues. You also opened the Mangekyo. I wonder if you found anything when you fought with him. After saying that, he stared at Uchiha Tunan's face, afraid that Uchiha Tunan would get angry at this critical moment. One must know that Minato was now dead, and Konoha was in the power vacuum period. At this moment, the importance of reputation was revealed. Especially now that Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't have any real power, he only had 2 or 3 small kittens at the root. Uchiha Tunan had a lot of power in his hands, and there were many talents in his department. If Uchiha Tunan waved his arms, Konoha would probably have nothing to do with them in the future. However, after listening to their story, there was no anger on Uchiha Tunan's face. Instead, he fell into deep thought and said with a serious face, As a matter of fact, when Kushina-senpai just finished giving birth, I confronted that guy. However, he didn't seem to want to fight with me, so he used a space ninjutsu to escape. During the confrontation, he also told me his identity. When Danzo heard this, he leaned forward and said in a low voice, "Who is he?" Uchiha Tunan tapped his finger on the table and said word by word, "Uchiha, Madara." Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo were stunned. Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't say anything, but the frequency of smoking increased a lot. On the other hand, Danzo stood up and said in disbelief, "Impossible. How could Uchiha Madara still be alive after so many years?" Uchiha Tunan lightly shook his head, his fingers constantly tapping on the table as he lightly said, "Yes or no, it is not that important. As long as I am in Konoha, if he dares to come, I can easily seal him." As soon as this was said, Danzo went silent and sat back in his seat. Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a long breath of smoke and placed the pipe to the side. A warm smile appeared on his face as he said, "Since you are certain that he is Uchiha Madara, then the suspicion of Uchiha's clan will be gone. Let root ninjas evacuate Uchiha's clan later." However, how could Uchiha Tunan miss such a great opportunity? The reason why he left Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo, these two old fellows, alive, was so that they could show their faces in the way they treated Uchiha's clan. As for himself, he was naturally the one with the red face. He couldn't possibly take the lead to push out Uchiha's clan with his authority in his hands. To make Uchiha's clan feel a sense of crisis, he had to show his importance. If there was no crisis, then he had to create a crisis. Seeing that Uchiha Tunan's expression became serious, he slammed the table and said, "No! Konoha should strengthen the monitoring of Uchiha's clan."
That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 9.